Chapter 2669. Fallen Valley was very big. Due to the density of the evil energy, they could only see within a range of 1,000 feet. At this speed, who knew how many years it would take to search the entire Fallen Valley? Yizhong asked, Frenzy, can the barrier expand a little more? Let me try. Frenzy released his divine power. The barrier began to expand slowly. 2,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 6,000 feet. Finally, it expanded to 10,000 feet. It can't get any bigger? Yizhong asked. Yes. Frenzy nodded. But what? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Why are you so stupid? I used my divine power to create this barrier. The bigger the barrier, the more divine power it consumes. We don't know how big Fallen Valley is. Of course we have to save enough divine power to fight a long battle. Frenzy rolled his eyes. Everyone laughed awkwardly when they heard this. Look over there, there seems to be a cave. Suddenly, Wang Ming's surprised voice rang out. Cave? Everyone was slightly taken aback and immediately looked in the direction Wang Ming was pointing. They saw a dark cave on the cliff on the left. The cave was halfway up the mountain, about 100 meters above the ground. Why would there be a cave in such a place? Yang Li was suspicious. Even the Blood Demon tribe didn't dare to step into Fallen Valley. Even the Blood Demon tribe didn't dare to enter, let alone other living beings. Since no living beings dared to step in, where did this cave come from? Shall we go in and take a look? Qin Feiyang looked at Yizhong and the others and asked. We have to take a look. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon's eyes flashed. Swish. The group walked to the bottom of the cliff and suddenly jumped, landing at the entrance of the cave. Although they couldn't fly, experts at their level could easily jump 1,000 feet high. So, the height of a mere 1,000 feet was nothing to them. The entrance was quite big and could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Everyone stood in front of the entrance and looked inside. The cave was not very deep, about 1,000 feet deep. On the uneven ground in the middle of the cave, there were 5 palm-sized wooden boxes. Box. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 5 wooden boxes, and they hurriedly ran inside. It doesn't have the aura of a seal. It shouldn't be a heaven-defying divine object. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Yes. Madman nodded as well. Ancestral Gragon was the first to grab a wooden box and immediately opened it. A jade slip immediately appeared. In the meantime, Yizhong, Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, and Wang Ming each grabbed a wooden box and opened it. Each of the wooden boxes contained a jade slip. But soon, disappointment appeared on their faces. This jade slip of mine is only a paragon-level divine art. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. My jade slip is even worse. It's a legendary divine art. Yizhong said. Mine is still alright. It's a paragon-level support-type divine art. The Beast Emperor said. Mine is also a legendary-level divine art. Mine is a legendary-level support-type divine art. The Chief Pavilion Master and Wang Ming also spoke. 3 legendary-level divine arts, 2 paragon-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. These divine arts might not have much value in their eyes, but to ordinary people, they were equivalent to treasures. Don't be so disappointed. Because this is actually good news for us. Qin Feiyang looked at Yizhong and the others and smiled. Good news? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Think about it. We just entered Fallen Valley, and we already found 3 legendary-level divine arts and 2 paragon-level divine arts. What does this mean? It means that Fallen Valley has a large number of divine objects. Then there must be heaven-defying divine objects. Qin Feiyang said. Li Bu is right. Let's continue to search. The woman in white nodded. Wang Ming asked, what about these divine arts? Yizhong pondered for a while and said, although these divine arts are worthless to us, they are priceless to ordinary people. Everyone nodded. After all, only a few people had heaven-defying divine arts. Like now. Although everyone present was a top figure in the divine land, who had heaven-defying divine arts? No one. Only Qin Feiyang and Madman had them. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, a sovereign-level deity technique was the best. Yi Zhong thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let one person keep them first, and we'll split them after we leave Fallen Valley." "Who will keep them?" the Beast Emperor asked. The youth in red said, of course it's me." Madman said. "Ah." The youth in red looked at Madman in shock. He wanted to say that the dragons would keep them. As for keeping them, it was just an excuse. If they really fell into the hands of the dragons, they wouldn't be able to get them to spit them out. After all, this hell belonged to the dragon god. The treasures found here should belong to the dragons. Besides, there were so many dragons under the dragon god. There were also the 4 dragon god palaces with countless disciples. These all required resources. But who would have thought that Madman would interfere? Madman was the disciple of ancestral dragon Black Dragon. And he was ancestral dragon Black Dragon's brother. As a junior, he was disrespected in public, which made him quite unhappy. Madman completely ignored him and said, "I brought you in, so I'll keep these treasures. You shouldn't have any objections, right?" The youth in red was about to reprimand him. But Ancestral Dragon was one step ahead and smiled at Madman. "We're all on the same side. What objections can we have?" "Old Black, what do you mean? You're spoiling him too much." The youth in red said telepathically. "He's my disciple. What's the difference between letting him keep them and letting us keep them? In the end, they'll all return to us dragons." Ancestral Dragon said telepathically. "You're spoiling him. Sooner or later, he won't even put you in his eyes." The youth in red snorted secretly. "Although he's a bit stubborn, I believe that he still knows how to respect his teacher." Ancestral Dragon laughed secretly. The youth in red glanced at him and didn't say anything. "Take it." Ancestral Dragon put the jade slip back into the wooden box and threw it to Madman. Yi Zhong and the others also handed the wooden box to Madman. Madman laughed and put it into his yin and yang ring. "Let's go, we'll keep looking." The group searched the cave carefully and didn't find any other treasures, so they left the cave and continued their search. Madman laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang, not bad, right? How could he not see through the youth in red's thoughts? But the youth in red didn't know that Madman was also thinking the same thing. As long as it entered Madman's pocket, it would be difficult to get him to take it out. "You're keeping these deity arts because you want to bring them back to Nine Heaven Palace?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you." "That's right. You know the situation of Nine Heaven Palace. Not to mention sovereign deity arts, even legendary deity artifacts are rarely seen. And now, with such a good opportunity, I'll definitely take some back." Madman transmitted. "If Grand Elder hears your words, he'll probably wake up laughing." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Madman's actions might not seem important, but there was a deep meaning behind it. Because this meant that Madman was trying to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing Nine Heaven Palace. And wasn't this what Grand Elder and Hui Yi wanted? Because in their eyes, Madman had the ability to do so. But because of his personality, he wasn't willing to do it. "But, I won't forget you, we'll split it equally." As for Ancestral Dragon, Chief Pavilion Master, and Beast Emperor, don't even think about it. Madman laughed secretly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but find it funny. A group of old foxes and a little fox, how interesting. But he didn't know. In Madman's eyes, he was also a little fox. Next. In less than half an hour, they found another 25 deity arts. Most of them were legendary deity arts, and the rest were sovereign deity arts. Moreover, they also found 16 deity artifacts, 10 teleportation artifacts, 6 sovereign deity artifacts. And these treasures, without exception, all entered Madman's universe ring. Strange. Why haven't we encountered the blood puppet they mentioned? Madman said secretly. Although the problem of evil force was solved, there were still other threats. Just like the blood puppet. No one knew where these blood puppets were hiding. Danger was always there. Don't worry, we'll encounter it sooner or later. After all, we're still at the edge. Qin Feiyang said secretly. That's right. They didn't go directly into the depths, but searched along the edge of Fallen Valley. 2 days later, the group circled the edge and slowly moved forward, finally going more than 10 miles into Fallen Valley. A distance of more than 10 miles was just a step for them. But because they had to carefully search for deity artifacts and go around Fallen Valley, it was very slow. In these 2 days, the number of deity arts and deity artifacts they obtained added up to 3 digits. 2 days later, in the morning, in front of them, a bloody and violent aura suddenly appeared. This is, Qin Feiyang and Madman were surprised. This is the aura of the blood puppet, everyone be careful. Yi Zhong said in a low voice. Blood puppet? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. It seemed that not only were they not nervous, but they were also eager to try. Yi Zhong soon noticed the abnormality of the two and said in a low voice, "Don't underestimate the blood puppet." What? The two looked at him suspiciously. This blood puppet, before Yi Zhong could finish his words, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared in the blood mist outside the barrier. It was a blood leopard. It had the cultivation of the perfect ninth heaven realm. A pair of blood-red eyes, without any vitality, were empty and filled with a bloodthirsty light. "Don't look, let's go," Yi Zhong said secretly. "Okay." Madman nodded. But he was puzzled. Even if it was a blood puppet, it only had the cultivation of the perfect ninth heaven realm. What was Yi Zhong afraid of? And he also found out. Not only Yi Zhong, but even the Beast Emperor and the ancestral dragons had a deep fear in their eyes. P.S. I was delayed by something today, the remaining 2 chapters will be released later. Chapter 2670. A perfect ninth heaven realm blood puppet actually made these giants who stood at the peak of the ancient world so afraid. It was obviously abnormal. Madman couldn't help but speed up. Boom. However, the blood puppet was even faster. It crashed into the barrier. With a crack, the barrier shattered. Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others' expressions changed. This was also the problem they were worried about. Because Madman was only at the ninth heaven realm, while the blood puppet was at the ninth heaven realm. With the blood puppet's cultivation, it could easily break Madman's barrier. Once the barrier was shattered, the evil power that had been isolated outside would swarm in. To them, this was fatal. As expected. As soon as Madman's barrier shattered, the evil force surged in and instantly drowned them. Whether it was Yi Zhong and the others or Qin Feiyang, they immediately felt the evil force crazily enter their bodies. It swallowed their blood and corroded their divine soul. Qin Feiyang was shocked to find that the evil force in Fallen Valley couldn't be refined. And it couldn't be expelled from the body. One had to know. Although the evil force outside was pervasive and couldn't be expelled from the body, at least it could be slowly refined. But it couldn't be refined here. What did it mean? It meant that the evil force would live in their bodies forever. Hee. Just as everyone was panicking, the blood puppet let out a sinister laugh and charged over. Scram! Yi Zhong roared and punched the blood puppet. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood puppet shattered in the void and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Madman finally came back to his senses and hurriedly urged his divine power to condense another barrier. The evil force was immediately isolated. "How are you?" Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. "Not good." Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face a little pale. The evil force was beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for the soul-calming divine pearl, his divine soul would have been severely injured. After all, his cultivation was the weakest here. As for Madman, although his cultivation was the same as his, Madman wasn't afraid of the evil force. Therefore, among the group of people, his situation was the worst. It's not that the evil force can't be refined, but it will take a long time. I remember the first time I entered Fallen Valley, the evil force entered my body and it took me thousands of years to refine it. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Thousands of years. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This was too ridiculous. Thousands of years to refine it? We don't dare to face the blood puppet. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon sighed. One of the problems? What other problems are there? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Take a look for yourself. Ancestral Black Dragon Ancestor pointed. There was a puddle of flesh. It was the blood puppet that Yi Zhong had killed with a single punch. Madman S's blood. It's blood. Suddenly, their pupils shrank abruptly. They saw that the flesh and blood slowly flowed like flowing water and finally merged together. Then, as the flesh and blood merged, the blood puppet that was killed by Yi Zhong appeared in front of them again. In other words, it was reborn. How is this possible? Madman and Qin Feiyang were dumbfounded. This is the most terrifying thing about the blood puppet. They can't be killed. As long as there is a little bit of flesh and blood left, they can be reborn. Yi Zhong said. Can't be killed, Qin Feiyang murmured. In his mind, a person suddenly appeared. This person was Zhuge Mingyang. Until now, he still remembered that Zhuge Mingyang cultivated some kind of undying demon technique, which allowed him to be reborn after being killed. This kind of situation was the most troublesome. Then let's completely destroy his flesh and blood, not leaving a single drop. Let's see how he can be reborn. Madman said in a deep voice. But you have to know that this isn't the only blood puppet in Fallen Valley. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. He made a move and punched the blood puppet again. The blood puppet had no consciousness and wasn't afraid of death at all. It pounced at Yi Zhong ferociously. Boom! The blood puppet shattered again. Following closely, Yi Zhong released the law of fire and burned all the flesh and blood. Let's retreat. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon looked around and shook his head regretfully. It looked like he had given up. Retreat? Madman frowned. Otherwise? If we don't quickly refine the evil force in our body, our divine soul will be eroded sooner or later. And to refine this evil force, it will take at least a few thousand years. Our trip to the infernal King Hell has come to an end. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon sighed. Over? The Chief Pavilion Master looked dazed. After suffering so much humiliation and entering Fallen Valley, it ended just like that? She found it hard to accept this result. As for Qin Feiyang, he also looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon in a daze. This sudden sentence made him unable to adapt to it. Now, he finally realized why Yi Zhong and the others were so afraid of the blood puppet. They weren't afraid of the blood puppet, but the current situation. Once the evil force of Fallen Valley invaded their body, it was equivalent to declaring the end. Madman pondered and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Give me your hand. Why? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Let me try. Can I absorb the evil force in your body? Madman said. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Madman. Qin Feiyang was also stunned and raised his arm. Madman grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and divine power flowed from his palm into Qin Feiyang's body. Absorb. When the divine power filled Qin Feiyang's body, Madman roared and the divine power in Qin Feiyang's body immediately rushed toward the evil force. Qin Feiyang was also observing the situation inside his body. He was surprised to find that Madman's divine power instantly devoured the evil force. It works. Madman's eyes lit up. After devouring all the evil force, the divine power quickly returned to Madman's body. How is it? Yi Zhong and the others looked nervously at Madman. No. Madman shook his head and sighed. This. Yi Zhong and the others froze and their expressions were filled with disappointment. Madman looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. I'm just teasing you. I can devour it. Can. The group of people was stunned for a moment before glaring at the madman. Bastard, how can you joke about this? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon roared. Just livening up the atmosphere. Madman grinned. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon rolled his eyes. Yi Zhong and the others also wished they could give the madman a good beating. However, this was great news for them. Madman could directly devour the evil force in their bodies and they didn't have to worry about being corroded by the evil force. Then they could continue to search for treasures in Fallen Valley. For us dragons, he is really a lucky star. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon sighed. The other ancestral dragons also secretly agreed. Although they didn't like Madman, it was undeniable that Madman's existence was indispensable to them dragons. Madman was destined to become the person who changed the fate of the dragons. Come, come, come. All of you, line up for me and wait for me to pamper you. Madman grinned. Pamper? Everyone's mouth twitched. If this was heard by outsiders, they would probably think that they had some unspeakable relationship. He was indeed a jerk who didn't know what to do. Soon. The evil force in Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons, and the beast emperors were all devoured by Madman. In the end, only the Chief Pavilion Lord was left. But looking at the Chief Pavilion Lord, Madman didn't make a move and his face was full of ridicule. Cough, cough. Little Madman, don't go too far. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon secretly said. Master, this disciple doesn't feel comfortable hearing this. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Madman was dissatisfied. Shameless. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon rolled his eyes at him. What do you want now? The Chief Pavilion Lord looked at Madman gloomily. I am very curious, what does your face hidden in the fog look like? Madman said. From the beginning until now, the Chief Pavilion Master had been shrouded in a layer of mist. Therefore, neither Qin Feiyang nor Madman knew her true appearance. Hearing this, the Chief Pavilion Lord fell silent. Qin Feiyang was also slightly taken aback by Madman's question. Then, he noticed that Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons, and even the Beast Emperor and Wang Ming were all staring at the Chief Pavilion Lord curiously. What was going on? Could it be that even these people had never seen the Chief Pavilion Lord's true appearance? If that was the case, then there was a problem. After all, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons were all top powerhouses in Divine Land, and their status was not inferior to the Chief Pavilion Lords at all. And the Beast Emperor was the Chief Pavilion Lord's ally. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also subordinates of the Chief Pavilion Lord and the Beast Emperor. If they hadn't seen the Chief Pavilion Lord's true appearance even with such a relationship, who would believe that there was no problem? Yi Zhong's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, then you can reveal your true appearance. Damn, I really don't know. Qin Feiyang muttered in disbelief and said telepathically, Master, you really haven't seen her true appearance? No. I'm afraid that in this world, the only person who has seen her true appearance is Long Zun. Yi Zhong thought to himself. That's too mysterious. Qin Feiyang muttered, the curiosity in his eyes growing. Who knew what the Chief Pavilion Lord was thinking about with his face shrouded in mist? But the atmosphere was very heavy. Suddenly, the Chief Pavilion Lord said, we will withdraw from Fallen Valley. What? You'd rather withdraw from Fallen Valley than reveal your true appearance? Everyone was stunned. What kind of face was hidden under the mist? Why was the Chief Pavilion Lord so afraid of others seeing her true appearance? With that, the Chief Pavilion Lord actually turned around and walked out of the barrier. Qin Feiyang asked telepathically, "Senior brother Madman, do you have any thoughts?" "Of course. The more this woman is like this, the more interested I am." Madman laughed inwardly and said disdainfully, "Don't worry, I was just joking. Do you think I'm really interested in an old witch like you?" The chief pavilion lord suddenly turned around and stared at Madman. "I'm warning you, don't speak rudely again." Okay. Madman waved his hand and said, "Come over, I'll help you absorb the evil power." The chief pavilion lord was silent for a moment, then slowly walked in front of Madman and raised his arm. Madman also raised his hand and grabbed the chief pavilion lord's wrist. At that moment, a cold chill came from the chief pavilion lord's skin. "This skin is pretty good, isn't it, an old witch?" Madman muttered and even rubbed it a few times in enjoyment. Chapter 2671. He didn't feel any wrinkles on the chief pavilion master's skin. Tender. Delicate. Just like the skin of a young woman. "What are you doing?" The chief pavilion master noticed Madman's abnormality and immediately said angrily. Nothing. Madman shook his head and quickly devoured the divine power in the chief pavilion master's body. The chief pavilion master also shook off Madman's hand. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, "Senior Martial Brother Frenzy, you look like you're enjoying yourself." Cough cough. Madman's face turned red and he said, "You don't say, this woman shouldn't be ugly." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I thought it was because she was ugly that she didn't dare to show her true face. But now it seems there should be another reason." Madman said. "Another reason," Qin Feiyang whispered. "Then what reason could it be?" "There's no rush now, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Madman laughed secretly and then looked at Yi Zhong and the others. Let's continue. When they encountered the blood puppets, Yi Zhong and the others weren't so worried anymore. Madman helped them devour the evil power anyway. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. The group had already gone more than 100 miles into Fallen Valley. Everywhere they went, they didn't let go of any divine artifacts or divine arts. Now, there were already hundreds of divine artifacts and hundreds of divine arts in Madman's universe ring. And the lowest level was legendary. However, they didn't encounter a single divine artifact. They couldn't help but wonder if Fallen Valley really had a heaven-defying divine item. And the number of blood puppets they encountered along the way was no less than 200 or 300. Qin Feiyang was fine as long as he was responsible for finding treasures. But Madman was busy. Every time they encountered a blood puppet, the barrier would break. And every time the barrier broke, he would have to help everyone devour the evil power. But it seemed that devouring this evil power would bring him great benefits. Because Qin Feiyang noticed that Madman's cultivation would improve every time he devoured the evil power. "It's been more than half a month, why don't we take a break? Madman can also recover his godly power." Ancestral Dragon suggested. From the looks of it, she felt sorry for Lunatic. "All right." Yi Zhong nodded. They were fine, but they were afraid that the madman would use up too much of his godly power. The group scanned their surroundings and entered a small valley nearby. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon immediately took out a huge pile of god power pellets and god crystals and placed them in front of Madman. He said, "Hurry up and absorb them. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Madman chuckled as he sat on the ground and madly absorbed the energy of the god power pellet and the god art. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Ancestral Dragon. This Ancestral Dragon really treated the madman as his precious treasure and was afraid that he would tire him out. At this rate, the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon would definitely bring Madman to the Divine Dragon Island after leaving the Underworld King's Hell. If Madman could enter the Divine Dragon Island, it would be a good thing for him. Because at that time, Madman would be able to get close to the Dragon Sovereign and the Dragon God, and from there, find out the true strength of the Dragon God. Right now, Qin Feiyang no longer cared about the other dragons. Even the Dragon Sovereign and the other Ancestral Dragons didn't give him as much pressure as before. The only thing he was afraid of now was the Ice Dragon. He had experienced the strength of the ice dragon more than once. It was definitely an invincible existence. The most important thing was, the ice dragon and the golden small beast had a very good relationship. If the little golden beast were to attack him as well, it would be a disaster for him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang turned his head and scanned the surrounding valley. This valley was very calm. There shouldn't be any blood puppets right now. He also took out god crystals and adjusted his state. Wait. But suddenly, he glanced at Madman. Madman's godly power had already turned into evil power. How could he still absorb the energy of god crystals and god power pellets? When he secretly asked Madman, Madman also expressed that he didn't know. To tell the truth, Qin Feiyang was quite envious of Madman's current situation. Not only could he absorb evil power, he could also absorb the energy of god crystals and god power pellets. This meant that, just in this aspect alone, the Madman was superior to the others. If he didn't use soul stones, Madman's cultivation speed would definitely be many times faster than his. Dong! Just as everyone was adjusting their state, there was suddenly a series of deafening footsteps outside. At this moment, the ground trembled with the sound of the footsteps. In an instant, everyone opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the footsteps. The footsteps were still very far away. The evil power was also very strong. They couldn't see the owner of the footsteps with the naked eye. However, judging from the sound of its footsteps, it must be an extremely large blood puppet. Be on guard, Yi Zhong said in a low voice. Other than Madman, everyone got up and surrounded Madman to protect him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. This small valley began to shake. Gravel rolled down as if it was about to collapse. However, the owner of the footsteps didn't seem to notice them and walked straight past the valley. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although they didn't see the owner of the footsteps, they felt a terrifying aura. Grand Perfection 9th Heaven Realm. Although they had encountered many blood puppets in the past half a month, none of them had surpassed the Grand Perfection 9th Heaven Realm. Although there was only a small difference between the Grand Perfection 9th Heaven Realm and the Grand Perfection 9th Heaven Realm, their strength was completely different. Even they didn't want to face such a blood puppet. Dong! However, just as everyone relaxed, the footsteps suddenly paused and started walking towards them again. Everyone was surprised. Boom! Suddenly, a giant foot descended from the sky. The mountain peak on the left side of the small valley was immediately crushed by this foot. Immediately after, a huge figure appeared outside the barrier. Blood Demon Race. Yi Zhong and the others looked at the figure and couldn't help but turn pale. Madman, let's go! Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon shouted. That's right. That giant was a blood demon. It was 50 meters tall and emitted a monstrous aura. Isn't it just a blood demon puppet? What are you afraid of? Madman was puzzled. You don't understand. This blood demon puppet can transform even before night time. Yi Zhong shouted. What? It can transform even before night time. Madman was dazed. Qin Feiyang's eyes also trembled. They had known the blood demon race for a long time. Of course, they knew how strong the transformed blood demon race was. And this blood demon in front of them was 50 meters tall, which meant that his strength was on the same level as the lord of the mysterious heaven ancient city, the one-eyed giant. Because the one-eyed giant was also 50 meters tall. Qin Feiyang still remembered how powerful the one-eyed giant was after transforming. Even when facing the self-destruction of a Grand Perfection 9th Heaven Realm, it could easily block it. Let's go. Madman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately got up. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon personally took Madman out of the small valley and fled into the distance. Yi Zhong also swept up Qin Feiyang and followed closely behind Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon and Madman. The Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, the other Ancestral Dragons, and Wang Ming naturally didn't dare to be careless. Boom! When the blood demon puppet saw the group of people, its eyes instantly flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Moreover, under Qin Feiyang and Madman's incredulous gazes, it actually took a mysterious step. And this step was a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. No way. The blood demon puppet knows how to use divine arts? The two were dumbfounded. Otherwise, why do you think we're running? It can be said that this blood demon puppet is even more terrifying than the blood demon race. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. This was the truth. Although the blood demon race was strong, it was easier to kill. And it could only transform at night. But the blood demon puppet, it could transform at any time, and even if it was killed, as long as there was a bit of flesh and blood left, it could be reborn. So, facing the blood demon puppet, they should avoid it as much as possible. But this blood demon puppet didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go as it chased after them. Wherever it went, mountains collapsed and the earth collapsed, leaving behind huge footprints. Yi Zhong, the chief pavilion master, the beast emperor, and the other ancestral dragons all used auxiliary divine arts when they saw that the situation wasn't good. I hope it doesn't transform. Otherwise, after it transforms, its speed will increase greatly, and we can only fight it. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said in a deep voice. Roar! Speak of the devil. As soon as the black-clothed ancestral dragon said this, the blood demon puppet suddenly roared. Its huge body suddenly expanded wildly, and blood-red hair grew all over its body. In just a moment, its body became 500 meters tall like a giant blood-red ape, emitting a violent aura. The two of you stay here. The rest of you follow me out and quickly get rid of it. Yi Zhong decisively put down Qin Feiyang, rushed out of the barrier, and charged toward the giant blood-red ape. And when he rushed out of the barrier, he waved his old hand, and a divine barrier appeared, enveloping the madman, Qin Feiyang, and the madman's barrier. Although the barrier he set up couldn't stop the evil power from seeping in, it could block the fluctuations of the battle. In this way, with the protection of Wang Ming and the other ancestral dragon, even if they fought at close range, Qin Feiyang and the madman wouldn't be affected. The Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, and the 8 ancestral dragons definitely wouldn't dare to be careless. Almost at the same time that Yi Zhong went out, they also rushed out of the barrier. Escape? That was already unrealistic. Because once the blood demon puppet transformed, it was impossible to escape. As for the evil power in Fallen Valley, they didn't have to worry about it with the madman around. The reason for that was because they had entered the Fallen Valley before. With their strength, they were only able to last for an hour inside the evil force. As long as they could end the battle in this half an hour, return to the barrier, and let the madman devour the evil power, then their lives wouldn't be in danger. Boom! The battle began. No one dared to be sloppy. They directly evolved their supreme-level divine arts and charged toward the blood demon puppet. Qin Feiyang, what do you think? Why don't we just kill them right here? The madman looked at the battlefield with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 2672. How? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at him curiously. Simple. As long as we turn around and leave now, they will naturally die in Fallen Valley. The madman snickered. Ruthless. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He shook his head and said regretfully, but it's useless. Useless? The madman frowned. We've only ventured a little more than 100 miles into Fallen Valley. Given their cultivation, leaving Fallen Valley is as easy as taking a step or lifting a leg. At that time, they will at most be corroded by the evil power and won't be in danger of losing their lives. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That makes sense. The madman nodded. The most important thing is that even if we kill them here, they won't die. After all, they left their souls outside. So there's not much meaning in doing this. Instead, it will expose us. Of course, if this dragon god didn't suddenly jump out, it doesn't matter. But now, This dragon god has returned. We must prepare a countermeasure in advance. And my initial plan is to continue hiding and see if we can enter Divine Dragon Island. Because after entering Divine Dragon Island, we will be able to get close to the dragon god. Even if we can't get close to the dragon god, we can still get close to the dragons and princess. The dragons and princess are his wife and daughter. They definitely know him better than us. Only by understanding him will we have a chance to defeat him. Qin Feiyang said. The madman asked, so now, you don't plan to kill them? Of course we will. Although we can't completely kill them, destroying their bodies and souls will buy us a lot of time. After all, their cultivation is so high. It will take a long time to reconstruct their bodies and souls. But we have to use them to find treasures in Fallen Valley first. As you can see, the blood puppets here don't recognize anyone. Especially the blood demon puppets. Without their help, we won't be able to move an inch. Qin Feiyang said. Isn't there still King Yu and the others? Madman asked. What if we encounter a fatal crisis? What should we do? If King Yu and the others died in battle to protect us, would you feel good? It definitely won't feel good. Self-blame, guilt, uneasy conscience. But the General Pavilion Master, the Beast Emperor, and the dragons are different. It doesn't matter even if I die. In short, there's free labor, and we won't lose anything. Why don't we use it? Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Brat, you're really treacherous. When the madman heard this, his eyes were filled with disdain. Same here. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Crazy guy said in disdain, don't talk about me, I'm not as cunning as you. You're all thinking of killing them. How can you not be sinister? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Madman laughed dryly and looked up at the black dragon ancestral dragon on the battlefield. He roared, Master, do your best. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Look, on one hand, he was thinking of harming others, and on the other hand, he was cheering for others. If this wasn't sinister, then what was? Battlefield. 11 pinnacle ultimate powerhouses continued to bombard the blood demon puppets. Even the blood demon puppets on the same level as the Cyclops found it difficult to resist. 100 breaths. The blood demon puppets were blasted into pieces, their flesh and blood obliterated. Whoosh! After the battle ended, the 11 of them didn't dare to delay and immediately entered the barrier. Master, you're mighty. Crazy guy chuckled. So many of us joined forces to deal with a blood demon puppet, and it actually took us 100 breaths to deal with it. Mighty my ass. Black dragon ancestral dragon cursed. The expressions of the others were also quite ugly. The strength of the blood demon puppets was completely beyond their imagination. Fortunately, there was only one blood demon puppet. If there were 8 or 10 of them, they would probably be the ones to suffer. It's also very powerful, okay? If it were me or Li Bu, it might have directly killed us with a slap. Crazy guy said. That's true. Ancestral dragon smiled. After Crazy guy devoured the evil power in their bodies one by one, he prepared to leave the battlefield. Because the fluctuations of the battle might attract a large number of blood demon puppets. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have caught a blood shadow in the blood mist in front of him, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Crazy guy looked at him suspiciously. Why is there a blood shadow? Qin Feiyang muttered. Could it be that there was some kind of living being in this fallen valley? But that was impossible. Because even the blood demon didn't dare to enter, how could there be other living beings? It must be an illusion. Did you discover something? Yi Zhong and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Then let's hurry up and leave. Lest the blood demon puppets are attracted over. That would be troublesome. Yi Zhong said. Everyone nodded. After such a commotion, everyone was no longer in the mood to rest and hurriedly went to search for treasures. The group restrained their auras and slowly went deeper. Along the way, they encountered many divine arts and divine artifacts. They also encountered blood demon puppets frequently. 2 months later, they were 300 miles deep into the fallen valley. After searching for so many days, even Yizhong and the ancestral dragons couldn't help but feel tired. In fact, they were tired and anxious. Because until now, they hadn't even encountered a single heaven-defying divine artifact. Originally, before they came in, they all had great expectations. But as the days passed, they didn't even find a single heaven-defying divine artifact. This was a kind of torture for them. Wait! Suddenly, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon waved his hand and stopped, looking ahead in surprise. Everyone thought that they had encountered another blood demon puppet, so they all slammed on the brakes, their faces full of vigilance. There seems to be an aura of a seal. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon muttered. An aura of a seal. Qin Feiyang and Crazy Guy's eyes suddenly trembled. If there was an aura of a seal, didn't that mean that they had encountered a heaven-defying divine artifact? They hurriedly sensed carefully. After a short while, the two clenched their hands, and there was indeed an aura of a seal in the void. Over here, let's go over and take a look. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon pointed to the left, and after speaking, he hurriedly ran over. Yizhong and the others also couldn't wait to follow. What's going on? From the looks of it, they seem to know that there is a heaven-defying divine artifact with a seal. Crazy Guy transmitted his voice. It's not their first time in the Nether King's hell. What's so strange about them knowing? What we need to do now is to not let these heaven-defying divine artifacts fall into their hands. Qin Feiyang thought. What's there to think about? We have already agreed in advance that the first heaven-defying divine artifact will belong to me. Crazy Guy said. You really believe it? Qin Feiyang was speechless. What? They dare to lie to me? Crazy Guy was satisfied and disdainful. I know what you are capable of. Without you, they won't be able to continue searching for treasures in the Fallen Valley. And Yizhong and the other ancestral dragons will definitely not go back on their words. After all, their goal isn't 1 or 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts, but to search the entire Fallen Valley. But the Chief Pavilion Lord is different. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone. Tell me. Crazy Guy said. Why did the dragons bring her along? It's very simple, the dragons don't really treat her as an ally, just like how we are using the dragons now, purely because of her strength and want her to be a free laborer. She is also very clear about this point. Not to mention 1 or 2, even if she finds 100 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the dragons won't let her get one. And everyone here, except for the Beast Emperor, is her opponent. But the Beast Emperor won't help her openly. In other words, she's all alone. You can imagine her situation. If there is a chance to obtain a heaven-defying divine artifact, do you think she will be lenient? She definitely won't be lenient. She will definitely snatch it and then leave the Fallen Valley to hide and refine the evil force in her body. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. She dares. If she does this, she will definitely anger the dragons. At that time, not only her, but the entire treasure pavilion will be destroyed because of her stupid actions. Crazy Guy said. Big brother, do you think the value of a heaven-defying divine artifact can't be compared to the treasure pavilion? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Crazy Guy was stunned. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although the treasure pavilion's forces were spread throughout the ancient world and had endless wealth, it really couldn't be compared to a heaven-defying divine artifact. Because the value of a heaven-defying divine artifact was reflected in its combat power. This was something that nothing could replace. If he had to choose, he would also choose a heaven-defying divine artifact instead of the treasure pavilion. A heaven-defying divine artifact is the greatest existence in this world apart from the sovereign weapon. Every heaven-defying divine artifact has the ability to destroy heaven and earth. If the Chief Pavilion Lord really gets a heaven-defying divine artifact, it might even cause the dragons to be afraid and not dare to attack her. Because if they really go all out, a heaven-defying divine artifact is enough to make the dragons pay a heavy price. After all, the dragons don't even have a single heaven-defying divine artifact. The only sovereign divine weapon, but it's not something they can control. Qin Feiyang thought. Makes sense. Looks like we do have to be wary of her. Crazy guy muttered. At the same time, the Beast Emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. His eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice. Cloud Supreme, if there really is a heaven-defying divine artifact later, you must snatch it. Snatch? The Chief Pavilion Lord was shocked. Don't worry. The Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts have been snatched away by Qin Feiyang. The dragons today are not as strong as before. Even if you snatch the heaven-defying divine artifact, as long as you can return to the divine land alive, the dragons won't dare to do anything to you. The Beast Emperor thought. The Chief Pavilion Lord pondered for a while and asked secretly, "What about you?" "I definitely can't make a move. After all, it wasn't easy for me to gain Longzuan's trust." The Beast Emperor transmitted his voice. "Okay." The Chief Pavilion Lord replied secretly with a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 2673. A moment passed. A square appeared in the blood mist in front of them. The square was about 50 to 60 feet tall, and there was a stone pillar several meters tall in the middle. And at the top of the stone pillar, there was a long iron box. The iron box was about 2 meters long and 1 foot wide. There was no brilliance in the whole body, and it looked extremely ordinary. But Qin Feiyang looked at the iron box, and his eyes flickered. Because the seal aura they sensed came from this iron box. Obviously. Inside the iron box was a heaven-defying artifact. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. After working hard for so long, I finally found a heaven-defying artifact. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons were also overjoyed. The Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor were also full of smiles, but there was a trace of coldness hidden under their smiles. However, although they were excited, they did not lose their minds. And no one rushed towards the square. Because there was a group of blood puppets on all sides of the square. That's right. Not 1 or 2, but a group, a total of 500 to 600. And these blood puppets were all at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and gradually frowned. What's wrong? Yi Zhong was stunned and turned to look at him suspiciously. Everyone knows that these blood puppets have no consciousness. Logically speaking, they should be the same as the blood puppets we encountered before, wandering around Fallen Valley like ghosts. But the blood puppets here, they are actually gathered together and wandering around the square. Looking at them, it seems more like they are guarding the iron box, Qin Feiyang pondered. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. That's right. Why was it like this? Qin Feiyang said, this feeling, as if someone is secretly controlling them. Speaking of this. Then, he recalled the blood shadow that he had accidentally captured back then. Could it be that it was not an illusion at that time? Were there really living creatures in Fallen Valley? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a chill down his spine. The danger of Fallen Valley was obvious to all. How terrifying were the living creatures that could survive here? Control. When Yi Zhong and the others heard Qin Feiyang's words, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. If there really was someone controlling these blood puppets from the shadows, then this person, he didn't dare to think about it. They really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Li Bu, you are just exaggerating. This might just be a coincidence. The Beast Emperor suddenly said. I hope it's just a coincidence. Qin Feiyang muttered. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's hurry up and attack. The Chief Pavilion Master said. That's right. Are we going to give up just because someone is manipulating us from the shadows? I believe that no one wants to give up. The Beast Emperor added. Who? Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons took a deep breath. That was right. Even if someone was controlling these blood puppets, they still had to fight for them. Furthermore, this was just Li Buer's imagination and could not be taken seriously. Attack! Let's end this quickly. Yi Zhong shouted. Kill! Immediately. The 11 overlords rushed out of the enchantment and charged towards the blood puppets. Just like last time, Yi Zhong set up another enchantment outside Qin Feiyang to ensure their safety. Boom! The battle began. 500 to 600 blood puppets were like a group of cold-blooded devils. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirst as they pounced towards the 11 people. All kinds of divine arts clashed in the air. Boom! Crack! The ground around them collapsed and sank. However, the square was still intact. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist approached the battlefield and watched this scene. Qin Feiyang suddenly asked, "Senior brother mad scientist, did you notice a strange phenomenon?" "What strange phenomenon?" The mad scientist was suspicious. "I remember that when we fought with the blood demon last time, it seemed to be in this direction too. But why weren't the blood puppets here alerted when they were so close? Also, logically speaking, given the cultivation of Yi Zhong's group and the blood demon puppets, the ripples of their battle should have spread to half of Fallen Valley. But when we first came here, there were no traces of damage. But it's only 200 miles away. Is that normal?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The mad scientist was dazed for a moment and then nodded. "Now that you mention it, it's a bit strange. Is there something else hidden in Fallen Valley?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "Let's retreat." "Retreat?" The mad scientist paused and asked, "Prepare to kill them?" "What are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "I thought of a possibility, so I want to test it out." "Okay." The mad scientist nodded and started to retreat with Qin Feiyang. Wang Ming and the mad scientist followed the two of them to protect them. 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles. When they retreated 5 kilometers away, a trace of astonishment appeared on their faces. Because when they retreated here, they couldn't hear the sound of Yi Zhong's group and the blood demon puppets fighting, nor could they feel the ripples of the battle. In other words, the sound and ripples of the battle could only travel 10 miles at most. No way. Although they're suppressing their cultivation, they're still at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. If a battle between experts of this level were to take place outside, even if they were millions of miles away, they would be able to sense it clearly. The mad scientist was shocked. It seems that Fallen Valley can suppress the ripples of battle. It should have something to do with the evil power here, Qin Feiyang said. Because this was the only explanation. The evil power in Fallen Valley was completely different from the evil power outside. The evil power, the mad scientist scanned the blood mist outside the barrier and said, "There's something I haven't told you yet." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang paused. The mad scientist said, "Something in Fallen Valley seems to be summoning me." "What?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "I don't know what's summoning me, but I feel very close and it seems to be very important to me." The mad scientist shook his head, his face full of confusion. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where does the power that's summoning you come from?" "The depths." The mad scientist said. "The depths." Qin Feiyang looked at the depths of Fallen Valley. Although he couldn't see anything, he believed the mad scientist's words. Since the mad scientist said there was, then there must be. However, Madman's various actions were indeed inconceivable. Not only could he absorb the evil power outside, he could even absorb the unusual evil power in Fallen Valley. Could the mad scientist really be related to the Nether King Hell? Wait. I remember that before entering the Nether King Hell, you said that someone told you that if you have the chance to enter the Nether King Hell, you must come and take a look. Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. It's the old senior who taught me the heaven-defying technique. The mad scientist nodded. Who is he? Qin Feiyang was curious. I don't know who he is. I only heard his voice, but I have never seen him in person. The mad scientist seemed to be hiding something. Qin Feiyang saw it but didn't expose him. This was because everyone had a little secret in their heart. For example, himself. The Shadowless who had been secretly helping him, encouraging him, and teaching him was the secret in his heart. Therefore, the mad scientist wasn't willing to say and he couldn't force him. Since this person asked you to come to the Nether King Hell, could it be that he already expected you to be able to absorb the evil power? Qin Feiyang asked. This, I really haven't heard him mention it. I always thought that the reason why I can absorb the evil power in the Nether King Hell is because of the heaven-defying technique that I cultivate. But when I entered Fallen Valley, I realized that it shouldn't be that simple. The mad scientist frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You really have a lot of secrets. I am also quite puzzled. The mad scientist smiled bitterly. I reckon that the only one who knows the truth and can explain it clearly is the old senior who taught you the heaven-defying technique. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The mad scientist nodded. Don't think too much. Instead, we have to go deeper. When we reach the depths, we will naturally know what is summoning you. Let's keep an eye on the Chief Pavilion Master first. Don't let her snatch that divine item. Qin Feiyang said. Don't even think about it. The mad scientist snorted coldly and quickly approached the battlefield with Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming. It had to be said. Yi Zhong and the others were indeed very strong. In such a short time, more than half of the 500 to 600 blood puppets had been slaughtered by them. Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor even activated the Law of Fire. All the blood puppets that were killed were immediately burned by the Law of Fire, not giving them any chance to revive. Another short while passed. Finally, not a single blood puppet was left. They were all killed. Although these blood puppets are not as good as the blood demon puppets, they are still troublesome to deal with. Yi Zhong shook his head. Yes. Everyone nodded. Immediately after, everyone stared at the iron box on the stone pillar in the center of the square, their faces full of greed. Crack. Boom. However, at this moment, the ground under everyone's feet suddenly began to shatter. Roar. Accompanied by a series of ruthless roars, 10 huge figures rushed out from the ground. Blood demon puppets. Everyone turned pale with fright. That's right. The ones that suddenly rushed out from the ground were the blood demon puppets. Moreover, the lowest height was 40 meters. The tallest blood demon puppet was even 60 meters tall. A total of 10. How could they fight against 10 blood demon puppets? The mad scientist roared, "Kill them before they transform." His words woke everyone up. Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others pounced on the 10 blood demon puppets. Yi Zhong and the 8 ancestral dragons each took one. The Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master joined forces to kill one of the blood demon puppets. Because there were only 10 blood demon puppets. On Yi Zhong's side, there were a total of 11 people. If the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor could quickly kill one of them, it would be a good thing for everyone. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Without waiting for them to attack, the 10 blood demon puppets instantly transformed. Their bodies that were hundreds of meters tall were like ancient giants, emitting a violent and fierce aura. Boom! After transforming, the 10 blood demon puppets waved their mountain-like fists and smashed towards Yi Zhong and the others. Chapter 2674. Boom! In the face of the 10 blood demon puppets' punches, even though Yi Zhong and the others had evolved a supreme-level divine art in order to kill them in one blow, they were still no match for the 10 blood demon puppets. Even when the supreme-level divine art smashed into the 10 blood demon puppets' fists, it didn't cause them to retreat a single step. On the contrary, the supreme-level divine art of Yi Zhong and the others was shattered by the 10 blood demon puppets' fists. That was right. Just one punch was enough to shatter the supreme-level divine art of Yi Zhong and the others. Furthermore, that huge fist, that terrifying power, suddenly landed on their bodies. Poof! Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others were sent flying and smashed into the mountain behind them, blood gushing out of their mouths. In just one round, Yi Zhong and the others were seriously injured. Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master would be better off. After all, it was 2 against 1. But even so, their faces were as pale as paper. The situation isn't good. Madman's gaze darkened. Qin Feiyang also nodded. When they first encountered the blood demon puppets, Yi Zhong and the others could easily deal with them because there was only one. Think about it. If 11 people working together couldn't even deal with one blood demon puppet, would they still be the strongest existences in the ancient world? But now, there were a total of 10 blood demon puppets. This was almost a one-on-one situation. Even Yi Zhong and the others didn't have much confidence. Young Lord, why don't Yang Li and I go and help them? Wang Ming asked telepathically. Wang Ming and Yang Li had been guarding Qin Feiyang the whole time. This was their duty. They didn't need to care about anything else, they just needed to protect Qin Feiyang. But the current situation was already beyond what Yi Zhong and the others could handle. Thus, they couldn't sit back and do nothing. Don't make a move. After all, Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master know your methods like the back of their hands. In short, I didn't ask you to make a move, so just stay by my side obediently. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Yes. The two replied respectfully. He then looked at Yi Zhong and the others. They got up from the ground one after another. His head and face were covered in dust, and he looked extremely miserable. His complexion turned even uglier. Who would have thought that there would be 10 blood demon puppets lying in ambush here? Wait a minute. Ambush? Blood puppets had no consciousness, so how could they possibly set up an ambush? Could it be, was it really as Qin Feiyang had said, that someone was controlling these blood puppets from behind the scenes? Thinking of this, the group of people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts as they hurriedly scanned their surroundings. However, he didn't find anyone suspicious in his surroundings. He didn't sense any unfamiliar aura either. The Beast Emperor's gaze flickered as he transmitted his voice, Supreme Cloud, this is our chance. Quick. Understood. The Chief Pavilion Master secretly responded and shouted, you guys hold them back, I'll go get the iron box. After saying that, the Chief Pavilion Master rushed toward the iron box. Regarding this, Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons did not suspect anything. In their opinion, the Chief Pavilion Master did not have the guts to act recklessly. Boom! They released their auras and charged toward the 10 blood demon puppets with the Beast Emperor. However, Qin Feiyang and Madman had cold smiles in their eyes. Sure enough, they were right. What's the plan? Madman thought. We definitely can't expose her now. Because when confronted by Yi Zhong and the others, she can completely deny it. We have to wait until she escapes with the heaven-defying treasure before stopping her. This way, she won't be able to defend herself. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then let's do it. Leave a clone here to confuse her. Madman smiled secretly, and a clone appeared. Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming also left a clone behind and then quietly retreated. The attention of the Beast Emperor, Yi Zhong, and the others was on the 10 blood demon puppets. The Chief Pavilion Master's attention was also on the iron box. Thus, no one noticed that the 4 of them had already left. Boom! Yi Zhong and the others clashed with the 10 blood demon puppets again. With their strength, it wasn't a problem for them to stall for a while. Whoosh! The Chief Pavilion Master had already flown to the top of the stone pillar and stared at the iron box close at hand with green light in his eyes. She stretched out her trembling hand and grabbed the iron box. As soon as the iron box was in her hand, she couldn't help but be overjoyed, and her gaze also glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others outside the battlefield. There was a hint of mockery in her eyes. So what if she wasn't afraid of the power of evil? Didn't the heaven-defying treasure still fall into her hands? In this day and age, one had to be smart. Everything else was meaningless. She glanced at Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons. A bunch of idiots. You guys can fight slowly, I'll take the heaven-defying treasure and leave first. Swish. The chief pavilion master retracted her gaze and looked around. Then, she directly put away the iron box, turned around, and disappeared into the blood fog, running out of Fallen Valley. Seeing this, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon god were stunned. She didn't come to help and left directly. They were definitely not stupid, and they quickly realized that she was trying to escape with the treasure. Escaping with the treasure in front of them? She must have eaten dog guts. Bastard. You're courting death. Yi Zhong and the others were furious. Ignoring the 10 blood demon puppets, they turned around and chased after the chief pavilion master. A hint of a smile flashed in the Beast Emperor's eyes, and he quickly chased after them. The 10 blood demon puppets also chased after them expressionlessly. Moreover, they were even faster than Yi Zhong and the others, who had also activated the supreme-level auxiliary divine technique. With this heaven-defying treasure, who will I be afraid of? Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, you guys probably wouldn't have thought that I would get a heaven-defying treasure so easily. The chief pavilion master ran quickly while laughing non-stop. He was so happy that flowers bloomed. The situation of the dragon-slaying palace was actually not too complicated. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang had been tolerating Supreme Cloud and the Beast Emperor because they could provide a lot of resources to the dragon-slaying palace. Resources were needless to say. They were indispensable to every force. It was the same. Supreme Cloud and the Beast Emperor were also very wary of Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. Because Qin Badian had a heaven-defying treasure. If resources were the foundation to maintain the normal operation of a force, then a heaven-defying treasure would be the backing of a force. It was also because of this heaven-defying treasure that the dragon-slaying palace had the qualifications to challenge the dragons. Therefore, these two parties were wary of each other. But it was different now. The chief pavilion master had obtained a heaven-defying treasure. When facing Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang again, he was naturally more confident than before. And from now on, he would have more say in the dragon-slaying palace. In short, the benefits that a heaven-defying divine artifact could bring were simply too much. You're courting death. How dare you snatch something that belongs to us, the dragons? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Stop right now and give us the treasure obediently. We can still forgive you. But if you continue to be stubborn, let me tell you, not only you, but even your treasure pavilion will be removed from the ancient realm. The various ancestral dragons roared from behind. With a heaven-defying treasure, why would I care about the treasure pavilion? Remove? Up to you. Besides, do you have the qualifications now? Don't forget that you dragons don't even have a single heaven-defying treasure now. The chief pavilion master sneered without turning his head. All right. You asked for it. The black dragon ancestral dragon shouted. Huh, what's the point of saying so much? Catch up with me if you can. The chief pavilion master laughed. Using a supreme-level auxiliary technique, he swept out of Fallen Valley like lightning. Without the obstruction of the blood fog, his field of vision opened up. However, before the chief pavilion master could rejoice, a blood barrier suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. What is this? The chief pavilion master turned pale with fright. Immediately after, his cultivation plummeted to the half-step 9th heaven realm. This, the chief pavilion master was stunned. This was so familiar. This was the domain of the blood demon. Why would the domain of the blood demon appear here? Hello. Suddenly, another mocking laughter rang out. The voice was also extremely familiar. The chief pavilion master's face became extremely ferocious. He suddenly looked up at the sky above the domain of the blood demon and saw 4 figures standing in the void above. It was Qin Feiyang, Madman, and Wang Ming. The chief pavilion master roared, "How could you?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We have long seen through your little tricks." Hearing this, the chief pavilion master's face turned pale. And, before you escaped just now, you must have specially looked at us and mocked us in your heart. I can even think of mocking us in your heart. But I'm sorry, that's just our clones. Madman grinned. Clones. The chief pavilion master's eyes trembled. Were these two little bastards human or ghost? Why were their brains so scary? Just now, she was still mocking the two of them. Only those with brains could survive in this world, and everything else was just floating clouds. But in the blink of an eye, she was slapped hard by the two of them. It turned out that she was the stupidest one. Boom. Suddenly, in Fallen Valley, the sound of battle rang out again. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked up at Fallen Valley and frowned slightly. Obviously, Yi Zhong and the others were caught up by the 10 blood demon puppets, and the battle began again. After all, after transforming, the blood demon's strength and speed would increase greatly. And although Yi Zhong and the others had mastered a supreme auxiliary divine art, the 10 blood demon puppets must have it too. In other words, Yi Zhong and the others couldn't come out to kill the chief pavilion master now. Haha, hearing the battle fluctuations, the chief pavilion master also laughed. As long as Yi Zhong and the others didn't come out, it was still an opportunity for her. And this opportunity was to eliminate Qin Feiyang and Madman. Do you think you have the right to be arrogant just because Yi Zhong and the others haven't come out? Madman retracted his gaze and looked down at the chief pavilion master with contempt. Don't you have it? The chief pavilion master smiled coldly. If it's outside, then there is. But in hell, you're just at the great perfection 9th heaven's realm. Madman said. Great perfection 9th heaven's realm? The chief pavilion master was slightly taken aback, and the sneer in his eyes deepened. I really hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Step back, I'll kill her. Boom. Madman's aura erupted, and he instantly rushed into the blood demon domain and punched at the chief pavilion master. Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming really didn't make a move. They stood outside the blood demon domain and watched quietly. Chapter 2675. You really think you're something? The chief pavilion master snorted. Although Madman's cultivation had plummeted to the half-step 9th heaven's realm, he was only at the initial 9th heaven's realm. For her, it was nothing at all. Boom! A wave of water rolled out, exuding an apocalyptic aura. The law of water. The power of law is above all other powers. Madman might not be her opponent. Wang Ming transmitted his voice. No rush. If we really can't beat her, then we'll help. Qin Feiyang said. Although he had sparred with Madman before, he didn't know much about his strength. Moreover, Madman rarely made a move. Generally, when he made a move, it was like crushing dry weeds. In such a situation, it was hard to see Madman's true strength. What he was most curious about was the blood demon art. Madman had once said that there was a 5th move, but until now, he had never seen it. Boom! The wave of water seemed to cover the sky and the earth as it rushed toward Madman. Madman didn't dodge at all and punched out. With a loud bang, Madman was actually forced back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, at the moment of collision, the law of water erupted with an apocalyptic aura, and the blood demon domain immediately collapsed. The chief pavilion master's cultivation also instantly recovered to the 9th heaven's realm. Oh no! Without the suppression of cultivation, Madman is even less likely to be her opponent. Yang Li exclaimed. Qin Feiyang was silent. If Madman only had this much means, he definitely wouldn't dare to challenge the chief pavilion master. Your divine art has lost its effect, let me see what else you have. The chief pavilion master smiled coldly. With her cultivation recovered to the 9th heaven's realm, she was naturally more confident. Sunflower water god cannon, arrow rain. With a point of her finger, divine power poured out like a waterfall, turning into countless water arrows that shattered the void and the earth. They were densely packed as they rushed toward Madman. The aura was terrifying beyond compare. This was a supreme-grade deity art. But this. Madman didn't panic at all, and instead revealed a cynical smile. Boom. With a thought. The third move of the blood demon suddenly appeared. Bloodthirsty Demon King. His body was hundreds of feet tall, and he wore blood-red armor. He also held a blood-red halberd in his hand. He looked like a demon king. A monstrous murderous aura enveloped the entire area. Kill. Madman waved his hand, and Bloodthirsty Demon King immediately brandished the halberd in his hand, slashing through the sky towards the rain of arrows. Rumble. Clang. Immediately, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded in this world. A destructive aura spread out in all directions. Puff. Within a few breaths, the Bloodthirsty Demon King shattered into pieces. Madman was also sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. One is at the minor success stage of the Nine Heavens realm, and the other is at the perfection stage of the Nine Heavens realm. The difference between their cultivations is simply too great. Wang Ming shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. The madman's blood demon art had indeed reached the supreme level. But as Wang Ming had said, the domain of the blood devil had lost its effect. Even if Madman had a supreme divine art, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Chief Pavilion Master. Because the difference in cultivation couldn't be made up for. You dare to be arrogant in front of me again and again with just this little strength? If it weren't for Yi Zhong and the others, I would have already killed you. However, I also have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to snatch this heaven-defying treasure. Chief Pavilion Master chuckled. Victory was in his hands. Aren't you being arrogant a little too early? Madman grinned. Chief Pavilion Master raised his eyebrows. Why was he still acting so frivolous even now? His strength was right in front of him. Even if the divine art couldn't kill the other party, he still had the power of laws. Didn't the other party realize this? Show me what you have. Otherwise, when I make my move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Madman said. Inadvertently, he exuded a monstrous domineering aura. Courting death. Chief Pavilion Master was furious. How dare he look down on him? All of a sudden, the aura on her body changed drastically. A bone-piercing cold current broke out of her body and swept in all directions. The world suddenly turned into a cold winter. The cold current penetrated into the bone marrow, making Qin Feiyang and the others shiver. This is the second style of the Sunflower Water Temple, Ice Seal. The extreme of water, turning into ice. This style is more powerful than the previous one. Wang Ming secretly said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the sky. He found that it was actually snowing like goose feathers. It was as if it was really winter. Moreover, these snowflakes were beyond imagination. Each one was the size of an adult's palm. Densely packed. But in an instant, the whole world turned white. The cold current entered the body, the limbs quickly stiffened, and even the blood was frozen. Ice Seal. With a low shout from the Chief Pavilion Master, the snowflakes all over the sky rushed toward Madman. There wasn't a very strong aura, but it gave people a great sense of crisis. Boom! In an instant, Madman was drowned by the snowflakes. The moment the snowflakes met Madman, they melted and turned into terrifying cold air, drilling into Madman's body. The next moment, Madman turned into an ice sculpture. Young Lord, save him. Because if the Chief Pavilion Master destroys the ice sculpture now, Madman's body will also be shattered. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save him. Wang Ming secretly shouted. Qin Feiyang didn't speak, nor did he make a move. He had confidence in Madman. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he must have a way to deal with it. I really don't understand. What ability do you have to be so arrogant with me? The chief pavilion master looked at the ice sculpture that Madman had turned into, his eyes full of contempt. Immediately after, she suddenly raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, two cold lights bursting out of her eyes. Wash your neck clean, I'll kill you later. Kill me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and said with a faint smile, wait until you kill Madman first. It's too easy for me to kill him now. Open your eyes wide and watch for me. The chief pavilion master's murderous aura burst out, and she rushed to the ice sculpture that Madman had turned into, and raised her hand to slap it. As long as the ice sculpture shattered, Madman's body would also shatter. She had used this move to kill who knew how many strong enemies, so she was full of confidence. However, just as she was about to slap it, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly emerged from the ice sculpture. With a crack, the ice on Madman's body immediately shattered. The Madman also appeared. The chief pavilion master's body stiffened. He could actually break free? So cold. She looked at Madman again. He stood in place, holding his shoulders with both hands, his body shivering. His face was also pale. Although he had broken free, the cold current entered his body, making him feel an unprecedented cold. And the moment he was frozen, he really felt that he was going to die. Fortunately, he had a way to break the ice, otherwise he would really be killed by the chief pavilion master. This is impossible. The chief pavilion master shook her head. Her face was full of disbelief. A ninth heaven stage cultivator could actually break the ice? Even if Madman used a supreme level god art, it was impossible. Because the sunflower water god cannon was also a supreme level god art. So strange, Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at Madman's eyes, there seemed to be a trace of bewilderment. What strange? Wang Ming and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang didn't answer, and kept staring at Madman. Don't dawdle. What other methods do you have? Hurry up and use them. Madman flexed his muscles and bones, looked at the chief pavilion master who was close at hand, and laughed cruelly. Hearing this, the chief pavilion master immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the palm that he hadn't slapped out before suddenly slapped at Madman's chest. Madman bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Suddenly, a set of blood-red armor appeared on his body, and a murderous aura filled the sky. The chief pavilion master's palm actually didn't cause any harm to Madman when it hit the armor. Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It had actually been upgraded to the supreme level? He had already seen the armor on Madman's body when they sparred on Turtle King Island. This wasn't a divine weapon, but a divine art. Compared to before, the armor had become even stronger, and had already reached the level of a supreme level god art. The chief pavilion master's palm was just an ordinary palm, and naturally couldn't break the defense of the armor. You have quite a lot of methods. But so what, the power of laws can kill everything in seconds. The chief pavilion master roared. The law of water appeared again, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions. Apart from the power of laws, what other methods do you have? Madman raised his eyebrows. Boom! A terrifying murderous aura erupted. Madman's long hair instantly turned blood-red, as if a demon king had appeared. His pupils also seemed to be dyed in blood, and he emitted a shocking murderous aura. This murderous aura, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. This murderous aura was even more terrifying than when he activated the kill word art. And this murderous aura also gave him a very familiar feeling. The law of slaughter. That's right. The murderous aura that Madman exuded was exactly the same as Shweta and King Yu's law of slaughter. Madman had already mastered the law of slaughter? But how was this possible? Madman's cultivation was only at the Nine Heavens realm. Besides, Madman had been with him ever since he entered Divine Land. Even if he had comprehended the law of slaughter, he should know about it. Wait a minute. Could it be that Madman was deliberately hiding it so that he could find a suitable opportunity to give him a surprise? This is, at the same time. The chief pavilion master, Wang Ming, and Yang Li were also bewildered. The law of slaughter? They didn't want to admit it. But at this moment, Madman's murderous aura, if it wasn't the law of slaughter, then what was it? I thought that as the chief pavilion master, you should have a lot of methods, but I didn't expect you to only have the sunflower water god cannon. You really made me look forward to it for nothing. The power of laws, in front of me, the power of laws that you've just entered is just a joke. Now, I'll let you experience the power of laws at the initial stage. As soon as Madman finished speaking, a monstrous blood light suddenly emerged and blasted toward the chief pavilion master's law of water. The two great powers of laws collided with a loud bang. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the void collapsed. Poof! The chief pavilion master spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his entire body crashed into the ground behind him like a meteorite. Along with billowing dust and smoke, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared. Chapter 2676. It's really the power of laws. Qin Feiyang murmured. This guy actually comprehended the power of laws without anyone noticing? Not good enough. He didn't even tell him such an important thing. Then again, this lunatic's potential was really terrifying. Because as far as he knew, the only people who could comprehend the power of laws before stepping into the imperishable realm were him and the lunatic. They're both monsters. Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other and couldn't help but feel weak physically and mentally. As the divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, who knew how long they had been in the imperishable realm? But until now, they hadn't comprehended a single power of laws. And as far as they knew, currently, there were only a handful of people who had comprehended the power of laws in the entire divine land. The Dragon Slayer Palace had Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, Venerable Beast, and Supreme Cloud. The dragons had Venerable Dragon and Yizhong. The dragon god naturally didn't need to be mentioned. With such a powerful cultivation, he must have comprehended the power of laws. Other than that, there was no one else. And everyone knew that it was impossible to comprehend the power of laws before reaching the imperishable realm. But in front of them, Qin Feiyang and the lunatic actually comprehended the power of laws before breaking through to the imperishable realm. What kind of monsters were they? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The chief pavilion master got up from the ground, his hair disheveled as he stared at the lunatic. His face covered in mist was full of disbelief. It was already shocking that Qin Feiyang could comprehend the power of laws before breaking through to the imperishable realm. But now, another lunatic came out. Impossible? What you can't do doesn't mean that others can't do it. So, please don't judge others with your shallow vision. Especially me. The lunatic smiled domineeringly, and the law of slaughter rolled out, overwhelming the chief pavilion master. I don't believe it. The chief pavilion master roared hysterically. The law of water surged out, carrying a monstrous aura as it rushed toward the law of slaughter. Boom! The two powers of laws met again. Just like before, there was no suspense at all. The madman's slaughter laws were completely unstoppable. The chief pavilion master was sent flying again, blood spurting out of his mouth. Blood devil domain. Madman let out a low roar, and the blood demon domain opened again, instantly enveloping the chief pavilion master. His cultivation base had plummeted to the half-nine heavens realm. Following closely, the madman waved his hand, and the law of slaughter instantly turned into a blood-colored arrow that shot into the chief pavilion master's forehead. Ah! With a shrill scream, the head of the chief pavilion master exploded on the spot. His divine soul was also instantly annihilated. So strong. Wang Ming and the other man were utterly horrified. Was this the strength of a madman? All along, their attention had been on Qin Feiyang, but little did they know that this madman was also a terrifying monster that was not the slightest bit inferior to Qin Feiyang. How terrifying would a person like him be if he stepped into the imperishable realm? Trash. The madman smiled disdainfully, and the blood demon domain dissipated. Boom! But at that moment, a terrifying aura emerged in the sky. The madman looked up and saw the power of the law of light descending from the sky. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also stunned, and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Because the person who had suddenly attacked the madman was none other than Qin Feiyang. Attacking the madman? What was young lord doing? Seeing this, the madman didn't say anything, and directly mobilized the law of slaughter to attack the law of light. Boom! The two powers of laws met. The scene of a crushing force appeared once again. Under the madman's law of slaughter, Qin Feiyang's law of light was instantly annihilated like a baby. Qin Feiyang retreated a few steps, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You want to try again? The madman waved his hand and withdrew the law of slaughter, looking at Qin Feiyang mockingly. How would I dare? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. So young lord was just testing how strong the madman's law of slaughter was. Wang Ming and Yang Li were enlightened. The madman withdrew the law of slaughter, and his appearance returned to normal, without the slightest bit of hostility or malice. Then he stepped in front of the chief pavilion master and took the interspatial ring from his hand. Hey! How dare you snatch my things, you really overestimate yourself. The madman grinned, and with a wave of his hand, buried the chief pavilion master's body. Wang Ming shook his head and said, actually, Supreme Cloud's means are far more than that. Yes. We know Supreme Cloud's strength too well. Without any heaven-defying godly items, even Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang can't defeat her. Just now, she was just shocked by your law of slaughter, and you killed her swiftly, so she didn't have time to show all her trump cards. Yang Li also looked at the madman and said, so what? If I can kill her once, I can kill her a second time. The madman sneered. Sure enough, you're the same as young lord. Wang Ming and Yang Li smiled bitterly at each other. Domineering and arrogant. But the point was that they couldn't refute him. Because they did have the capital. We can't underestimate them. After all, the chief pavilion master is not someone Wu Baichuan and the others can compare with. No matter how strong Wu Baichuan and the others are, they are only at the perfect ninth heaven's realm. But the chief pavilion master, speaking of this, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wang Ming and Yang Li and asked, what's the chief pavilion master's cultivation level? Great achievement eternal realm. Wang Ming said. Gasp. Qin Feiyang gasped. Great achievement eternal realm was indeed at the same level as ancestral dragon. So they couldn't be careless. The madman could kill the chief pavilion master here because the chief pavilion master had suppressed her cultivation level. When they returned to Shenzhou, the chief pavilion master would no longer have to suppress her cultivation level, and the madman would naturally be no match for her. It's okay. With my talent, it's only a matter of time before I step into the eternal realm. The madman waved his hand and checked the chief pavilion master's interspatial ring. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. This guy really didn't take it seriously. That's right. With the door of potential opened, the time array in the ancient castle, and endless resources, it was only a matter of time before they stepped into the eternal realm. But don't forget, they still needed a long time to grow. Besides, the difference between each small realm and the eternal realm was like heaven and earth. After all, it was very fun for a great achievement eternal realm cultivator to kill a small achievement eternal realm cultivator in seconds. So when the time came, even if they had incredible means, they might not be able to defeat the chief pavilion master who had reached the great achievement eternal realm. What the hell? The madman suddenly raised his eyebrows and cursed, the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion only has this little thing, he's too poor. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The madman took out an iron box and threw the interspatial ring to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang checked it, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Poor indeed. There was nothing in the interspatial ring except elixirs, divine crystals, and soul stones. Hell is so dangerous. How could Supreme Cloud bring treasures in? Wang Ming shook his head. Yang Li also said with a smile, Supreme Cloud had emptied the interspatial ring before entering hell. Qin Feiyang asked, then where did she hide her treasures? It should be in her residence. Wang Ming said. Where does she live? Qin Feiyang was curious. I don't know. Supreme Cloud has always been suspicious, so even we, Emperor Qin, Emperor Yang, and Venerable Beast, don't know where she lives. Wang Ming and the madman shook their heads. That's a pity. I was thinking of going to her home when we returned to the Divine Land. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Wang Ming and the madman couldn't help but smile bitterly. This young lord was indeed someone who was not afraid of anything. Qin Feiyang, do you think this iron box? The madman suddenly spoke, his face full of hesitation. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately became vigilant. Do you think the power of rules will really come if we break the seal and open the iron box? The madman asked. I knew it. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he said, do you think Senior Ghost King will lie to us? Why don't I give it a try? Anyway, your 9-leaf fire lotus and red sword soul can block the power of rules. The madman said. What's that? Block the power of rules? Wang Ming and the madman were surprised. They didn't know what happened when the dragon god appeared, so when they heard the madman's words, they were shocked. Please don't, it's not like you don't know that I can't control these two battle souls at all. What if something happens? It's too late to regret. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him. But I really want to see what kind of heaven-defying divine artifact is inside. The madman was very conflicted. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched, and he directly snatched the iron box from his hand and said, I'll return it to you when we return to the Divine Land. This was definitely not a joke. Because they were different from the Chief Pavilion Master and the others. Before the Chief Pavilion Master and the others entered the Nether King's hell, they left their souls outside, so it didn't matter even if they were killed. But he and the madman only had one life. If an accident happened, they wouldn't even have the chance to salvage it. I've never seen such a timid guy like you. The madman pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and directly put the iron box into his universe ring. Young lord, congratulations, together with the heaven-defying divine artifact in the Blood Lake, we now have 2 divine artifacts. Wang Ming and the madman smiled. What? 2? Don't you know that this one is mine? The madman raised his eyebrows. Wang Ming smiled and said, you guys are as close as brothers, what's there to distinguish between? Why not? Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. We'll talk about it later. Who's his brother? In terms of seniority, he's my junior, understand? The madman snorted coldly. Junior? The 2 of them were stunned. That's right. I'm friends with Qin Badian, so Qin Feiyang is Qin Baishan's descendant. If he's not my junior, then what is he? After saying that, the madman looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. Kid, what do you think? Do you think I want to talk to you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He's friends with the Qin Emperor? Wang Ming and the madman looked at each other. It seemed that they had underestimated this madman. Boom! Crack! The battle in Fallen Valley had yet to stop. Wang Ming looked at Fallen Valley and asked, should we go and help? Since you're so kind, you can go yourself. I'm not in the mood anyway. The madman shook his head, took out a life divine pill, and threw it into his mouth. Wang Ming smiled bitterly. This madman's personality was really unpredictable. Chapter 2677. Qin Feiyang had no intention of helping. Because these people had to be dealt with sooner or later. If they were killed by the blood demon puppets, it would save them a lot of trouble. However, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and frowned. You shouldn't have been impulsive and killed the Chief Pavilion Master just now. Huh? Madman looked at him in confusion. You know my plan. I'm not going to kill her, I'm going to make her submit. Qin Feiyang said. Will she submit so easily? Madman rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. We still have to give it a try. Qin Feiyang said. Why are you in such a hurry? There's still a long way to go. There will be opportunities in the future. Besides, don't we still have the Beast Emperor? The current Beast Emperor is easier to deal with. As long as we subdue the Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master will find out that she's alone and helpless. She might come to us on her own accord and surrender. Madman said. Wang Ming frowned and said, the chances of her surrendering on her own accord are very slim. That's right. After all, the resources of the Dragon Slayer Palace are provided by the Treasure Pavilion. The Dragon Slayer Palace can't do without the support of the Treasure Pavilion. Yang Li added. Isn't that simple? We'll snatch the Treasure Pavilion from her. Madman said domineeringly. The two of them looked at Madman in shock. Snatch the Treasure Pavilion from the Chief Pavilion Master? That wouldn't be easy. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Do you think Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang have started to take action? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Take action? Wang Ming and Yang Li were bewildered again. Now is a good opportunity to snatch the Treasure Pavilion. I hope they don't miss it. Madman smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. Snatch the Treasure Pavilion? Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other. As the divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, how could they be stupid? Hearing Madman's last sentence, they immediately understood. It turned out that Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were planning to seize control of the Treasure Pavilion while the Chief Pavilion Master was in the Netherworld King's Hell. In that case, if Qin Badian and Lu Li really succeeded, then wouldn't the Chief Pavilion Master be a general without an army? If that was the case, they might really take the initiative to surrender when the time came. But it was also possible, a cornered dog leaps over the wall to seek refuge with the dragons. In short, it was hard to predict. Senior brother Madman, I heard you say something about the power of laws at the initial stage. What does that mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. The power of law is divided into several stages. The first stage is the entry level. That is to say, people like you who have just comprehended the power of law. Although I don't know much about the Chief Pavilion Master, looking at the strength of her power of law, she's only at the entry level. The second stage, initial success. Currently, my law of slaughter is at the initial stage. The third stage is the small success stage. The fourth stage, great success. The fifth stage, perfection. The sixth stage, great perfection. Reaching the sixth stage, great perfection is equivalent to completely comprehending the profound meaning of a law. At this stage, one has the ability to bestow the power of law to a heaven-defying object. Madman said. There are still so many stages? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What else do you think? Once you comprehend the power of law, you can control the profound meaning inside? Wishful thinking. In this world, no matter what, there is a process. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Moreover, apart from the entry level, every time you reach a new stage, you can comprehend a new profound ability. This profound ability is like a divine art, but its power is comparable to a heaven-defying divine art. In fact, if you completely master this profound ability, its power is even stronger than a heaven-defying divine art. Madman said. Really? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Madman nodded. Then, when you enter the initial stage, what profound ability did you master? Qin Feiyang asked. You want to know? I won't tell you. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Was there a need to be so mysterious? Wang Ming asked, then, when did you comprehend the law of slaughter? Yes. When did you comprehend it? Qin Feiyang frowned. Previously, he had thought that the madman had comprehended it after entering the divine land without anyone knowing. But now that he thought about it carefully, something was wrong. Because, if he comprehended it after entering divine land, How could he enter the initial stage so quickly? After all, his law of light was still at the entry level. In other words, this guy comprehended the law of slaughter before him. It's very early. Madman thought for a while, then smiled at Qin Feiyang and said proudly, "You haven't entered Jiutian Palace yet, but I have already comprehended the law of slaughter." What? Qin Feiyang was shocked and cried out, "Don't tell me you already comprehended the law of slaughter when you were a divine lord?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Madman nodded. "Comprehended the law of slaughter when you were a divine lord?" Qin Feiyang was a little better, but when Wang Ming and Wang Ming heard this, their eyes widened in anger. Isn't this too outrageous? Qin Feiyang comprehended the law of light when he was a divine lord, and this was already shocking enough. But this madman actually comprehended the power of law when he was a divine lord? Was he even more monstrous than Qin Feiyang? Madman said, "Do you remember that I once said that there were thousands of years when I didn't cultivate?" "Of course. Everyone thought that it was because of your foster father's death that you abandoned yourself." Qin Feiyang nodded. When he entered the Nine Heavens realm, Madman had the look of a loafer. One had to know. Back then, Madman's cultivation was even stronger than Ancestor's. But because of those thousands of years of delay, Ancestor not only caught up to him, but also far surpassed him. I also seem to have said that I was creating a divine art for those thousands of years. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was what he said when he killed Feng Wenhai. Madman had created the blood demon art during that time, and had even upgraded it to the legendary level. After my foster father's death, it was indeed a huge blow to me. I was depressed for a while and didn't want to cultivate. I felt that cultivating wasn't very interesting. But the heavens didn't allow it. Inadvertently, I created the blood demon art. And accidentally, I comprehended the law of slaughter. Tell me, why am I such a genius? Sometimes, even I can't help but be jealous of myself. The madman's words at the beginning made Qin Feiyang a little sad. After all, Madman treated his foster father as his biological father. How could he not be sad when his biological father was killed? But as he spoke, he became more and more narcissistic, making people want to slap him. Wang Ming and Wang Ming, in particular, really wanted to kick the smug madman. What inadvertently created the blood demon art? What accidentally comprehended the law of slaughter? Wasn't this deliberately infuriating? Go and see, how many people can create a brand new divine art? How many people can comprehend the power of laws? Inadvertently? A moment of carelessness? It was really infuriating. Don't be envious, I was born with it, you can't be envious. Madman looked at the two of them and grinned. Young lord, I want to beat him up. Wang Ming said with a black face. Me too. Yang Li nodded. Thinking about it, they had seen many people in their lives, but they had never seen such a cocky person. Beat me up? It's not that I look down on you, but can you do it? Madman laughed. Hearing this, the two of them blew their beards and glared, but they couldn't help but feel helpless in their hearts. To be honest. After understanding Madman, they really didn't have the confidence. He was a monster like Qin Feiyang. Whoosh. At this moment, a bloody voice could be heard running out of the fallen valley. Qin Feiyang and the other three raised their heads to take a look, and their expressions froze. The person who came out was Yizhong. Just as they were about to go over, they saw the Beast Emperor and the various ancestral dragons running out of Fallen Valley one after another. They were all in an extremely sorry state. All the ancestral dragons had broken arms and legs. Immediately after, 10 huge figures rushed to the edge of Fallen Valley. They were the 10 blood demon puppets. However, they didn't rush out of the Fallen Valley. They just stood at the edge of the valley and looked at Yizhong's group expressionlessly like devil kings. Don't tell them that I have mastered the power of laws. Madman said telepathically. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was a trump card, and he definitely couldn't let Yizhong and the others know. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang and the others flew over and asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" Yi Zhong and the others were stunned. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon was stunned, "Why are you outside?" They had always thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were still inside. Qin Feiyang said, "We came out to intercept the Chief Pavilion Master." "Then where is she?" Yi Zhong and the others were instantly enraged. Madman said, "I have already taken care of her." "What? Already taken care of by you?" Yi Zhong and the others looked at Madman in shock. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but that they really couldn't believe it. Madman was only at the 9th heaven realm. How could he kill the Chief Pavilion Master? Qin Feiyang pointed to the place where the Chief Pavilion Master's body was buried and said with a smile, "It's really taken care of, the body is buried there." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon ran over in disbelief, but when he dug up the soil and saw the headless body of the Chief Pavilion Master, he was stunned. "How is it?" When Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon returned, Yi Zhong and the others couldn't wait to ask. "He is indeed dead." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. The group immediately looked at Madman. Their eyes kept changing. Surprise, shock, disbelief. How is this possible? Compared to Yi Zhong and the others, the Beast Emperor found it even harder to accept. No one knew the strength of the Chief Pavilion Master better than him. Not to mention a mere madman, even if Qin Feiyang attacked together, they wouldn't be able to kill her. This must be a dream. The Beast Emperor came back to his senses and walked over, wanting to confirm it personally. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at the Beast Emperor's back with a trace of mockery in their eyes. In other words, the battle fluctuations we sensed earlier were from you and the Chief Pavilion Master? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at Madman and asked. Earlier. They did sense the battle fluctuations, but because of the 10 blood demon puppets, they didn't have time to pay attention. Yes. Madman nodded. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon walked in front of Madman and used an extremely strange gaze to size up Madman. Suddenly, Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon slapped Madman's shoulder and laughed, "Well done." Chapter 2678. It hurts. Frenzy rubbed his shoulder and glared at Ancestral Dragon. "Huh," Ancestral Dragon laughed, feeling gratified. He was right, this Frenzy was indeed a talent. The woman in white smiled. "Little Frenzy, since the Chief Pavilion Master is dead, where is the iron box she snatched?" "It's here." Frenzy patted the interspatial ring on his hand. Actually, it wasn't in his interspatial ring, but in Qin Feiyang's interspatial ring. The woman in white said with a smile, "Let me see." "What are you doing?" Frenzy stared at her warily. "What's with such a big reaction?" "I'm just taking a look." The woman in white looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Taking a look?" Frenzy sneered. "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old child." The woman in white's face darkened and said angrily, "What kind of person do you think I am? You can't judge a book by its cover. Besides, we agreed in advance that the first heaven-defying artifact you find belongs to me. Are you going back on your word?" Frenzy said. "Who said we're going back on our word? I just feel that it's not safe to keep such a treasure on you. Think about it, what if you lose it? How much of a pity would it be to lose such a heaven-defying artifact? You keep it for us, we promise that we'll return it to you when we return to the Divine Land." The woman in white said with a dark face. "Thank you for your kindness. But it's safest to keep it on you. Anyway." Frenzy was stubborn. It was useless to say anything. Seeing this, the woman in white's face darkened and her veins popped out. Okay. Even the Chief Pavilion Master can be dealt with, this means that little Frenzy is no weaker than us. I believe that he has the ability to protect this artifact, so don't worry about it." Ancestral Dragon waved his hand. "You," the woman in white glared at Ancestral Dragon. Was she being a busybody? That's right. She wanted to take possession of this artifact. Because in her opinion, with Frenzy's cultivation, it would be a waste to have such a heaven-defying artifact. Furthermore, she was doing this for the sake of the dragons. The dragons of today didn't even have a single heaven-defying divine weapon. They were no longer on the same level as Qin Feiyang and the dragon-slaying palace. But now, it wasn't easy for him to find a heaven-defying divine item, but he was actually giving it to a madman? Wasn't that stupid? Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon glanced at the white-clothed woman and transmitted his voice helplessly. Don't you know the temper of a lunatic? No matter how stubborn he is still your disciple. As his master, can't you show some dignity? The woman in white snorted. When Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon heard this, his expression turned awkward. Dignity? So what if you have dignity in front of this little lunatic? If authority was useful, why would he spoil the lunatic? Who wouldn't want their disciples to be obedient? But the point was that lunatic was such a person. He was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you want to be tough, he will be tougher than you. If you want to continue searching for treasures in Fallen Valley, then shut your mouth. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the woman in white and transmitted his voice. When the woman in white heard this, she also felt powerless. That's right. They had to rely on lunatic to enter Fallen Valley. Moreover, after the previous battle, they already had a lot of evil force in their bodies. Only a madman would be able to quickly devour this evil energy. If they really angered lunatic, then their trip to Nether King's Hell would really come to an end. Suddenly, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon seemed to have thought of something as his eyes trembled. He hurriedly looked at lunatic and asked, "Little lunatic, you didn't undo the seal on the iron box, right?" "No." Lunatic shook his head. "That's good. This seal must not be undone. Because once the seal is broken and the iron box is opened, the heaven-defying divine item will appear and the power of laws will descend." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said in a deep voice. "I know." Lunatic said. "You know?" Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon was stunned. He turned to Yi Zhong and asked, "You told them?" "I don't think I told them." Yi Zhong thought for a while and shook his head. "Then how did little lunatic know?" Everyone looked at lunatic suspiciously. "When I was imprisoned in the ancient city of Qingyu, there were 2 blood demons guarding me. I heard it from them." Lunatic said. "I see." Everyone nodded. He was really killed. He looked at the Beast Emperor again. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked at the corpse of the Chief Pavilion Master in the mud. His face was full of disbelief. Putting aside the Chief Pavilion Master's strength, just the power of laws, how could a lunatic deal with the Chief Pavilion Master who had the power of laws? What kind of means did he use? Regarding this, the Beast Emperor was puzzled. He didn't want to believe it. He felt that there was something fishy about this. But he didn't know what exactly was going on. Lunatic suddenly turned to look at the Beast Emperor with a trace of playfulness in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Senior Beast Emperor, what's there to see about a dead person?" The Beast Emperor's body stiffened. He turned to look at Lunatic and said with a smile, "Indeed, there's nothing to see." After saying that, he buried the Chief Pavilion Master's corpse and walked towards everyone. Lunatic said, "I thought Senior Beast Emperor was mourning for the Chief Pavilion Master." "Mourning?" The Beast Emperor was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, "She used us to snatch the heaven-defying treasure. She deserved to die. Why should I mourn for her?" "Huh," Lunatic laughed loudly. "How heartless." The Beast Emperor also smiled and said, "But it's really surprising that you can kill the Chief Pavilion Master. What's there to be surprised about? I am that strong." Lunatic laughed proudly. "Can't you keep a low profile?" Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon coughed dryly and glared at Lunatic. "I am very low profile." Lunatic looked at Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon. "You call this low profile?" Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon rolled his eyes. This was clearly a case of wanting the world to not know. "Enough. Quickly help devour the evil force in our bodies." Yi Zhong said. "Okay. Line up, one by one. Lunatic grinned. After the evil force in their bodies was devoured by Lunatic, everyone felt their bodies become light and incomparably comfortable. Immediately after, everyone looked towards Fallen Valley. The 10 blood demon race puppets hadn't left yet. They stood at the edge, their scarlet eyes glowing with cold-blooded light. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Yizhong. Master, are you really unable to get rid of them? They are too strong after transforming. Even with the power of law, it is difficult to completely kill them. It's not easy to deal with them. Yizhong shook his head. If they couldn't be reborn, it would be fine. But the key was this kind of blood puppet, as long as there was a little bit of flesh and blood left, it would be reborn. And it would be reborn to its peak state. Just think about it. It wasn't easy to get rid of the other party, but because of a little bit of flesh and blood, the other party was reborn, and it was reborn to its peak state. Thinking about this situation, one couldn't help but feel discouraged. Even if it's not easy to solve, we have to solve it. Qin Feiyang said. Wait. Don't you think it's strange? Why didn't they chase after us? Madman suddenly said. That's right. Why did they stop at the edge? Logically speaking, puppets without consciousness like them should chase after us relentlessly. Qin Feiyang said. When Yizhong and the others heard this, they also realized this point. Their faces were full of surprise. Haven't you been to Fallen Valley before? Don't you know the reason? Madman looked at Yizhong and the others and asked suspiciously. Although we have been here more than once, we usually just strolled around the edge and didn't dare to go deep like this time. At the edge, we naturally didn't encounter many blood puppets. And when we encountered blood puppets, we directly dealt with them. So, this is the first time we encountered a situation like this where we were chased by blood puppets. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded in realization. Madman pondered for a while and frowned. They stopped at the edge. Does that mean they can't come out? They can't come out? Everyone was stunned. I'll try. Madman was also bold. He ran in front of the 10 blood demon puppets and shouted, Hey, 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 come out if you have the guts and fight with me for 300 rounds. Everyone's mouth twitched. These were all blood puppets without consciousness. What was the use of shouting like this? As expected, the 10 blood demon puppets didn't react at all. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 10 blood demon puppets and then looked at the evil force in Fallen Valley. His eyes flashed. Suddenly, a bold guess appeared in his mind. Schwa. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang landed beside Madman with a single step and whispered a few words into his ear. Madman froze for a moment and frowned. Will it work? How will we know if we don't try? Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Madman nodded. So. Immediately, the two of them flew straight into Fallen Valley. What are they doing? Yizhong and the others were shocked. They're courting death. The Beast Emperor sneered in his heart. Even they couldn't deal with these blood demon puppets, let alone these two little bastards. They were simply overestimating themselves. Boom! As soon as Qin Feiyang and Madman entered Fallen Valley, the 10 blood demon puppets immediately waved their mountain-like fists and charged at them. Even the bold Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but feel fear from that terrifying aura. Blood Demon Domain, open! Madman roared. The Blood Demon Domain instantly appeared and enveloped the 10 blood demon puppets. A shocking scene appeared. The cultivation of the 10 blood demon puppets fell to the half-step 9th heaven realm. It works. Madman paused for a moment and was overjoyed. If the blood demon domain was useful, then it would be much easier to deal with them. After all, these blood demon puppets were 5 minor realms weaker. After their cultivation fell, the speed and strength of the 10 blood demon puppets also plummeted. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and took the opportunity to rush behind the 10 blood demon puppets. Then divine power surged out and turned into a monstrous flood that slammed toward the 10 blood demon puppets. Boom! With a loud bang, the 10 blood demon puppets flew out of Fallen Valley like cannonballs. With a bang, they smashed into a mountain in the distance. Chapter 2679. Yi Zhong roared, "Take this opportunity to get rid of them." At that moment, a group of people rushed towards the 10 blood demon puppets. They didn't expect that. Madman's blood demon domain could even deprive the blood puppets of their cultivation. However, before they even got close, they stopped and looked at the 10 blood demon puppets in shock. Roar! The 10 blood demon puppets were actually struggling and roaring on the ground. What was even more strange was that their bodies were rotting at this moment, and black smoke was rising from their bodies. What's the situation? This scene was completely out of their expectations. Yi Zhong and the others were puzzled. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang flew over with Madman. Looking at the appearance of the 10 blood demon puppets, he smiled. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. I thought of a question earlier. Why can the blood puppets in Fallen Valley be reborn? After careful consideration, my gaze was focused on the evil force. Because this is the only explanation. Their rebirth must be related to the special evil force in Fallen Valley. So, I had a bold guess in my heart. Leaving Fallen Valley, without the support of the evil force, they might die on their own. So I went in with Madman and blasted them out. In the end, sure enough, as I expected, these blood puppets can only survive in Fallen Valley. Once they leave Fallen Valley, they will die on their own. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Amazing. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. He could even think of this. This brain was indeed not ordinary. Yi Zhong said proudly, "Of course, don't you know whose disciple he is?" "What does it have to do with you?" Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon directly retorted. "How is it not related? He was taught by this old man. For him to be so smart, it must be this old man's credit." "Old Black, you are envious." Yi Zhong smiled proudly. "Envious of you? In terms of excellence, this senior's disciple is much better than your disciple." The Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon snorted. "Outstanding? Other than being able to absorb the power of evil, this old man really didn't find him that outstanding." Yi Zhong sneered. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. "You're still in the mood to fight over this?" "I'm convinced." "Enough. What's there to fight about? Both of your disciples are outstanding, okay? You're already so old, don't you find it embarrassing?" The white-clothed woman looked at the two of them speechlessly. Hearing this, Yi Zhong and Yi Zichen's expressions immediately became extremely awkward. Below, the 10 blood demon puppets had already turned into ashes. Cough cough. Yi Zhong coughed dryly, looked at everyone, and asked, "Then shall we continue?" "Nonsense, of course we'll continue," the woman in white said. Since he could find a heaven-defying divine object, he would definitely be able to find a second one, a third one. The madman waved his hand and formed another divine power barrier before bringing everyone into Fallen Valley. Along the way, the madman also helped Qin Feiyang devour the evil power in his body. Because the madman didn't activate the barrier when fighting with the 10 blood demon puppets, a lot of evil power was transferred into Qin Feiyang's body. Soon, they returned to the square once again. The blood demon puppets were all killed, and the square was dead silent at this moment. "Let's look around. Let's see if there are any other divine objects hidden," Yi Zhong said. The group began to search the square. But Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and looked at the blood mist on the left. It seemed that he could faintly see the mysterious blood shadow. "What are you doing?" The madman looked at him suspiciously. "Looks like it's not an illusion," Qin Feiyang whispered. The madman was slightly taken aback and asked doubtfully, "What's not an illusion?" "Blood shadow," Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Blood shadow? The madman was taken aback. Yes. As early as when I encountered the first blood demon puppet, I found a blood shadow. But at that time, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But just now, I saw that blood shadow over there again. Seeing it twice, it's definitely not a trick of the eyes. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The madman followed Qin Feiyang's gaze, but found nothing. However, he didn't doubt it. Because he understood Qin Feiyang. Since Qin Feiyang said there was a blood shadow, then there must be one. However, why would there be a mysterious blood shadow in the Fallen Valley? What was the true body of this figure? It could actually wander in the Fallen Valley. The two didn't make a sound, but secretly paid attention. There's nothing. A moment later. Yi Zhong and the others turned the square upside down, but they didn't even find a legendary divine artifact or secret art. Then let's continue. The madman said. The group of people continued to circle around Fallen Valley, searching every inch of the area. Soon. They encountered a group of blood puppets, but they weren't blood demon puppets, so they were quickly dealt with. In the blink of an eye. Another 2 months passed. For example, there were now over 1,000 legendary and supreme-level artifacts. It was the same for secret arts. And now, they were already 1,000 miles deep into the Fallen Valley. The number of blood puppets they encountered was also increasing. Among them, there was no lack of blood demon puppets. If they could avoid them, they would avoid them. If they couldn't avoid them, they would fight. If they couldn't win, they would use the old method to lure the blood demon puppets out of the Fallen Valley and let them perish on their own. Along the way, there were scares but no dangers. On this day, they found a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave was about 10 feet big. It was filled with evil power. Originally, they didn't have much hope. But when they landed in front of the cave, they sensed a sealed aura. If there was a sealed aura, then there must be a heaven-defying divine artifact. Go in quickly. The black dragon ancestral Gragon led the way and ran into the cave. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the black dragon ancestral Gragon, who had just entered the cave, immediately let out a miserable cry and flew out. Qin Feiyang and the others, who were following behind, were also caught off guard and were sent flying by the black dragon ancestral Gragon. Bang bang bang! The group of people rolled on the ground below in a sorry state. What's going on? Everyone got up and looked at the cave above them in bewilderment. It seems to be a person, the black dragon ancestral Gragon said in a deep voice. A person? Everyone was stunned. Apart from them, how could there be anyone else here? Yi Zhong looked at the black dragon ancestral Gragon and asked, Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? That person attacked too quickly, I didn't see clearly. But I can feel that it is indeed the aura of a human. The black dragon ancestral Gragon frowned. There's always a first come, first served rule in everything. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded in the cave above. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were stunned. Yi Zhong and the others were also stunned. This voice was too familiar. As soon as the voice sounded, a young man in tattered clothes appeared at the entrance of the cave. There was a green foxtail in the corner of his mouth, and he looked sleepy and yawning. There was also a palm-sized snow python on his shoulder. There was no need to think about it. The man in front of them was the mysterious young man that even Yi Zhong couldn't do anything about. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, Why are you here? Since you can all be here, what's so strange about me being here? The young man yawned again and again, as if he was still sleepy. No. Why aren't you afraid of the evil power here? That was the main point. One had to know that they were able to enter Fallen Valley because the madman was able to absorb the evil power here. But this young man could also come in? Moreover, there was not even a shadow of a barrier around him. His entire body was enveloped by the evil power. But looking at him, he didn't seem to be uncomfortable at all. That was strange. Could it be that this person was also able to absorb the evil power here like Frenzy? He can't absorb the evil power here. Frenzy's pupils suddenly shrank as he transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Look carefully. This evil power can't enter his body at all. Frenzy secretly said. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at the young man again. Sure enough. The young man seemed to be made of iron. The evil power wandering around his body couldn't enter his body at all. Even the snow python on his shoulder was the same. How did he do it? One had to know. This evil power was pervasive and unstoppable, but it couldn't enter the young man's body. Look! Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon suddenly roared and stared at the young man's left hand. In the young man's left hand, he was holding a palm-sized iron box. There was a very obvious sealing aura on it. A palm-sized iron box, this must be a heaven-defying secret art. Whether it was Yi Zhong and the others, or Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, their eyes were full of desire. The heaven-defying secret arts of hell are even rarer than the heaven-defying artifacts. We have come to hell so many times, but we have only obtained one heaven-defying secret art. Ancestral Dragon transmitted his voice. So little? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were surprised. That's right. I believe you also know that the Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying artifacts were all found by us in hell. Think about it, we can find such heaven-defying artifacts, but we can only find one. How rare is it? But now, it actually fell into the hands of this person. Ancestral Dragon's tone was very gloomy. Qin Feiyang secretly said, then who did you give the heaven-defying secret art to? Of course it was Dragon Sovereign. But Lord Dragon Sovereign didn't cultivate it. It seems to have been given to Her Highness. Ancestral Dragon transmitted his voice. Her Highness? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, Her Highness the Princess? He had fought with Princess Dragons more than once, but why had he never seen her use a heaven-defying secret art? Not Her Highness the Princess, but His Highness the Prince. Ancestral Dragon secretly said. What? Prince? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. Yes. Prince. Ancestral Dragon nodded. This, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were stunned. Dragon Sovereign and Dragon God actually had a son? Why had they never heard of it before? Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and think of a way to snatch this heaven-defying secret art from this person. Ancestral Dragon secretly said. It seemed that he was determined to get it. Chapter 2680. Snatch it from his hands? Hearing Ancestral Dragon's words, everyone fell silent. Including Qin Feiyang and Madman. To be honest, they didn't want to become enemies with the young man. Because the young man's strength was obvious to all and they couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, what they saw before might only be the tip of the iceberg. Besides, the young man had always taken care of Qin Feiyang, and with Qin Feiyang's character, he wouldn't do anything ungrateful. As for Yi Zhong, needless to say, he had already fought with the young man and personally experienced the young man's strength. It was very irrational to offend this person. But, this heaven-defying divine art was indeed too tempting. What are you afraid of? Although his methods are strong, he is now in the Nether King's hell. Even if he has a heaven-defying divine item and a heaven-defying divine art, he will still be restricted. In other words, he is just an ordinary person now. We can join hands and get rid of him. Ancestral Dragon transmitted. That's right. This person's origin is unknown, and his motive for entering the Dragon God Palace is also unknown. In the future, he is very likely to be a strong enemy of us dragons. Now that we have the chance, it's good to get rid of him. The woman in white said. Yi Zhong hesitated for a moment. He turned to Qin Feiyang and sent a voice transmission, Li Bu Air, what do you think? Ancestral Dragon and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. Because all along, the relationship between Qin Feiyang and the young man was somewhat unfathomable. Although Yi Zhong personally went to investigate and the two were just strangers, it was really hard to judge whether it was true or not. Ancestral Dragon's eyes flashed and transmitted, Yi Zhong, this is also a good opportunity to test Li Bu's air. What do you mean? Yi Zhong secretly asked. If he agrees to help now, it proves that he has nothing to do with the young man. But if he doesn't agree, it proves that they were lying to you before. Ancestral Dragon said. Yi Zhong raised his eyebrows. After interacting with him for so long, he understood quite a bit about this disciple of his. He was a young man who knew how to repay kindness. Even if he had only met the youth by chance, based on the care the youth had given him in the Dragon God Palace, he would not attack the youth. And this was something that Yi Zhong knew, but not the other ancestral dragons. Furthermore, in the eyes of the ancestral dragons, it was only right for them to intervene. Because humans were just that selfish. Even family members would stab each other in the back for the sake of treasures. What's more, it was just a chance encounter. Moreover, what they were facing now was a heaven-defying divine art. They did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could resist this temptation. If you want to fight, I won't object. But I can't do it. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and shook his head. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said solemnly, you are indeed related to him. Think what you want. In any case, I can't do anything. Qin Feiyang's attitude was very firm. Being ungrateful was something he would never do. All right. After dealing with him, I'll settle the score with you. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon secretly snorted, looked up at the youth, and asked, you are the Dragon God Palace's law enforcement hall master, right? Yes. The youth nodded slowly. As a member of the Dragon God Palace, you are also a member of us dragons. This heaven-defying divine object, are you going to give it to us? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. The youth was stunned, thought for a while, and said, makes sense. Then give it to me. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon stretched out his hand. Sure. The youth nodded, jumped down, and walked towards Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon. So straightforward? Everyone looked at the youth in astonishment. They thought that such an unreasonable request would anger the youth, but who would have thought that the youth would be so straightforward? Even the Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon himself was extremely surprised. It can't be. He doesn't even care about the heaven-defying divine art? Lunatic muttered. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged. In short. In his eyes, this youth was as elusive as a mystery. Soon. The youth walked in front of Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon and handed the iron box in his hand to him. It seems that he is still a little afraid of us dragons. Seeing this, the corners of the mouths of the various ancestral dragons could not help but raise a smile. Because other than being afraid of them dragons, there was no other reason to explain it. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon did not stand on ceremony and reached out to grab the iron box. However, at this moment, the youth raised his eyebrows, looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon, and said, you really dare to take it? What? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon was stunned, not understanding. But the youth did not speak again, and directly kicked Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's lower abdomen. And, his strength was very strong. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out. This sudden scene caught the group of people off guard, and they were stunned, looking at the youth. You're courting death. When they came back to their senses, the other ancestral dragons were immediately furious. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon stabilized his body, and also rushed over in anger. How dare he play with him? But the youth turned a blind eye to the anger of the group of people, and slowly put away the iron box, and said, you even dare to snatch my things, I really admire your courage. What are you being arrogant for? This is the hell of Nether King. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon roared, and the power of the dragon god rolled out, and he threw a punch at the youth. Quickly retreat. Yi Zhong looked at Frenzy and Qin Feiyang, and shouted. Whoosh. At that moment, Qin Feiyang in frenzy retreated quickly. Wang Ming and Yang Li followed beside the two of them, protecting them. I know that we are in the hell of Nether King now, I don't need you to remind me. The young man yawned and slowly raised his arm, catching the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's fist with ease. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's fist immediately stopped in the void. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. One must know. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's punch was a furious one, and one could imagine the strength. However, the young man was able to block the punch so easily. It was simply too unbelievable. How is this possible? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon experienced it more clearly. He felt that his punch was like hitting cotton, and there was nowhere to exert force. Boring. The youth shook his head. With a slight shake of his arm, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon was forced back, and blood poured out of his mouth. This scene was undoubtedly even more shocking. With a slight shake of his arm, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon vomited blood. They couldn't help but wonder if the youth was really at the Great Perfection 9 Heaven state. Let me make a statement. Although I am the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Dragon God Hall, I have nothing to do with you dragons. So, don't use the dragons to pressure me. With that, the youth turned around and looked at the depths of Fallen Valley, as if he was about to leave. Kill him. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon roared. Boom. The youth in blood-red clothes and the others immediately released their auras and attacked the youth. Why can't you dragons change this bad habit? Do you think everyone has to submit to you? The young man frowned slightly. His feet moved, and his entire body suddenly became ethereal. He was like a floating ghost, and no one could catch a trace of him. Bang bang bang. Several breaths later, the young man stopped in his tracks. He was calm and composed, and there was not a single wound on his body. However, the various ancestral dragons were blasted flying successively while blood sprayed violently from their mouths, and they were in an extremely sorry state. I'll go. This is too strong. Madman was dumbfounded. Yeah. He is already so strong that there is no justice in this world. Qin Feiyang sighed. As for others, the longer one interacted with them, the clearer one would understand them. However, this young man was the exact opposite. The more time they spent together, the more unfathomable he became. I'm warning you. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. The young man glanced at the 8 ancestral dragons. His eyes were still unfocused, but the ancestral dragons felt as though they were being stared at by the god of death. They couldn't help but feel fear. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon clenched his fists. This feeling of fear and this attitude of contempt almost drove him crazy. To think that he, an ancestral dragon, would actually feel fear? To think that he, an ancestral dragon, actually dared to look down on him? This was a disgrace. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon suddenly roared, Madman, activate your blood demon domain. That's not good. Madman frowned. Why? You don't even listen to my orders. Are you trying to rebel? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared like a crazy beast. All right. Madman nodded helplessly and looked at the young man. You see, I was forced. If you want to find trouble later, go find my master. Don't look for me. The young man looked at Madman in shock. This kid was quite interesting. You gave in before we even started. Can't you be more promising? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon was naturally furious when he heard Madman's words. Wasn't this embarrassing for him? Can being more promising be eaten? Madman didn't think much of it. He activated his blood demon domain and enveloped the surroundings. The young man's cultivation instantly fell to the half-step 9th heaven realm. I want to see how you can still be arrogant now. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled sinisterly as he activated his Supreme Tier God technique. A huge black dragon shadow charged towards the young man with a monstrous dragon aura. Sigh. I already told you not to attack. Why won't you listen? The young man shook his head and sighed. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. Heaven-breaking finger. As his voice fell, a terrifying god power roared out. The aura destroyed the surroundings. The blood demon domain was instantly shattered. What the hell? Madman's face was filled with shock. The blood demon domain was instantly shattered? This heaven-breaking finger, what rank was it? It was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang's heart was also filled with shock. The blood demon domain was a supreme tier god technique. To break open the blood demon domain, one had to at least have a heaven-defying god technique. In other words, this heaven-breaking finger was a heaven-defying god technique. But that wasn't right. The Nether King Hell had the power of laws. One couldn't activate a heaven-defying god technique or they would be killed by the power of laws. But there was no power of laws descending from the sky. In other words, this heaven-breaking finger wasn't a heaven-defying god technique. If it wasn't a heaven-defying god technique, then why was it able to shatter the blood demon domain? It was too strange, no. There was no need to describe it as strange. It was strange. This scene couldn't be explained with common sense. Chapter 2681. Boom. Sky-piercing finger was terrifying. With a wail, the black dragon's shadow transformed by the ancestral dragon of the black dragon shattered in the void. Immediately after, sky-piercing finger hit ancestral dragon. Puff. Ancestral dragon spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string. The blood puppet's chest had also been punched out by the heaven-piercing finger, and blood was gushing out. Why is this happening? His cultivation is suppressed so much, but he can still break the blood demon domain and cause such serious injuries to Old Black? The ancestral dragons found it hard to accept this scene. Not to mention them, even Frenzy and Qin Feiyang didn't want to believe it. Was this real? Was this really not a dream? The rule power didn't descend, which proved that sky-piercing finger wasn't a heaven-defying technique. If it wasn't a heaven-defying technique, how could it break the blood demon domain? One had to know. After being suppressed by the blood demon domain, the young man's cultivation was only at the half-step 9th heaven realm. So, even if sky-piercing finger was a supreme technique, it was impossible to break the blood demon domain. That was unimaginable. The young man seemed to have done a very simple thing. His expression didn't change at all. Bang! When Ancestral Dragon fell, the young man took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Ancestral Dragon. Immediately after, the young man raised his foot and stepped on Ancestral Dragon's face. The force was great. Ancestral Dragon's face was deformed and his bones were broken. A deadly sense of danger rose in his heart. Ancestral Dragon panicked. If the young man used a little more force, his head would definitely explode and his divine soul would be shattered. Although he left his divine soul outside, he was unwilling to let it end like this. Because he, the dragons, had yet to find a heaven-defying treasure. Are you still arrogant? The young man yawned and said indifferently. You, Ancestral Dragon was embarrassed and angry. As a dignified ancestral dragon, when was he trampled under someone's foot like this? I'm asking you, are you still arrogant? The young man spoke again. His tone was as calm as ever, but in ancestral dragon's ears, it was like the knell of death. Not arrogant, not arrogant. Ancestral dragon hurriedly waved his hand, unable to hide the fear in his heart. You're so despicable, I won't feel comfortable if I don't beat you. The young man shook his head. He finally let the black dragon ancestral dragon off and ignored Qin Feiyang and the others. He turned around and walked into the depths without looking back. The black dragon ancestral Gragon got up and glared at the young man's back with resentment. I've never seen such a perverted person. Madman shook his head and exhaled. Don't say it. Previously, he was especially nervous, afraid that the young man would come looking for trouble with him. Yeah. Everyone says that we're perverts, but he's the real pervert. Qin Feiyang mumbled. But before he could finish his sentence, Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon suddenly leaped in front of Qin Feiyang, raised his hand, and ruthlessly slapped Qin Feiyang's face. Pa! An ear-piercing slap could be heard. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Yi Zhong and the others were taken aback and quickly looked over as well. When they saw the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon glaring at Qin Feiyang in anger, when they saw the eye-catching palm print on Qin Feiyang's face and half of his face swollen, everyone was shocked. What are you doing? Madman reacted and immediately glared at the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon. Pa! The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon ruthlessly slapped Madman again and said angrily, as a disciple, how dare you scold your master, who gave you the guts? Madman touched his burning face and his face turned gloomy as he stared at the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon. You still dare to glare at me? Killing intent suddenly appeared in the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon's eyes. Old Black, what are you doing? The white-clothed woman saw that the situation wasn't good and quickly went forward to pull the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon. Let go, I'm going to kill this traitorous disciple. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon roared. Who said that madman can change the fate of us dragons? Who said that madman can only be won over? Aren't you forcing him to rebel now? The white-clothed woman secretly said. When the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon heard this, his body shook and his mind became clear. What was he doing? Why did he do such a foolish thing? Old Black, you have to give me an explanation today. What did Li Boer do wrong? You want to slap him in front of everyone? Yi Zhong's gloomy voice sounded. The eyelids of the various Ancestral Gragon twitched. There was no need to look at Yi Zhong's expression, just from his tone, they knew that this old man was angry. Yi Zhong was indeed very angry now. He couldn't beat the young man, so he vented his anger on his disciple. How could there be such an unreasonable thing? If the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon's slap was on his face. With his indifferent personality, he might not be so angry. But Qin Feiyang was different. First of all, Qin Feiyang was his disciple. Now that he was beaten for no reason, if he continued to remain silent, then how could he still have the face to be someone else's master? If this spread out in the future, he would be laughed at. His disciple was beaten and didn't even dare to make a sound. Secondly, Qin Feiyang was the old master's savior. If anything were to happen to Qin Feiyang, not to mention his own conscience, even the old man wouldn't let him off. So, if the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't give up. Yi Zhong, this is a misunderstanding. He was just impulsive. It's not as complicated as you think. The woman in white quickly comforted Yi Zhong. Misunderstanding? Impulsive? It was fine if the woman in white didn't quibble, but this quibble made Yi Zhong even angrier. Old Yi, we're all on the same side. Why are you angry over such a small matter? The other ancestral dragons also spoke up. Such a small matter? Yi Zhong was so angry that he laughed and said, haven't you heard of the saying, don't hit people in the face? Yes, yes, yes. This is indeed Old Black's lack of consideration. But you have to understand. Old Black has been bullied so miserably. It's normal for him to be impulsive. Besides, Li Bu is in the wrong. The woman in white said. What did he do wrong? Yi Zhong said angrily. Do you still remember his attitude before? No matter what, he just didn't want to attack the young man. What does this mean? It means that his relationship with the young man is indeed not ordinary. In the face of such a situation, do you think Old Black won't be angry? After all, he's your disciple now. He should be of the same mind as us. The woman in white said. You don't know Li Bu at all. He didn't attack the young man because he didn't want to be ungrateful. Yi Zhong shouted. We don't know him, but you have to understand us. His attitude will definitely make us suspicious. The woman in white said. Yi Zhong was about to speak when a cold voice suddenly sounded. Your stupidity is beyond imagination. The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura spread out. Yi Zhong's eyelids twitched and he quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Master, some things can be forgiven, but some things, no matter what, can't be forgiven." Ancestral Dragon and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. When they saw Qin Feiyang's cold eyes, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Sigh. Yi Zhong let out a low sigh and simply retreated to the side, no longer speaking. Needless to say, the Beast Emperor had a gloating look in his eyes. He couldn't wait for Qin Feiyang to fight with the ancestral dragons. Only then could he reap the benefits. The woman in white looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Li Bu, kneel." Qin Feiyang said and looked at Ancestral Dragon coldly. The ancestral dragons were stunned. Did he just hear him say the word kneel? They were all wondering if they had heard wrongly. Because in their opinion, this was an extremely unbelievable thing. Even if Ancestral Dragon was in the wrong, how dare a mere human ask Ancestral Dragon to kneel? Kneel. Qin Feiyang said again. You heard it right. He really said that. The ancestral dragons raised their eyebrows, and their eyes turned cold. Qin Feiyang ignored the gazes of the ancestral dragons and stared at Ancestral Dragon. "I'll say it one last time, kneel." "How dare you?" Ancestral Dragon regretted being too impulsive, but when he saw Qin Feiyang's arrogant attitude, he was instantly enraged. Impudent? Then we'll show you how impudent we are. The one who spoke wasn't Qin Feiyang, but Lunatic. Because at this moment, he was even angrier than Qin Feiyang. It had always been Lunatic bullying others, but no one dared to bully him. Not to mention slapping him in front of everyone. Master? Who did he think he was? Boom! The Blood Demon domain appeared and instantly enveloped Ancestral Dragon. The white-robed woman and the other ancestral dragons were beside Ancestral Dragon and were also enveloped by the Blood Demon domain. In an instant, the cultivation of the 8 ancestral dragons fell to the half-step 9th heaven realm. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also took a step forward, and his murderous aura erupted. "Li Buer, how dare you?" the white-robed woman roared. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang roared and pushed the white-robed woman back with one palm. Then, he kicked Ancestral Dragon's lower abdomen. Roar! Ancestral Dragon's aura was shattered on the spot, and he fell to the ground not far away. "Little bastard, are you going to rebel?" The other ancestral dragons shouted angrily. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to it and walked step by step towards the Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon. His entire body was coiled with a substantial killing intent. "I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Since you dare to provoke me, you have to pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang stopped in front of Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon and fiercely kicked his head. He didn't show any mercy. The powerful kick sent Ancestral Dragon flying as if he was kicking a rubber ball. Ancestral Dragon's skull was instantly shattered and blood gushed out. "Li Buer, don't go too far," the white-robed woman roared. However, Qin Feiyang still turned a deaf ear to him. He took another step forward and walked towards the ancestral Black Dragon. That cold gaze made people unable to help but feel afraid. Yi Zhong's heart also trembled. Because it was the first time he saw this little guy so angry after being together for so long. Perhaps even a god wouldn't be able to stop him from venting his anger. Chapter 2682. What's the use of yelling? Hurry up and do something. Seeing that the woman in white only knew how to scold Qin Feiyang and did nothing, Ancestral Dragon couldn't help but roar in anger. Hearing this, the woman in white's eyes sank. It seemed that it was unavoidable. "I advise you not to do anything." Madman sneered. The blood-red youth said in a deep voice, "Madman, you are deceiving your master." "Deceiving my master? Tisk. When did I say that I want to be his disciple? Let's talk about it later. With his character, being his disciple, I feel that it is a shame. Learn from Yi Zhong. Magnanimous, reasonable, and never push your incompetence onto others. Madman's face was full of disdain. When Yi Zhong heard this, he couldn't help but straighten his back. This kid has quite a good eye. At the same time, Qin Feiyang picked up Ancestral Gragon and slammed him on the ground. At that moment, with a bang, Ancestral Gragon knelt on the ground. You don't dare to be arrogant with a young man, so you come to me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Ancestral Gragon's face. A palm print immediately appeared. I'm low-key, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Qin Feiyang slapped him again. You, Ancestral Gragon gritted his teeth. Why are you gritting your teeth? Why are you gritting your teeth? You don't agree? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Without waiting for Ancestral Black Dragon to say anything, he gave him a few more slaps on his face. Let me ask you, do you agree? The feeling of being bullied, does it feel good? Slap. Those slaps continued to greet him. Ancestral Gragon's face was already deformed and badly mutilated. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ancestral Gragon couldn't stand this humiliation anymore. With a low roar, his aura suddenly erupted. That's right. He lifted the suppression on his cultivation. Although his sea of qi was shattered, once the suppression on his cultivation was lifted, he would be the strongest in the Great Achievement Undead stage. Even if it was just his aura, even if it was just a wisp of divine sense, even if it was just a strand of divine will, it was enough to kill Qin Feiyang instantly. Li Bu, retreat. Yi Zhong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. There was no need for Yi Zhong to remind him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated. Little bastard, why are you running? Come again if you dare. Ancestral Black Dragon laughed sinisterly. A divine sense swept out from the top of his head, carrying a monstrous baleful aura as it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Rumble. However, at the same time, a rule force descended from the sky and blasted towards the Ancestral Dragon. Little bastard, I won't let you go. When you return to the Divine Prefecture, it will be your end. And you, lunatic. Ancestral Black Dragon let out an unwilling roar, and his physical body and divine soul were immediately reduced to ashes. The divine sense that was attacking Qin Feiyang was instantly obliterated by the power of laws. Phew. Yi Zhong finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. When I return to the Divine Prefecture, it will be my end? Qin Feiyang smirked slightly. Let's wait and see whose end it will be. Whoosh. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in white and the other ancestral dragons with a cold gleam in his eyes. The young man in crimson clothes said in a deep voice, Li Bu, it's better to keep a low profile. Am I not keeping a low profile enough? Although Qin Feiyang was only at the 9th heaven state, his aura was aggressive. The ancestral dragons could not help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. Li Bu, Old Black's physical body and divine soul are gone. You should be appeased by now. Yi Zhong quickly stepped forward and stopped Qin Feiyang when he saw that. Master, you've spoiled them too much. You've made them think that you're easy to bully. With your strength, why do you have to care about their attitude? A bunch of trash who can't even comprehend the power of laws. Qin Feiyang scolded mercilessly. You, the ancestral dragons trembled and roared, Yi Zhong, is this the disciple you taught? Don't you know how to respect the old and cherish the young? If you want to gain the respect of others, you have to know how to respect others first. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Good, good, good. You're amazing. The ancestral dragons nodded and looked like they were going crazy with hatred. Cut the crap. Do you want to get lost or do you want me to send you away? Lunatic said. What do you mean? The ancestral dragons raised their eyebrows. My meaning is obvious. With a thought, Lunatic shrank the barrier and the ancestral dragons were immediately abandoned outside the barrier. You, The ancestral dragons glared at Lunatic angrily. You don't have the ability to enter the Fallen Valley and you don't have any awareness at all. Sorry. I can't serve you guys. Think of a way yourselves. Lunatic was disdainful. The ancestral dragons suddenly trembled. That's right. They still had to rely on Lunatic to search for treasures in the Fallen Valley. If they offended Lunatic and he didn't help them devour the evil force in their bodies and continue to search for heaven-defying treasures, wouldn't this trip to hell be in vain? Lunatic, sorry, it was our fault just now. We apologize to you. The ancestral dragons gave in. There was nothing they could do about it. So far, they had found 3 heaven-defying treasures. The first one was the heaven-defying treasure in King Yu's hands. But facing the powerful King Yu, they were helpless. The second one was also given to Lunatic. With Lunatic's current attitude, he definitely wouldn't give it to them. And the third one was in the hands of the young man, so they couldn't snatch it. Moreover, those legendary and supreme-level techniques and treasures were also in Lunatic's pocket. In other words, until now, they still had nothing. Apologize? Look at me, do I look like such a magnanimous person? Lunatic smiled mockingly. Yes, yes, yes. It's all our fault. You're a great person, so please forgive us this time. We promise to listen to you in the future. In order to continue searching for treasures, the 7 ancestral dragons had completely put down their faces. Sigh. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Yi Zhong shook his head. They deserve it. The Beast Emperor transmitted his voice. Thinking of what happened when he went to King Yu's ancient city to snatch the heaven-defying treasure, he couldn't help but feel angry. After all, he was an ancestral dragon, but he was provoked by the 10 commanders with just a few words, humiliating him and Yi Zhong. If it wasn't for Yi Zhong standing out to be the peacemaker, he would have already turned hostile. Yi Zhong heard the Beast Emperor's voice and nodded. These ancestral dragons should indeed be suppressed, otherwise they will really think that they are invincible. What about my suggestion last time? The Beast Emperor secretly asked. Last time, he deliberately stayed behind and followed Yi Zhong to stall the 10 commanders. He had already expressed to Yi Zhong whether he wanted to leave the dragons or not. But at that time, not only did Yi Zhong not agree, he even reprimanded him harshly. Don't mention this again. Whether it is to this old man or to you, the dragons have cultivated us. If you want to leave the dragons, this old man won't stop you, but this old man will never do anything ungrateful. Yi Zhong shook his head with a cold expression. What a stubborn old man. The Beast Emperor secretly snorted. Although he was very angry, he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, otherwise it would only make Yi Zhong more and more disgusted. However, this Yi Zhong must be pulled into his and Cloud's camp. Otherwise, if Qin Feiyang succeeded, then Qin Baishan's side would be even more difficult to deal with. Looking at the 7 ancestral dragons again. At this moment, facing Lunatic, they were really lowly. However, Lunatic was stubborn and waved his hand. It's useless to say anything more, get lost. Is there really no room for discussion? The 7 ancestral dragons were enraged. They had already lowered themselves, what more did they want? They would have to pay the price for pushing their luck. No. Lunatic shook his head. All right. Very well. The white-clothed woman nodded and smiled sinisterly, waving her hand, let's go. Then, she turned and rushed outside. Just you wait. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. The other ancestral dragons also looked coldly at Lunatic before turning to chase after the white-clothed woman. When they caught up to the white-clothed woman, the blood-red youth asked unwillingly, are we really going to give up just like that? Give up? How is that possible? They will go to the divine demonic forest sooner or later, we will go there and wait for them. The white-clothed woman smiled sinisterly. Good idea. Their eyes lit up and they quickly disappeared into the blood mist. Now. They had only gone 1,000 miles into Fallen Valley. This distance was only a matter of a few breaths for the ancestral dragons. Therefore, Even without Lunatics' barrier, their lives would not be in danger. As for the evil force that entered their bodies, although it would take a long time to refine it, it would not affect their strength. Sigh. Yi Zhong could not help but let out a sigh. Are you sympathizing with them? There's no need. Unreasonable people like them don't deserve any sympathy. Lunatic shook his head. Yi Zhong sighed, although they are unreasonable, they are still companions. Companions? To put it bluntly, you treat them as companions, but they treat you as a servant. Qin Feiyang said. Don't talk nonsense. At least Dragon Sovereign treats this old man well. Yi Zhong stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed. She also values your strength and ability. Moreover, in my opinion, Dragon Sovereign does not treat you as one of her own. Think about it, you created the Dragon God Hall, how much contribution have you made to the dragons? And every time, you would come to hell to help the dragons look for heaven-defying treasures. But in the end, you did not get a single heaven-defying treasure? No. You have done so much, why didn't Dragon Sovereign give it to you? That is because you are an outsider. To be honest, I feel that it is not worth it for you. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yi Zhong went silent. I also think that what Li Bu said makes sense. Think about the two of us, whether it is ability or strength, we are above the ancestral dragons. But after so many years, what have we gotten? Take the Sunset Divine Bow and the other 10 heaven-defying treasures for example, isn't it all because of the two of us? But in the end, Dragon Sovereign did not say anything and directly gave these treasures to the 10 ancestral dragons. And the two of us who contributed the most were ignored as if we were air. Sometimes, this emperor thinks, why? Just because the 10 ancestral dragons are the same as Dragon Sovereign? To be honest, I am not reconciled. The Beast Emperor shook his head and sighed. Chapter 2683. Yi Zhong looked at the Beast Emperor and said, although he didn't give us any heaven-defying treasures, he didn't use the fate contract to control us. This can be considered a form of trust. What kind of trust is this? Giving us heaven-defying treasures is true trust. The Beast Emperor sneered. Is a heaven-defying treasure that important? Yi Zhong frowned. You don't think it's important? If there is no heaven-defying treasure, would Qin Feiyang be able to live until now? How dare he be so arrogant? I'm afraid he would have been killed by the ancestral dragon in the North region. The Beast Emperor snorted. Enough. Yi Zhong waved his hand and said, you can say this to this old man, but don't say it in front of the ancestral dragon and the revered dragon. Am I that stupid? The Beast Emperor pouted. Yi Zhong smiled faintly and looked at Frenzy, then let's go, let's continue to search. Frenzy nodded and continued to search with Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Feiyang stared at the depths of Fallen Valley and suddenly said, we can't search slowly anymore. What do you mean? Frenzy, Yi Zhong, and the Beast Emperor looked at him suspiciously. If it's just the few of us, it's fine to search slowly. But don't forget, there is still one more person in Fallen Valley. We have to get ahead of him and reach the deepest part. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. We can't let him reach the deepest part before us. Frenzy immediately shivered. Because there was something calling him in the deepest part. That thing might be very important to him. So, it must not fall into the hands of the young man. Master, you are faster than us. Why don't you take us and go straight to the deepest part? Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and asked. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the deepest part? Yi Zhong looked at the two of them in confusion. The Beast Emperor also had a puzzled look. No matter where it is, there are usually more treasures in the deepest part than in the periphery, so we have to be one step ahead. Frenzy said calmly. That makes sense. Yi Zhong nodded and didn't suspect anything. He immediately swept up Qin Feiyang and the others and rushed towards the deepest part of the cave. As for Wang Ming and Yang Li, they remained silent. Of course, this was Qin Feiyang's order. This was because the Beast Emperor knew the two of them very well. Every move they made could expose their identities. Thus, silence was the best solution. Qin Feiyang, tell me, could the blood shadow you noticed be the young man? After a while, Madman suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. Impossible. Qin Feiyang thought. Why? Madman was puzzled. Think about it. With his strength, is there a need for him to be sneaky? Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Madman nodded without leaving a trace. It seemed that this fallen valley was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Who knew if going to the deepest part of Fallen Valley was a blessing or a curse? Qin Feiyang turned to Yi Zhong and asked, Master, can you tell us about His Highness the Prince? His Highness the Prince? Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, why are you asking about him? I'm just curious. Look, I've been in the Dragon God Temple for many years, but I've never heard anything about this prince. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong said, there are very few people who know about this prince to begin with. Very few? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman grinned. Don't tell me he's a monster that doesn't dare to meet people? Monster? Yi Zhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's possible to call him a monster. Qin Feiyang and Madman were even more puzzled. This prince has shown amazing talent since he was young. Before he was 100 years old, he broke through to become a god. And now, he has already entered the initial stage of the imperishable realm. Yi Zhong said. What? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Initial stage of the imperishable realm. This cultivation was a bit terrifying. But, becoming a god at 100 years old didn't seem to be a big deal, right? After all, Divine Dragon Island had a time array. The reason why I say he's a monster is because he can open the gate of potential with his own ability. Yi Zhong said. Madman asked, then how many gates of potential has he opened? 8. Yi Zhong said. 8. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Every major realm had a gate of potential. Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Ancestor, Battle King, Battle Emperor, Battle Master, Battle Emperor, Battle God. In other words, this prince had already broken through the limit of the Battle God realm. Who knew better than Qin Feiyang the difficulty of opening the gate of potential? Even if there were pills like the potential pill, it still required extremely strong perseverance to successfully open it. Not to mention relying on one's own ability. According to Qin Feiyang's knowledge, only his ancestor and Zhuge Mingyang had opened the gate of potential with their own ability. His ancestor didn't say much because he didn't know much. But Zhuge Mingyang, he knew very well that he had only opened the first 2 gates. In other words, the gate of potential for martial artists and martial masters. And relying on one's own ability to open 8 gates of potential, that was unheard of. Would Yi Zhong say that this prince was a monster? If he really opened the gate of potential by himself, then he could indeed be called a monster. But was that really the case? Were there other factors in this? After all, Ice Dragon was this prince's father. It's also because this prince was born outstanding that Long Zun has always been very careful to protect him. And according to this old man's knowledge, the dragon snatching the bloodline power of Qin Feiyang and Qin Batian seems to have something to do with this prince. Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. What did snatching the bloodline power of his and his ancestors have to do with this prince? It's not like it's originally related. The Beast Emperor interrupted. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor again. The purple gold divine dragon is the noblest bloodline of the dragons. Even the sky dragon can't compare to it. And for the dragons, the purple gold divine dragon is also a legendary existence. Because the purple gold divine dragon is really rare. Such a big group of dragons has never given birth to a purple gold divine dragon. And suddenly one day, Qin Batian appeared. With the bloodline and talent of the purple gold divine dragon, he quickly rose to fame and his fame spread far and wide. When Long Zun heard this news, he immediately sent people to the northern region to investigate. In the end, the investigation revealed that Qin Baishan's bloodline power is indeed the purple gold divine dragon. Immediately, Long Zun had an idea. Strip off Qin Baishan's bloodline power and integrate it into this prince's body. In this way, once the integration is successful, this prince will be the first purple gold divine dragon in the history of dragons. Furthermore, this prince himself possesses two types of divine dragon powers: the ice dragon power and the sky dragon power. If the purple gold divine dragon power is added, it means that he has three types of divine dragon power. Then his talent and achievements must be even more terrifying. But what the dragons didn't expect was that Qin Batian had the protection of a heaven-defying treasure. And he also received the recognition and help of the four guardians, causing Long Zun's plan to fail. The Beast Emperor said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang muttered. He finally figured out the reason why the dragons deprived him and his ancestors' bloodline power. It turned out that, just to fulfill the prince's wish. Wait. You just said the four guardians? Who are these four guardians? Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor suspiciously. The four guardians are the people who guard the four major regions, which is the northern region, western desert, southern wasteland, and eastern tomb. Each of the four major regions has a guardian. Although their strength is not as good as Long Zun, it's not much different. The Beast Emperor said. The four guardians, Qin Feiyang and Madman, looked at each other. They have been in the northern region for so many years, why haven't they heard of any guardians? These four guardians are very low-key. Even if they stand in front of you, you may not know their identity. However, they are really strong. Even when this emperor and Yi Zhong join forces, we are not a match for one of them. It is also because of these four guardians that Long Zun can't leave Divine Land. The Beast Emperor said. Very low-key? Very strong? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. A figure gradually appeared in his mind. Could it be him? The person who appeared in his mind was a dirty old man in tattered clothes. This old man was Lin Yi's master. Because this old man was ridiculously strong, even Long Zun's clone could be easily defeated. Ancestral Gragon was no match for the old man. Even when he saw the old man, Ancestral Gragon was scared and terrified. So, that old man was most likely the so-called protector. If the guardian of the northern region was really him, then Lin Yi really picked up a big bargain. Shouldn't you thank this emperor? After all, this is the truth you have been longing for a long time. The Beast Emperor's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Beast Emperor and transmitted his voice. I do have to thank you. Why don't you follow me? I promise to serve you like a lord. Follow you? The Beast Emperor was taken aback for a moment and secretly said, Are you dreaming? Do you think you are qualified for this emperor to follow you? Hee hee. Don't underestimate others, and don't overestimate yourself. There is a good saying. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Today, you look down on me. Tomorrow, I will make you unworthy. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Then, this emperor will see if you have this ability. The Beast Emperor sneered. Then you wait and see. And, don't have any ideas about Yi Zhong. He is mine. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Yours? The Beast Emperor secretly sneered. Although you and Yi Zhong have both comprehended the law of fire, if I have to choose between you and Yi Zhong, I will definitely choose Yi Zhong without hesitation. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. The Beast Emperor frowned. Of course, he understood this. Because Qin Feiyang's meaning was already quite obvious. Not only Yi Zhong, but even he couldn't escape. In other words, Qin Feiyang not only wanted to persuade Yi Zhong, but also wanted to subdue him. And if he dared to obstruct and affect the plan to persuade Yi Zhong, then Qin Feiyang would not hesitate to kill him. This little bastard, deep in the Beast Emperor's heart, he couldn't help but feel a chill. He didn't expect this little bastard's ambition to be so great that he actually wanted to subdue him. It was no wonder that even though he knew that he was a revered beast, he didn't make a move against him. He was waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 2684. Qin Feiyang's methods were obvious to all. If he continued to stay with Qin Feiyang, there might really be an accident. Should he take the initiative to leave? However, in the face of the temptation of a heaven-defying treasure, he really couldn't bear to leave. Besides, Qin Feiyang had obviously come prepared. Would he let him go so easily? No. Once he opened his mouth and said that he wanted to leave, Qin Feiyang would definitely attack him directly. In other words, he could neither leave nor stay. He was caught in a dilemma. In the past, with the chief pavilion master around, he could take care of him. But now, he was alone, isolated and without help. To be honest, although he said that he didn't care about Qin Feiyang, he was actually still a little afraid. The group continued to go deeper. Along the way, they kept encountering blood puppets. The frequency of Qin Feiyang and Frenzy's attacks also began to increase. Because there was no other way. Now, it was just them, Yizhong, Beast Emperor and Wang Ming. In front of Beast Emperor, even if Wang Ming and Frenzy attacked, they definitely wouldn't dare to use their full strength. For example, divine arts, divine weapons, and battle souls. Once these things were revealed, Beast Emperor would immediately be able to see through their identities. As for Beast Emperor, he definitely wouldn't use all his strength to kill the enemy. Because, not only did he have to guard against Qin Feiyang, but he also had to think about how to scheme against Qin Feiyang. In other words, the only one who was really fighting with the blood puppets was Yizhong. Yizhong was indeed very strong, but he was also a person of flesh and blood. He also knew fatigue. He would also be injured. So, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy naturally couldn't be as relaxed as before. Boom. Crack. One day after half a month. After a tough battle, they finished off 3 blood demon puppets at the Great Perfection 9th Heaven's realm. Their bodies were covered in wounds. Frenzy took out a life pill and threw it into his mouth. He looked at Qin Feiyang and complained, "You were too impulsive. You shouldn't have chased away the ancestral dragons. If they were still here, we wouldn't have had to do anything. Something's not right. Weren't you the one who chased them away? Why are you blaming me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Is it me?" Madman was startled. "Nonsense. Are you the one who told them to scram, or am I the one who will send you scram? What are you still talking about? I can't serve you guys. You forgot so quickly?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "Really?" The madman smiled embarrassedly and said, "But it's not like you didn't object. Only you can bring us into the Fallen Valley. Do you think I dare to go against your words?" Qin Feiyang secretly mocked. TSK, madman secretly despised him. All right. Without them, we can still reach the deepest part. It's just a little hard work." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. After slightly healing their injuries, they continued on their journey. They were exceptionally careful along the way. Whenever they encountered a blood golem, they would take a detour. Wang Ming suddenly said telepathically, "Seriously, we should team up with the youngsters." That's right. The youngsters aren't afraid of the power of evil. If we team up with him, it'll be easier for us to reach the deepest part. It's all the ancestral dragon's fault. He's brainless. We can't wait to curry favor with such a person, but he still wants to snatch a heaven-defying treasure. Yang Li also sighed inwardly. When Madman heard their conversation, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice, "Say, with your relationship with him, if you meet him again and see that the ancestral dragons have already left, will you choose to travel with us?" "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. About 3 months later, the 6 of them appeared in front of a valley. The entrance to the valley was very narrow and only allowed one person to pass. "Should we rest here for a while?" Although they tried their best to avoid the blood golems in the past 3 months, they still couldn't avoid a series of tough battles. All of them were in a sorry state. Especially Yi Zhong, in order to protect everyone, he always rushed to the front. "Let's see if the valley is safe first," Yi Zhong said solemnly. In the past 3 months, they had faced at least 8,000 blood golems, if not 10,000. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even he couldn't handle it. The group entered the valley one after another. Soon, they figured out the situation of the valley. The valley was very large and the entire valley was circular with a diameter of several miles. It was flat and looked very spacious. But there were no traces of the blood golems in the valley. They immediately sat cross-legged in the valley and took out the divine power pill and life pill to recover their divine power while healing their injuries. However, what Qin Feiyang and the others didn't notice was that the madman seemed to be in a trance when they entered the valley. "What's going on?" The madman gradually frowned. He wanted to calm down and rest, but he couldn't get rid of that state. Moreover, the power that had been calling him also disappeared after entering the valley. The madman opened his eyes and scanned the valley again. Unintentionally, his gaze fell on the entrance to the valley. "Not good. There's danger." Immediately, the madman's body trembled and he stood up. Startled, Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly opened their eyes and looked at the madman. "Look!" The madman pointed at the entrance of the valley as if he had seen something terrifying. Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly looked over and their hair stood on end. The entrance to the valley had actually disappeared at some point. That's right. The entrance to the valley had disappeared. What's going on? Wang Ming was bewildered. They had clearly come in from there. But where was the entrance? "Let's go and take a look." The 6 of them walked over cautiously. There was no danger, but the entrance had indeed disappeared and was replaced by a complete mountain. "Are we hallucinating?" Yang Li frowned. Wang Ming directly stretched out his hand and pinched Yang Li's arm hard. "It hurts." "What are you doing?" Yang Li glared at Wang Ming. Wang Ming said, "Since you feel pain, it's not an illusion. Let's look around again and see if we remembered wrongly. The entrance isn't here," Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. The group circled around the valley, but they still couldn't find the entrance to the valley. The entire valley seemed to be one entity. "Go up." The Beast Emperor looked at the sky above the valley and shouted. At this moment, he could not remain calm either. If this had happened anywhere else, with his strength, he wouldn't have been so nervous. But this was Fallen Valley. Fallen Valley was a very strange place to begin with. Now that such a strange scene had appeared, who could remain calm? Swoosh! Immediately, Yi Zhong waved his hand and swept up the few of them. Like leaping onto roofs and walls, they quickly flew up the valley. Bang! However, when the group was about to reach the peak, an invisible force blasted from above. They were caught off guard. The few of them were slapped down on the spot and smashed into the valley in a sorry state, spitting blood from their mouths. None of them checked on their injuries. They quickly got up and looked up in bewilderment. The sky was filled with blood mist and they could not see clearly. Furthermore, the invisible force from before had disappeared without a trace and they could not sense its aura. "What's going on?" Wang Ming asked in shock. But no one answered his question because no one knew. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Frenzy, enlarge the enchantment." Frenzy nodded. Divine power surged out, and the divine power boundary of about 1,000 feet began to expand. In just a few breaths, the enchantment enveloped the entire valley. The evil force in the surroundings was also pushed out of the valley by the enchantment. Without the evil force obstructing their line of sight, the entire ancient era was clearly presented in front of them. When they saw the entire valley, Qin Feiyang and the others could not help but feel their scalps go numb. The mountains on all sides were connected into one, like an iron bucket. Furthermore, there was a blood-red light curtain above, sealing off the sky above the entire valley. In other words, they had unknowingly entered an iron bucket-like cage. This old man wants to see who is deliberately mystifying things. Yi Zhong roared, a cold light surging in his eyes. He suddenly leaped up, divine power surging out of frenzy's enchantment, and punched the light curtain. Bang! This time, Qin Feiyang and the others clearly saw that an invisible force suddenly emerged from the light curtain above the valley and blasted toward Yi Zhong. Poof! Yi Zhong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body smashed into the ground next to Qin Feiyang and the others like a meteorite. Are you okay? Qin Feiyang hurried forward and asked with concern. Yi Zhong spat out another mouthful of blood and waved his hand. I'm fine. After saying that, he got up and looked at the light curtain above in horror. It could even send him flying. Who was the one who set up this light screen? Qin Feiyang suddenly noticed the ground and exclaimed, Master, look at your feet. My feet? Yi Zhong was stunned and hurriedly looked down at the ground under his feet. Frenzy, Beast Emperor, and Wang Ming heard Qin Feiyang's exclamation and immediately looked over. But it was nothing. Didn't you notice such an obvious anomaly? Qin Feiyang said. What anomaly? Everyone was even more confused. There was nothing on the ground. What anomaly was there? The ground didn't shatter. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. It didn't shatter? Everyone was slightly taken aback and looked at the ground under Yi Zhong's feet again. It indeed didn't shatter. But what anomaly was this? I'm sure something's wrong. Yi Zhong's face was filled with confusion at first, but his pupils suddenly shrank as he spoke. But Frenzy, Beast Emperor, and Wang Ming were even more puzzled. Could you not make such a fuss? It would scare people to death. Think about it carefully. Given the strength of that force and Master's body, how could the ground be intact when it smashed down from above? Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Hearing Qin Feiyang's reminder, the four of them immediately came to a realization. That's right. With Yi Zhong's fleshly body, if he were to crash down from above, it would not be too exaggerated, but it would definitely create a huge crater. But now, the ground was completely undamaged. This clearly didn't make sense. Ha! Yi Zhong suddenly growled and punched the ground with all his strength. Along with a loud boom, the valley only trembled slightly. Looking at the ground again, there wasn't even a crack. After all, given Yi Zhong's strength, a full-strength punch was enough to destroy a mountain, but now it didn't cause any damage to the valley at all. It was too strange. Chapter 2685. Whoosh! Suddenly, Beast Emperor swooped down and punched the cliff on the left side of the valley. However, this punch only caused the valley to tremble. The ground and the mountains on all sides are all indestructible. There's also a light barrier above us. Isn't this like an impenetrable cage? Their faces were extremely gloomy. If they weren't careful, they would fall into a desperate situation. Was this Fallen Valley? No wonder even the Blood Demon clan considered it a forbidden area. We're just trapped and there aren't any blood puppets. We're quite lucky. Wang Ming shook his head. Everyone nodded. If a large group of blood puppets appeared now, they would really be turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they had wings. However, as soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in the light barrier above them. When Qin Feiyang and the others saw the crack, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What was going on? Beast Emperor shouted, "Take this opportunity to escape." But the next moment, the six of them stiffened, and their faces instantly turned pale. One by one, blood puppets appeared from the crack like an army of death gods. 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, in just a few breaths of time, as many as 200 blood puppets had entered the valley. Furthermore, they didn't stop appearing, and continued to appear. This is really what we fear most. Wang Ming mumbled. These blood puppets were basically ferocious beasts, but their cultivations were all at the great perfection ninth heaven's realm. Each blood puppet's eyes shone with a merciless light. Qin Feiyang suddenly came back to his senses and roared, "Lunatic, activate the blood demon domain, kill." Just as Qin Feiyang spoke, the hordes of blood puppets also swooped down toward them. A terrifying and ferocious aura spread in all directions. "Blood demon domain, activate!" Lunatic shouted. The blood demon domain instantly enveloped the entire valley. The cultivation of all the blood puppets that entered the blood demon domain instantly plummeted to the half-step ninth heavens realm. Qin Feiyang, Yizhong, Beast Emperor, and Wang Ming also attacked the blood puppets. Die! A golden fist appeared in Yizhong's hand. Its divine might shook the world, and a single punch could kill a large number of people. The Beast Emperor also unleashed his supreme-grade ultimate kill, instantly killing a large number of enemies. Wang Ming and the other man didn't use their trump cards. However, he was still at the peak of the nine heavens realm, so he could handle it. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang activated the Fire Lightning Divine Art and Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps. He would definitely not dare to use trump cards like the Flaming Phoenix Art and the 3000 Incarnations. However, even with the suppression of the Blood Demon domain, there were simply too many blood puppets. It was impossible to guard against them. For example, Qin Feiyang. Just as he was about to kill a dozen blood puppets, another dozen blood puppets appeared behind him. Puff! One of the blood puppets was a blood eagle. Its claw was on Qin Feiyang's back. Its sharp claws directly tore off a piece of flesh. It's too much. If we keep fighting like this, even if they can't kill us, we'll die of exhaustion. Wang Ming roared. Not only Qin Feiyang, but Wang Ming, Yang Li, the Beast Emperor and Yizhong also had a lot of wounds on their bodies. Hold on. Fallen Valley is a forbidden area in hell. Very few creatures dare to enter. So, the number of blood puppets here is limited. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, a group of blood puppets suddenly rushed toward Lunatic with bloody light surging in their eyes. You're courting death. Lunatic didn't make a move. After all, he had to open the blood demon domain and maintain the divine force barrier at the same time to block the evil power, but that didn't mean that he couldn't make a move while maintaining the blood demon domain and the divine force barrier. He would try not to make a move if he could. Boom! The third move of the blood demon appeared. The Demon King statue was wearing armor and holding a sky halberd. It was full of demonic energy and charged toward the group of blood puppets. The group of blood puppets was instantly killed. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to kill the blood puppets around them. Corpses flew everywhere and blood dyed the valley red. Beast Emperor! Yizhong shouted. The Beast Emperor understood. The fire dharma of the two rolled out and the valley below immediately turned into a sea of fire. Whether it was the corpses of the blood puppets or their blood, they immediately began to burn. Because as long as there was a little bit of flesh left, the blood puppets would be reborn again. So they had to be burned clean. As for the Beast Emperor, he didn't want to go all out, but there was no other way now. Blood puppets continuously poured out of the crack. No one knew how many were left. If he didn't go all out, he would probably die here before finding the heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, he was different from the Chief Pavilion Master. There were no more divine souls outside. If he died here, it would be a real death. He didn't want to die. Time passed slowly. An hour later, blood puppets were still pouring out of the crack above. It seemed endless. Li Bu, didn't you say that the blood puppets are limited? Why is it still not over? The Beast Emperor roared. How would I know? Qin Feiyang was also extremely anxious. In an hour, they had killed at least tens of thousands of blood puppets. Logically speaking, the blood puppets in the Fallen Valley should be almost all killed. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be what he thought. At the same time, in the end, after an hour of hard fighting, Qin Feiyang and the others' injuries were getting worse and worse. You're really unreliable. The Beast Emperor glared at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yi Zhong and roared, "Go and try and see if you can force your way out of the crack." Okay. Yi Zhong nodded. The gloves on his hands emitted a dazzling divine light, and his body was also filled with a terrifying aura. He leaped, crushing one blood puppet after another, and headed straight for the crack above. However, before he could get close, another invisible force emerged from the light curtain and blasted toward Yi Zhong. "I don't believe that I can't deal with you." Yi Zhong roared angrily. His divine power roared and blasted forward. One had to know that the gloves in his hands were supreme-level artifacts. With the power of a supreme-level artifact, his punch was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! However, when his fist collided with the invisible force, cracks appeared on the golden glove with a cracking sound. Bang! And Yi Zhong's entire body was smashed to the ground like a cannonball, blood spurting out of his mouth. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Zhong had used a supreme-level artifact, but he still couldn't block that invisible force? What the hell is this? It can even damage a supreme-level artifact. Yi Zhong got up, looked at the cracks on the gloves, and then looked up at the light curtain above. His heart was also in turmoil. It seems that even if there's a crack, we can't rush out. We can only fight to the death. I only hope that the blood puppets in Fallen Valley can be exterminated quickly. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. When Yi Zhong and the others heard this, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. This wasn't a joke. Nor was it child's play. This was a battle of life and death. No, I can't die here. You bastards, go to hell. Beast Emperor roared fiercely, and a huge beast shadow rushed out of his body. It was the shadow of a fire Qilin. Flames surged around his body, and his divine power could destroy the world. He pounced on the blood puppets in front of him. Wherever he went, all the blood puppets were turned to ashes. This wasn't Beast Emperor's true body, but the manifestation of a divine art. And it was a supreme-level divine art. Wang Ming looked at Beast Emperor and said telepathically, "Young Lord, should Yang Li and I continue to hide?" Yang Li also looked at Qin Feiyang. Although their identities would be exposed if they revealed their trump cards, their lives would be in danger if they continued like this. Compared to exposing their identities, their lives were definitely more important. Try to protect yourself first. If there's really no other way in the end, then you too can make a move. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said to himself. All right. The two of them nodded. But right after that, Wang Ming shouted, "Watch your back." Qin Feiyang was instantly alarmed. While he was pondering, a dozen blood puppets attacked from behind. Those white and sharp fangs and those cold gleaming claws made one shudder. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the heavenly god's armor without hesitation. Boom! When the blood puppets arrived, Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out. But fortunately, he was protected by the heavenly god's armor, so he wasn't fatally injured. How many blood puppets are there? Qin Feiyang was furious. He used the heavenly dragon's 9 steps, and a heavenly dragon roared and charged at the blood puppets. The blood puppets were crushed one after another. Their flesh and blood floated down and were burned to ashes by the sea of fire formed by the Dharma of fire below. However, there were even larger blood puppets pouring out of the crack. Slowly. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel despair. From the looks of it, there seemed to be no end to killing. Hee. Even if you have 1,000 years, you won't be able to kill all the blood puppets in Fallen Valley. Suddenly, a sinister laugh sounded from the light screen above, filled with a bloodthirsty smell. Who is it? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked and immediately looked up. But the light screen was shrouded in a thick blood mist, and they couldn't see the person who spoke at all. Instead of worrying about who I am, why don't you think about how to escape from here? The sinister laugh sounded again, and it became erratic. Sure enough, other than the young man, there is someone else in Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. Suddenly, a blood shadow appeared in his mind, and he said in surprise, "Are you the blood shadow that has been spying on us in the dark?" Blood shadow? Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor were taken aback. What blood shadow? Why didn't they know? Yeah. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. You are quite capable. The mysterious blood shadow said in surprise. It's really him. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he shouted, "Who the hell are you? What is the purpose of doing this?" "Who am I? I am the ruler of Fallen Valley. Everything in Fallen Valley is under my control. As for the purpose, of course it's to kill you and turn you into my blood puppets. I admire you very much. Especially you, Li Bu, and that human called Madman. When you become my blood puppets, I believe that you will be very powerful." The mysterious blood shadow snickered. It was like a ferocious ghost laughing. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2686. Turn us all into blood puppets. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. This mysterious blood shadow was a complete lunatic. You have to have the ability to do so. But at this moment, Lunatic spoke, his face full of disdain. Qin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Lunatic. That's right. The first condition to become a blood puppet was to be eroded by the evil force. Lunatic could absorb the evil force in Fallen Valley, so the mysterious blood shadow had no chance at all. I admit it. You are indeed different from ordinary people. But, as long as I kill you, I won't be able to absorb the evil force anymore. Naturally, you will become my blood puppet. The mysterious blood shadow laughed sinisterly. Lunatic couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the blood puppets and said, "You want to kill me with these small fries? Don't be hasty. Take your time." The mysterious blood shadow wasn't angry and also fell silent. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "If he dares to say this, it means that he must be confident. Don't be careless." "I know." Lunatic nodded. He wasn't someone who only knew how to brag. He had long been vigilant. Boom! The fierce battle continued. Countless blood puppets came one after another. They had no consciousness and didn't know pain. Even in the face of death, they didn't feel fear. But Qin Feiyang and the others were different. They had flesh and blood. They knew pain, they knew fatigue, and they also felt fear. Therefore, facing these blood puppets, the torment in their hearts was more serious than the injuries on their bodies. Because they didn't know when the battle would end. Their mentality, mental strength, and even every nerve in their body had to be tensed up. This was not only a life and death test but also a tempering of their mental state. If they held on, there might still be hope. But once they collapsed, there was only one outcome, death. Day after day passed. They were like cornered beasts fighting. There was no time to rest and they could only fight continuously. Their injuries were getting worse and worse. Half a month later. If he didn't lie to us and we can't kill all these blood puppets in 1,000 years, then we should give up early. The Beast Emperor smiled sadly. Yes. After half a month of non-stop killing, as well as that lingering pride, he had gradually fallen into despair. When Yi Zhong heard this, his eyes trembled and he roared, "You can't give up because you don't have a divine soul anymore. You can't be reborn." The Beast Emperor's eyes trembled. That was right. Anyone could give up, but he couldn't. Suddenly, the Beast Emperor turned to look at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "It's time to use everything you have." Yi Zhong was taken aback. All of his tricks. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Beast Emperor and transmitted his voice, "You better calm down." Compared with Yi Zhong, Beast Emperor, Madman, and Wang Ming, his injuries were much better. Because he had fused with the flame of life. The power of the bloodline also had an extremely strong recovery ability. In addition, the divine life pills he had taken all had 4 dragon-shaped core chi. Therefore, they were not as pathetic as Yi Zhong and the others. I'm very calm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have placed all my hopes on you. Now, only you can break out of this deadlock. I know that if I use all my trump cards, your identity will definitely be exposed. But don't forget that, like me, you don't have a divine soul outside. Once you die here, you'll be completely dead. Think carefully, which is more important, your identity or your life? The Beast Emperor roared. Qin Feiyang muttered as he fought with the blood puppet. To be honest, although he was in a better state than Yi Zhong and the others, he was also extremely exhausted after half a month of continuous fighting. He even had the urge to immediately lie down on the ground and have a good sleep. Very tired, right? Mentally and physically exhausted, right? Hee, don't be in such a hurry to collapse. The warm-up isn't over yet. I've been in Fallen Valley for countless years, and it's very rare for me to encounter something so fun, so you must play with me until I'm satisfied. The mysterious Blood Shadow's voice rang out again. Who's in the mood to play with you? The Beast Emperor roared. That's not up to you. Because I have the final say in this game. Only I have the right to announce the end. The mysterious Blood Shadow laughed out loud. Bastard. The Beast Emperor was furious. Don't be impulsive. Yi Zhong roared. These divine life pills, take them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and thousands of divine life pills flew toward the Beast Emperor. I have, Yi Zhong was just about to refuse. But then, his eyes suddenly widened. These divine life pills actually had 4 dragon-shaped core auras. 4 dragon-shaped core auras. Yi Zhong was also taken aback, extremely astonished. Divine life pills with 4 dragon-shaped core auras were extremely rare even in the divine land. Because, he could refine pills with 4 dragon-shaped core auras. Although they had been together for a long time, every time Qin Feiyang and Frenzy took the pills, they would quickly put them into their mouths. This could also be considered a deliberate cover-up. Therefore, Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor didn't notice. Wait. Yi Zhong was able to concoct a pill with 4 dragon-shaped pill energies. And as Yi Zhong's disciple, Qin Feiyang has pills with 4 dragon-shaped core auras. It's normal. The Beast Emperor came back to his senses and muttered to himself before putting away the divine life pills. Although he was very unwilling to accept Qin Feiyang's kindness, he had no choice. The situation was critical now. These divine life pills that Qin Feiyang gave him would be of great help to him. Because, his own divine life pills only had 3 dragon-shaped core auras at most. Although it was only 1 dragon-shaped core aura, the effect was worlds apart. After the Beast Emperor took the pills, he took one on the spot. Then, as he charged towards the blood puppets, he shot a glance at Yi Zhong and snorted coldly, Yi Zhong, aren't you being too generous? What do you mean? Yi Zhong frowned. We've known each other for so many years. Usually, when I ask you for a little pill, you're reluctant to give it to me. But now, you're giving Li Bu, so many. As expected of your disciple, the treatment is indeed different. The Beast Emperor was dissatisfied. Yi Zhong raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't give these pills to him. What? You didn't give them to him? The Beast Emperor was stunned. While he was stunned, 2 blood puppets rushed in front of him and almost smashed his head with their claws. The Beast Emperor quickly came back to his senses and killed the 2 blood puppets. He said in surprise, then where did he get these divine life pills? I don't know either. Yi Zhong shook his head and glanced at Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with the blood puppets, and asked, Li Bu, where did you get these pills? I bought them from the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. When he gave the Beast Emperor the pills, he had already thought of the answer. You bought them from the treasure pavilion? Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor looked at each other. Before the Nether King's Hell opened, the treasure pavilion did sell a large number of pills with 4 dragon-shaped pill auras. That can't be right. You gave the Beast Emperor thousands of divine life pills at once, which means that you have a lot of pills with 4 dragon-shaped pill auras. However, This old man remembers that when the treasure pavilion sold these medicinal pellets, they would auction them off one by one in the auction house. Do you have so much energy or money to buy so many pills? Yi Zhong frowned. This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Because he thought that he could brush it off. But he didn't expect Yi Zhong to get to the bottom of it. Yi Zhong said, "Are you hiding something from me?" Fine. I admit that I refined these pills with my own hands. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. What? You refined them? Yi Zhong immediately stopped and turned to stare at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Yi Zhong stopped because he was shocked. But the blood puppets that were fighting with Yi Zhong wouldn't stop. Because they had no consciousness and no emotions, they wouldn't be shocked at all. Dozens of blood puppets swarmed forward. Yi Zhong immediately screamed in pain, and several deep wounds appeared all over his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Get lost. Yi Zhong was furious. He raised his fists and punched wildly. Dozens of blood puppets splattered in the air. Master, can you not care about the pills now? Qin Feiyang was very helpless. At this time, he still had the mood to care about such a trivial matter. But in Yi Zhong's view, this was not a trivial matter. Because he was also an alchemist. And he could also refine 4 dragon-shaped pill auras. So, he knew better than anyone the value of such an alchemist. Are you sure that you refined them? Yi Zhong asked. Yes. I gave the pills to the treasure pavilion at the auction. Qin Feiyang said. What? You gave them to the treasure pavilion? In that case, doesn't the chief pavilion master also know that you can refine 4 dragon-shaped pills? The Beast Emperor exclaimed. Because he was distracted, he was once again beaten up by the blood puppets. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was because the chief pavilion master knew that Li Bu was Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he must know that he was the one who refined these pills. Damn it, why didn't he tell me about such an important matter? The Beast Emperor was secretly furious. That's right. Since the chief pavilion master knows, why doesn't the Beast Emperor know? With the relationship between the two of them, the chief pavilion master has no reason to hide it from the Beast Emperor. Qin Feiyang's expression was also slightly stunned. He rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice. He didn't tell you, which means that your relationship is not as good as you think. Don't sow discord there. The Beast Emperor secretly snorted. Is this considered sowing discord? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he secretly sneered. Do you have some misunderstanding about sowing discord? The Beast Emperor's eyes darkened. Could it be that, as Qin Feiyang said, the chief pavilion master was also secretly guarding against him? In other words, the chief pavilion master was actually just using him to deal with Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang to fulfill his own ambitions? Suddenly. Yi Zhong laughed and said, Good, as expected of this old man's disciple. Just based on your alchemy talent, this old man can't let you die in the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. With the current situation, if there was no way to solve it, it would be difficult for him to not die. Chapter 2687. You're still in the mood to chat. Looks like the pressure isn't enough. The mysterious blood shadow suddenly sneered. Boom! One by one, blood demon puppets appeared from the crack. Blood demon puppets. The 6 of them turned pale with fright. This was what they were most worried about. Although there were many other blood demon puppets, they were still easy to deal with. But the blood demon puppets were like monsters. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them, they came in batches. If the other blood demon puppets brought them despair, then these blood demon puppets would bring them doomsday. Boom! These blood demon puppets included godlords, paragon gods, and 9 heavens realm cultivators. The moment they entered the valley, they transformed one after another. Their berserk auras were like raging waves as they pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Young Lord! Wang Ming and Yang Li exclaimed. If they continued to hide their strength, they would be in grave danger. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he asked telepathically, "Senior brother Crazy, where is the power that summoned you?" "I don't know. When we entered the valley, the power disappeared." Crazy thought. Disappeared? Qin Feiyang frowned. "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's think of a way to escape." Crazy sighed. These days, he had been opening the blood demon domain and maintaining the divine power barrier while fighting the blood demon puppets. Although he had been using divine power pills to replenish his divine power, he couldn't replenish it in time. He couldn't hold on for much longer. "Kill them." The mysterious blood shadow's voice sounded again, filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Boom! A group of blood demon puppets instantly pounced toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Although they were suppressed by Crazy's blood demon domain, their strength wasn't something that ordinary blood demon puppets could compare to. Whether it was Yi Zhong and the others, or Qin Feiyang and Crazy, they all felt the pressure double. Boom! Crack! With each collision, even if they could kill the blood demon puppets, they would have to pay a huge price. "Wang Ming, Yang Li, go all out!" Qin Feiyang shouted. The Beast Emperor was shocked when he heard Qin Feiyang shout. Wang Ming? Yang Li? Weren't those the names of the two divine emperors of the dragon-slaying palace? Why did Qin Feiyang suddenly shout out these two names? Yi Zhong was also bewildered. Although he didn't know who the other venerable sovereigns were, he knew all the 8 divine emperors of the dragon-slaying palace. Furthermore, they had seen it with their own eyes. Boom! As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, 2 terrifying auras erupted. It was Wang Ming and Yang Li. Heaven-destroying sword formation. Wang Ming roared. The million battle sword appeared out of nowhere, forming a skeleton-killing formation. With an apocalyptic sharpness, it charged toward the blood demon puppet. Subduing dragon-killing formation. At the same time, Yang Li also roared towards the sky. One green python after another roared out. There were a total of 99 of them. Every single one of them exuded astonishing ferocity. The 99 giant pythons also formed a terrifying killing array and attacked the blood demon puppet. Rumble. The 2 great killing arrays were indestructible. One by one, the blood demon puppet shattered. Subduing dragon-killing formation. Qin Feiyang murmured. It turned out that this Yang Li also had such a powerful technique. When he had fought with Yang Li back then, Yang Li hadn't used this subduing dragon-killing formation. Its power was no less than that of the heaven-destroying sword formation. It seemed that the 8 divine emperors of the dragon-slaying palace were indeed extraordinary people. Heaven-destroying sword formation, subduing dragon-killing formation, Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong were dumbstruck. Wasn't this the divine art of the 2 divine emperors, Wang Ming and Yang Li? They were Wang Ming and Yang Li. But that wasn't right. These 2 people didn't look like Wang Ming and Yang Li at all. Besides, even if they really were Wang Ming and Yang Li, why were they with Qin Feiyang? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly came to Beast Emperor's mind. Had the 2 of them already been subdued by Qin Feiyang? Wang Ming and Yang Li's all-out attack relieved a lot of the pressure on everyone. However, more and more blood demon puppets were still pouring out of the crack. So this was only temporary. Only by escaping this cage could they solve the root of all their problems. Wang Ming and Yang Li didn't hide their true appearances anymore. It really is them. Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong couldn't believe it. Wang Ming looked at the 2 of them and said, "We are well aware of your strength. Stop hiding it and attack with all your might. Let's attack together and blast open the light screen. If there's a problem, let's talk about it after we escape." Yang Li said. "Who?" Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong took deep breaths. Although they were full of questions, now clearly wasn't the time to ask them. Still hiding your strength? Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and Yang Li in astonishment. We're also hiding our strength. What's so strange about that? Madman thought to himself. Let's begin. Wang Ming stared at the light screen above and said in a deep voice. Rumble. The heaven-destroying sword formation and the subduing dragon-killing formation appeared once again. Wrath of the Fire God. Yi Zhong also shouted in a low voice. Flames surged out and turned into thunderbolts that surged high up in the sky. Roar. An earth-shattering destructive power burst forth. Wrath of the Fire God. Qin Feiyang looked at the thunderbolts and the divine thunder formed by the flames. This was somewhat similar to the Fire Thunder Divine spell. But its power surpassed that of the Fire Thunder Divine spell. Divine spells of the same level differed in strength. Because as one continued to comprehend and understand a divine spell, in other words, it was the so-called tempering. This way, its power would gradually increase. For example, if the supreme level was divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, then the Fire Thunder Divine spell could only be considered a third level at most. Because the Fire Thunder Divine spell had only been upgraded to the supreme level before Qin Feiyang entered the Hell of the Nether King. This was just like humans. If a person who had just become a god didn't have a powerful divine spell or divine weapon, they would never be able to compare with someone who had been a god for a long time. Wang Ming and Yang Li's heaven-destroying sword formation and the subduing dragon-killing formation were considered 6th level. After all, both of them were older than Qin Feiyang. The divine spells they had mastered, especially this kind of trump card, had long been tempered thousands of times. As for Yi Zhong's Wrath of the Fire God, that could definitely be considered a 9th level. Which was also the peak level of the supreme level divine spell. After all, Yi Zhong was an old antique who had lived for who knows how many years. The Wrath of the Fire God was his strongest move. He must have comprehended it to an unprecedented level. So, the Fire Thunder Divine spell was naturally not on the same level as it. Qilin Book. Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, the Beast Emperor's shout rang out. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over and saw a wave of fire rushing out from the Beast Emperor's body. Between the waves of fire, there was a book floating. The size of this book was twice as big as half of the book. It was completely red as if it was made of magma. Divine light flickered and its aura was shocking. As the Beast Emperor pointed out, the cover of the book automatically flipped open and the first page appeared. On it, there was a picture of a Qilin. But it was not a fire Qilin. It was a black Qilin. Its entire body was as black as ink and it was lifelike. Rise! The Beast Emperor roared again. Words were law. The black Qilin on the page immediately roared and soared into the sky, turning into a Qilin behemoth that was hundreds of feet tall. Following closely. The second page flipped open again. This was a blood Qilin. Rise! As the Beast Emperor shouted, the blood Qilin also rushed out of the page. Its body was hundreds of feet tall, like a real blood Qilin. Fierce beasts rolled in all directions. The third page, the fourth page, the fifth page, the pages opened one after another. Water Qilin, Snow Qilin, Earth Qilin, Wood Qilin, Wind Qilin, Thunder Qilin, a Qilin behemoth kept attacking. On the last page, there was a picture of a fire Qilin. Roar. Accompanied by a loud roar, the fire Qilin also roared out of the page. In the end, a total of 9 Qilin behemoths floated above the Beast Emperor's head, their ferocious might shocking the world. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at this aura, this Qilin book was also a 9th-class supreme god art. Indeed, none of these giants could be underestimated. In the blink of an eye. Kill! Yi Zhong shouted angrily. Sky Destroyer Sword Array, Dragon Subduing Killing Array, Wrath of the Fire God, Qilin Book. The 4 supreme killing techniques carried with them an apocalyptic aura, crushing groups of blood puppets one after another as they went straight for the light screen. Shatter! The Beast Emperor, Wang Ming, and Yang Li couldn't help roaring. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy's eyes were also filled with anticipation. 2 6th-class Supreme God Arts, 2 9th-class Supreme God Arts. They could definitely blast open the light screen. Rumble. The 4 most powerful God Arts. If they were outside, it would definitely be a scene of apocalypse. When the four great divine arts slammed into the light screen began to distort. It will definitely work, the six of them stared at the light screen, their hands unconsciously clenched together. However, as time passed, the light screen that had been distorting showed no signs of breaking. A sense of helplessness gradually welled up in their hearts. Were the four most powerful god arts unable to break the light screen? In the end, the distorted light screen gradually calmed down. Apart from the crack through which the blood puppets kept pouring in, there were no other cracks. How strong is this mysterious blood shadow? The six of them stared blankly at the light screen. It was so strong that it made them despair. Wang Ming suddenly roared, "Young lord, hurry up and show us your strength." And he didn't send a telepathic message. Hearing Wang Ming's roar, Yang Li and the Beast Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang in unison, their eyes full of pleading. Because only Qin Feiyang had the ability to break the light screen. Young lord? At the same time, Yi Zhong was startled and turned to look at Wang Ming. Seeing Wang Ming stare at Qin Feiyang, he shifted his gaze to Qin Feiyang. Young lord, wasn't this how Dragon Slayer Palace addressed the four young lords? Why did Wang Ming call Li Buer young lord? Seeing Yi Zhong look at him, Qin Feiyang's heart turned cold. What was wrong with Wang Ming? Calling him young lord was tantamount to exposing his identity, wasn't it? But it was too late to do anything about it now. Yi Zhong had already locked his gaze on him. As for Wang Ming, he couldn't blame him. Because after fighting for so many days in a row, no matter who it was, their mentality would explode. Once their mentality exploded, they couldn't care less. Chapter 2688. The atmosphere here was also a little different. Wang Ming also realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and he couldn't help glancing at Yi Zhong uneasily. Would Yi Zhong notice? Would the young lord blame him? Crack. But suddenly, there was the sound of something shattering. Startled, the six of them hurriedly looked up. They had thought that the light curtain had shattered, but when they looked, their expressions changed abruptly. It wasn't the light curtain that had shattered. It was Madman's blood demon realm. Why had they been able to hold on until now? It was because of Madman's blood demon realm. The blood devil domain could suppress the cultivation of the blood puppets. This played a very crucial role for them. They had been able to kill the blood puppets so easily because of the suppression of the blood demon realm. And once the blood demon realm shattered, the blood puppets would be able to unleash their peak strength, especially the blood demon puppets. Without the suppression of the blood demon realm, it would be a disaster for them. I've already tried my best. Madman shook his head. He couldn't stop the blood demon realm from shattering. Because the divine power in his body was about to run out. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and smiled. Then I'll do it. In any case, Wang Ming had already exposed his identity. Although Yi Zhong hadn't asked yet, he was definitely already suspicious. When the time came, Yi Zhong would definitely ask. And he couldn't find an excuse to dodge this question at all. Because Yi Zhong was a very smart old man to begin with. Not to mention such an obvious exposure, even the slightest clue couldn't be hidden from him. Then hurry up. The divine power barrier that isolates the evil power can't hold on for much longer. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Yi Zhong and the other three. He shouted, activate your strongest divine arts right now. Okay. Wang Ming, Yang Li, and Beast Emperor were overjoyed. Heaven Vanquishing Sword Array, Hidden Dragon Killing Array, Qilin Book, the three most powerful deity arts instantly appeared out of nowhere. But Yi Zhong didn't move. He looked at Qin Feiyang, his old eyes shining brightly as if he wanted to see through Qin Feiyang. After we escape, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and said. Yi Zhong let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the deity formula, Fury of the Fire God, appeared. 3,000 clones, open. Qin Feiyang let out a low roar, and 3,000 incarnations instantly appeared behind him. It's this kind of divine art. Wang Ming and Yang Li were wild with joy. Once the 3,000 clones were unleashed, they would definitely be able to shatter the light barrier. Everyone, whether or not we can escape depends on now. Give me 100% of your strength. Activate your fighting spirit. Qin Feiyang shouted. Ding! With a loud and clear dragon roar, the dragon's soul roared out. The 3,000 incarnations also activated their fighting souls. In addition to Qin Feiyang's true body, that was a total of 3,001 dragon souls, their draconic might surging in all directions. Eye of Heaven, open. Following closely. Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 incarnations roared at the same time, and a crack immediately appeared between the eyebrows of all the dragon souls. Eye of Heaven, appear. An obscure aura, as if covering the sky and earth, pounced towards the deity formula of Yi Zhong and the other three. In the next moment. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. 3,001 heaven-destroying sword formation, 3,001 dragon subduing killing formation, 3,001 fury of the fire god, and 3,001 Qilin book, a total of 10,000 deity formulas. What kind of scene was this? This valley could no longer hold them all, and they were densely packed. Just the aura emitted by these deity formulas caused the light screen above to distort and deform. Moreover, the valley, which could be called an iron wall, was also trembling violently. There were even some places that were already cracking and collapsing. Eye of Heaven, the heaven-defying fighting spirit that is being transmitted. The mysterious blood shadow hidden in the dark was also extremely shocked at this moment. Deep in his heart, there was an uncontrollable fear that emerged uncontrollably. Kill! Qin Feiyang roared angrily. With a wave of his hand, a sky full of deity formulas instantly charged towards the light screen majestically. All the blood puppets were unable to resist at all, and were crushed into ashes one after another. Crack! Before they even got close, cracks appeared on the light screen. The surrounding mountain peaks were also fragmented and collapsed on a large scale. Amazing! Wang Ming and Yang Li couldn't help looking at Qin Feiyang in admiration. This young lord was probably the only person in the world who could do this. Boom! Crack! When the divine arts that filled the sky arrived, the originally indestructible light was like a piece of rotten wood that could not withstand a single blow and was instantly shattered. At this moment, the valley was also completely destroyed with a deafening sound. He did it. Even Yi Zhong was overjoyed at this scene, let alone Beast Emperor and Wang Ming. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of joy on Qin Feiyang's face, and he looked extremely cold. I'd like to see what kind of divine being you are. As soon as these words were spoken, the densely packed deity seals instantly transformed into a raging tide that blasted out in all directions. Immediately, giant mountains collapsed and the ground sank as if doomsday had arrived. Even the evil power in the surroundings was dissipating at this moment. But the mysterious blood shadow didn't react at all. Wait! Suddenly, Madman stopped Qin Feiyang and stared at the blood mist in front of him in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The power that summoned me has appeared again, and it's not far ahead. Madman said. Not far? Stunned, Qin Feiyang looked up, but the blood mist was too thick and he couldn't see clearly. Let's go. Madman took the lead and ran forward. Qin Feiyang also dispersed his 3,000 clones and hurriedly followed. Wang Ming and Yang Li naturally chased after the two of them. Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong looked at each other and finally followed. Dozens of breaths later, a blurry silhouette entered the vision of the six of them. The silhouette was huge and was faintly discernible in the blood mist, looking like a primordial ferocious beast. Young lord, be careful. Wang Ming said warily. After the light curtain shattered, the mysterious blood shadow's voice never sounded again, as if it had disappeared into thin air. However, they knew that the mysterious blood shadow was definitely still hiding in the dark. Therefore, who knew if there was any danger? But it was unexpected. After that, the 6 of them went smoothly and the mysterious blood shadow didn't appear again. Finally, they saw the true appearance of the silhouette. It was a tall blood pagoda. The blood pagoda was 10,000 feet tall and had 9 floors. The entire ancient pagoda was blood-red as if it was made of flesh and blood, emitting a torrential malevolent aura. There was a door on the first floor of the blood pagoda. But at that moment, the door was tightly shut. It stood alone in the bloody mist. There were no blood puppets around it, and it was deathly silent. It gave people a bone-chilling feeling. That's it. Madman's gaze flickered. It was this blood pagoda that had been summoning him. Let's go and take a look. But be careful. Even if it's summoning you, it might not be a good thing. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Madman nodded. The 6 of them cautiously approached the blood pagoda. 10 breaths later, they stopped in front of the blood pagoda and looked around. Only after confirming that there were no blood puppets around did they look at the blood pagoda. There were patterns carved on the blood pagoda. These patterns were actually of the blood demon race. Some of the blood demons were what they looked like after transforming, while others were what they looked like before transforming. There were also particularly tall blood demons and particularly short blood demons. Almost, the entire blood pagoda was covered in blood demon statues. Wang Ming suddenly pointed at the stone door on the first floor and shouted, "Look at the patterns on that door." Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and were stunned. There were 2 different patterns on the stone door. The left half of the stone door had a pattern like the sun. The right half of the stone door had a pattern like a waning moon. Yang Li frowned. This looks like an evil sun and an evil moon. That's right. It's an evil sun and an evil moon. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked up at the top floor of the blood pagoda with a blank expression. There were 9 floors in the blood pagoda. There were many blood demon statues carved on the bottom 8 floors. But there was only one blood demon statue on the top floor. The blood demon was a middle-aged man. He wore blood-red armor and held a blood-red halberd in his hand. From below, that blood demon looked like an overlord of heaven and earth. The sky piercer in his hand pointed to the sky and his eyes looked askance at the heavens, exuding the domineering aura of a king. There seemed to be a faint trace of unyieldingness. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and also looked up. When he saw the statue, his gaze was instantly glued to it and he couldn't look away. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang noticed Madman's abnormality and asked suspiciously. So familiar, Madman mumbled. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was blank. Yes. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Madman nodded. Impossible. Qin Feiyang frowned. This was Madman's first time in hell and the first time he saw the blood pagoda. How could he have seen it before? Whoosh. Suddenly, Beast Emperor took a step forward and landed in front of the stone door. What are you doing? Don't be rash. Alarmed, Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. But Beast Emperor turned a deaf ear and murmured, "There must be a supreme treasure in this blood pagoda." As he spoke, he raised his arm and slammed his palm against the tightly shut stone door. Boom! Not only did the stone door fail to open, but the Beast Emperor was also forced to retreat. Poof! When he steadied himself, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was deathly pale. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Beast Emperor in bewilderment. This stone door can reflect my power back to me. Beast Emperor murmured and stared at the stone door in disbelief. Reflect it? Everyone was stunned. Wang Ming and Yang Li immediately stepped forward to give it a try. The result was the same as Beast Emperor. Moreover, the more strength they used, the greater the rebound force of the stone door. It seems that even if we're here, we can't go in. Beast Emperor was indignant. It wasn't easy to get here, but they were blocked outside the door. I'll give it a try. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind them. Young man. Startled, Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly turned their heads and saw the young man walking out of the blood mist. The snow python was still lying on the young man's shoulder as usual. It seemed to be affected by the young man and looked sleepy and weak. Chapter 2689. When did you get here? Yi Zhong raised his eyebrows. I've been here the entire time. The young man yawned. The entire time? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and couldn't help frowning. Beast Emperor said in a low voice, "So, you knew that we were trapped in the valley?" The young man glanced at Beast Emperor and said indifferently, "I'm not deaf. Of course I knew when there was such a big commotion." "Then why did you?" Beast Emperor said angrily. The young man said, "Are you going to ask why I didn't help?" Beast Emperor nodded. "What a stupid question. I'm not related to you in any way, why should I help you?" The young man gave Beast Emperor a disdainful look and walked straight to the stone door. Beast Emperor stared at the young man's back, seemingly angry from embarrassment. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Did that mysterious blood shadow come looking for you?" "No." The young man shook his head. "No?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. How could this be? They were both intruders, so why did the mysterious blood shadow ignore the young man? Was it because the young man was so strong that the mysterious blood shadow didn't dare to provoke him? Or, was the mysterious blood shadow coming for someone? If it was the former, it would make sense. After all, the young man was indeed very strong. Provoking him was tantamount to provoking a death god. But if it was the latter, this was worth thinking about. They were here for a certain person, then who could it be? Yi Zhong? Beast Emperor? Wang Ming and Madman? Or Madman? Or was it him? No. Qin Feiyang decisively rejected this last thought, because he had nothing to do with the Nether King's hell. There was no reason for the mysterious blood shadow to look for trouble with him. This was also the first time Wang Ming and Madman had entered the Nether King's hell, so the possibility wasn't high. Yi Zhong and Beast Emperor, needless to say, the possibility of it being them was quite high. Because this wasn't the first time they had entered the Nether King's hell, and this wasn't Fallen Valley's first time either. As for Madman, this was also his first time in the Nether King's hell, so the possibility wasn't high. Wait. Madman could absorb the power of evil. And there was something in Fallen Valley that was calling out to him. Could this be? Qin Feiyang pondered and felt that the madman was the most likely. However, this was only his personal guess, and he couldn't jump to a conclusion. While Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the young man had already arrived in front of the blood tower. After glancing at the stone door, the young man raised his arm and pressed it against the stone door. Boom! Following closely. With a slight shake of his arm, a terrifying force poured out and blasted towards the stone door. Immediately, the young man felt that the power he sent out was reflected back at him. Humph! The young man snorted coldly and forcibly neutralized the rebounding force without taking a single step back. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other. Surprisingly, they weren't pushed back. The young man was indeed powerful. Boom! Immediately after, the young man retracted his arm, and a terrifying power roared out, and he fiercely punched the stone door. With a loud bang, the power bounced back. Puff! Even with the young man's strength, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. This, Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist frowned again. Even the young man couldn't blast open the stone door. The Beast Emperor gloated over the young man's misfortune. Wasn't he very strong? But he was still blocked outside the stone door. After the young man steadied himself, he looked at the stone door again. His eyes didn't seem as lazy as before, and they shone brightly. Shall we all try? Perhaps we are fated with this blood tower and can open it? Wang Ming suggested. Everyone thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Yi Zhong, Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, the three of you go and try. The Beast Emperor said. Because they were the only ones who hadn't tried yet. Qin Feiyang. Hearing the Beast Emperor personally call out Qin Feiyang's name, Yi Zhong immediately turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Can we talk about Qin Feiyang after we open the Blood Tower? The Beast Emperor frowned. Yi Zhong glanced at the Beast Emperor, then strode to the stone door, raised his arm, and struck it with all his strength. Boom! Without any suspense, Yi Zhong was sent flying on the spot. Qin Feiyang stepped forward to support Yi Zhong. Get lost. Yi Zhong waved his hand and pushed Qin Feiyang away, his eyes full of anger. He had never thought that the disciple he valued so much, the only disciple he would accept in his life, would actually be Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head bitterly. He also walked to the stone door and pushed it gently. Even if it was just a light push, the stone door would bounce back. Obviously, he couldn't do it either. Everyone looked at the mad scientist. If you can't do it, how can I? The mad scientist shook his head and smiled bitterly. We can't, but maybe you can open it. After all, it has been calling you, so it might have something to do with you. Qin Feiyang said. What did you say? The Blood Tower is summoning the mad scientist? The Beast Emperor was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. How is this possible? Not only the Beast Emperor, but even Yi Zhong looked at the mad scientist in disbelief. Even the young man cast a strange look at the mad scientist. The mad scientist looked at everyone and raised his head to look at the stone door. In the end, he took a step forward and walked to the stone door, muttering, Since it is summoning me, then don't play these useless games with me. After saying that, the mad scientist raised his arm and slammed it at the stone door. Accompanied by a loud bang, a scene suddenly appeared in the mad scientist's mind. A 30,000-meter tall giant and a 30,000-meter tall divine dragon were engaged in a wild battle. The entire sky was filled with a destructive aura. The mad scientist's eyes trembled. This was exactly the same as the scene that appeared in his mind when he entered the moon of evil and touched the blood bead. Who are you? The mad scientist looked at the giant and dragon's faces. But, the giant and dragon seemed to be wearing a layer of veil. No matter how hard the mad scientist tried, he couldn't see their true faces. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the group all looked at the mad scientist in shock. Although they didn't see the scene that appeared in the mad scientist's mind, they saw with their own eyes that the mad scientist wasn't sent flying by the stone door. His fist was still on the stone door. Can he really do it? Everyone's heart was suddenly filled with expectations. However, the next moment, the mad scientist suddenly retracted his fist, hugged his head, squatted on the ground, and screamed. It seemed like he was in extreme pain. What's the situation? This sudden scene made Qin Feiyang and the others fall into a state of shock. When they recovered, Qin Feiyang immediately ran up. When he saw the mad scientist's distorted face, his eyes suddenly trembled. Who here knew the mad scientist better than him? Whether it was his temperament or willpower, they were both beyond ordinary people. If he hadn't encountered something particularly painful, he wouldn't have shown such a miserable side. And Qin Feiyang also saw that the mad scientist's forehead was dripping with bean-sized beads of sweat. What on earth had the mad scientist experienced just now? Are you okay? Qin Feiyang squatted in front of the mad scientist, reached out and patted his shoulder, his face full of worry. However, with Qin Feiyang's pat, the mad scientist seemed to be greatly frightened, and slapped at Qin Feiyang's chest. Caught off guard, Qin Feiyang was immediately sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. Young lord. Wang Ming and Qin Feiyang's expressions changed, and they hurriedly ran over. On the side, Yi Zhong instinctively took a step forward when Qin Feiyang landed. There was a trace of concern on his face. But then, that concern was replaced by indifference. He also retracted his steps. Are you okay? Wang Ming and Qin Feiyang helped Qin Feiyang up. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the mad scientist. The mad scientist seemed to have calmed down a lot, and slowly raised his head to look at them. When he saw the blood at the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth, He was stunned for a moment. Don't you remember? Wang Ming and Qin Feiyang looked at the mad scientist in astonishment. My mind was in a mess just now, and I suddenly felt someone close to me. Speaking of which. The mad scientist's expression froze as he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, You weren't beaten up by me, were you? It was you. Wang Ming and Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The mad scientist was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed dryly. Sorry, I'll be gentler next time. Next time? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He walked up to the mad scientist and frowned. What the hell happened to you just now? The mad scientist stood up and looked at the stone door, saying telepathically, I saw the same scene I saw last time. Scene? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The scene of a 10,000 zhang tall giant and a 10,000 zhang tall divine dragon fighting. And just like last time, when I saw these scenes, there was a sharp pain in my head. It was as if my soul was being torn apart, the mad scientist said. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had a feeling that this matter wasn't simple, and he couldn't let Yi Zhong and the others know. So, he had been transmitting his voice. I see. Then this time, did you see their faces clearly? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. I wanted to see their faces clearly, but there seemed to be an invisible force in front of my eyes, so I couldn't see them clearly. The mad scientist shook his head. I couldn't see them clearly, Qin Feiyang frowned. Why couldn't he, Yi Zhong, Beast Emperor, the young man and Wang Ming see these scenes, but the mad scientist could? What was the connection between the mad scientist and this hell? What are you mumbling about? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the young man who were exchanging glances in front of the stone door, Beast Emperor couldn't help but frown. Nothing. The two of them shook their heads. There must be something wrong, Beast Emperor muttered. He looked at the mad scientist and said, Since the stone door didn't reflect your power, you should be able to open it, right? Hurry up and open the stone door. Let us see what's inside. The young man also spoke with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The mad scientist looked at everyone, then at the stone door again with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He was really afraid to see those scenes again and feel the sharp pain of his soul being torn apart. We have to figure everything out. Qin Feiyang transmitted telepathically and gave the mad scientist an encouraging look. Chapter 2690. Madman lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly looked at the stone door and nodded. Okay. Decisively. He raised his arm again and slammed his palm against the stone door. The moment it touched the stone door, the scene appeared again. The soul-tearing pain also emerged. He gritted his teeth and pushed the stone door hard. Boom! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the stone door. The Beast Emperor and the others looked at each other. Madman could actually push it open? Why was that? One had to know. Madman was only at the 9th heaven realm. And here, except for Qin Feiyang, everyone's cultivation was higher than him. But no one could, except for Madman. Could it be that this blood tower really had something to do with Madman? Open for me. Madman roared, baring his teeth. The excruciating pain that felt like his soul was being torn apart almost made him faint. However, the scene in his mind was still the same as before. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the faces of the giant and the giant dragon. The feeling of seeing flowers in the fog made him very uncomfortable. The crack of the door was getting bigger and bigger. Boom! Suddenly, a bloody aura suddenly gushed out from the crack of the door. Qin Feiyang and Madman were immediately drowned by that aura. No one knew how Madman felt. But in Qin Feiyang's heart, a fear that couldn't be dispelled emerged. It was like seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, seeing the birth of a demon king. Immediately after, that aura drowned the young man, Yi Zhong, and the others. Just like Qin Feiyang, a sense of fear rose uncontrollably in his heart, as if he was trapped in purgatory. Open. Madman roared again, raising his other hand and slamming it against the stone door with all his strength. Boom! The stone door was finally completely opened. But there was nothing inside the stone door, only a thick blood mist. This blood mist was the evil power. And, just like the evil power in Fallen Valley, even the blood demon race couldn't absorb it. And as the stone door was completely opened, the bloody aura became even more terrifying. Boom! All of a sudden, a blood-red giant hand descended from the sky, slapping towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Immediately, everyone felt a sense of deadly crisis. That giant hand was several hundred feet long and covered in furry, blood-red hair. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Why did it look like the blood demon race's giant hand? The giant hand was like a mountain, blotting out the sky and covering the sun as it slapped towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Block it! Wang Ming shouted. The heaven-destroying sword array appeared and attacked the giant hand. Yang Li immediately summoned the dragon-subduing killing formation. 99 giant pythons charged toward the giant hand with monstrous killing intent. Rumble. After an earth-shattering rumble, the array of the Sword of Doom and the array of the Crouching Dragon were smashed into pieces by the giant hand. Puff! Wang Ming and Yang Li spat out mouthfuls of blood as they stumbled back. They stared at the giant hand in disbelief. How could he be so strong? The Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong were also slightly dazed. This was a little too ridiculously powerful. However, the giant hand did not stop at all and continued to slap towards the group. The Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong hurriedly attacked as well. They summoned their strongest divine arts and attacked the giant hand. Boom! However, that giant hand was like the hand of a peerless demon king. It was indestructible and unstoppable. Yi Zhong and Yang Li's divine arts were also destroyed instantly. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and stumbled back. No way! Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yi Zhong and Yang Li's divine arts were stronger than Wang Ming and Yang Li's, but they could not block the giant hand. Old Man Yi, power of laws! The Beast Emperor shouted. The Dharma of fire emerged and turned into a sea of fire. It surged forward and engulfed the giant hand instantly. It works. Everyone was stunned. However, before they could rejoice, the giant hand actually shattered the Dharma of fire and the entire sea of fire was destroyed instantly. Puff! Yi Zhong and Yang Li spat out mouthfuls of blood again. Interesting, the young man murmured. Suddenly, he leaped and punched the giant hand. Boom! A terrifying force roared out of the young man's fist like a torrent. He can definitely do it. Wang Ming whispered. However, before he could finish speaking, the young man was directly slapped down by the giant hand and smashed hard onto the ground. No way! Even he can't block it? Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. The young man's strength spoke for itself. He could even crush the ancestral dragons when they joined forces, but he was actually no match for the giant hand at this moment. How terrifying was this giant hand? Young Lord! Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at Qin Feiyang again. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Madman. However, his expression immediately stiffened. Where was Madman? Madman, who had been standing next to him all this time, had disappeared at some point. That's right. Where's Madman? Wang Ming and the others also noticed that the madman had disappeared, and they were all stupefied. When did he disappear? Why didn't anyone notice? Swish! Immediately after. Everyone looked at the stone door in unison. Had Madman entered the Blood Pagoda without a word? That should be the case. Otherwise, there was no way a person could vanish into thin air. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Don't bother about him first. Hurry up and activate your divine arts." Boom! Wang Ming and Yang Li activated the Heaven Vanquishing Sword formation and Dragon Crouching formation once more. Beast Emperor and Yizhong also activated the Qilin Book and Fury of the Fire God. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the four of them. 3,000 clones appeared. With the activation of the Battle Soul and Eye of Heaven, countless divine arts appeared. Kill! Qin Feiyang let out a low roar, and his divine art majestically blasted towards the giant hand. The void shattered and the ground collapsed. However, this killer move that had always been successful was like a withered tree in front of the giant hand and could not withstand a single blow. The giant hand landed. The supplementary Heaven Vanquishing Sword formation, Dragon Crouching formation, Qilin Book, and Fury of the Fire God shattered and were annihilated continuously. How is this possible? Everyone's gazes trembled at this scene. One had to know. With Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones and Eye of Heaven, no one under the imperishable stage could compete with him. Could it be, this giant hand had the strength of the imperishable stage? But how was this possible? The Hell of the King of Hell had a rule that it could not exceed the perfection 9th heaven stage. What was going on? Boom! The giant hand was like an invincible god of war, crazily crushing the divine arts that filled the sky. Poof! Blood gushed out of Qin Feiyang's mouth and his face was pale. Why can't I win? And his face was full of disbelief. Could it be that this giant hand really had the strength of the imperishable stage? For a moment, Qin Feiyang and the others were in a desperate situation and their lives were in danger. However, they did not know that frenzy did not enter the Blood Tower. And at this moment, Madman was just like before. He stood beside Qin Feiyang and didn't move at all. Not only that, under frenzy's gaze, Qin Feiyang and the others also stood in place without moving and did not see the so-called giant hand. Qin Feiyang, the stone door has been opened, let's go in and take a look. Frenzy opened his mouth and the pain in his head had disappeared. But Qin Feiyang next to him did not respond to him. Frenzy was taken aback and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, frowning. What are you doing? I am talking to you. But Qin Feiyang still ignored him as if he did not hear him. What's going on? Frenzy finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at Yizhong, the young man and the others and found that they were all standing in place without making a sound as if they had lost their souls. Frenzy was puzzled and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, shouting, Did you hear that? Did you hear that? What's wrong with you? But even so, Qin Feiyang still ignored him. What's going on? Frenzy was completely dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Frenzy looked at the Blood Tower with surprise. Could it be that the abnormality of Qin Feiyang and the others was related to the opening of the Blood Tower? They have already fallen into an illusion. No matter how you shout, they won't wake up. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from the Blood Tower. Illusion? Frenzy was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. It turned out that they had all fallen into an illusion and were motionless. Wait a minute. This voice, Frenzy's eyes trembled as he suddenly turned around and looked at the Blood Tower. This voice was too familiar. It was that mysterious blood shadow. Da-da, accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, a mysterious person shrouded in blood mist walked out of the Blood Tower. Seeing this, Frenzy quickly took a step back and said in anger, Who the hell are you? Who am I? Blood Shadow murmured and shook his head. You shouldn't ask that. What do you mean? Frenzy was stunned. Why couldn't he understand at all? Blood Shadow said, Because you are me and I am you. You are me? I am you? Frenzy pointed at his nose and asked with a look of shock. That's right. I have been waiting for you. I don't know how many years I have been waiting for you. 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? I don't remember anymore. Blood Shadow shook his head and sighed, his tone filled with endless vicissitudes. Waiting for me? Frenzy was even more confused as he frowned. Do we know each other? Didn't I just say that you are me and I am you? We are the same person. Why are you still asking such a stupid question? Blood Shadow said angrily. No, no. You have confused me, can you say it more clearly? Frenzy said. I really didn't expect you to be so stupid. But it doesn't matter, your consciousness is about to disappear anyway. Blood Shadow shook his head. My consciousness is about to disappear? Frenzy was stunned. Yes. I'm taking your physical body, Yi Futian said. Blood Shadow said. Frenzy asked suspiciously, what do you want my body for? Nonsense. Of course, I want to seize your body. How can you be so stupid? Even I am worried about your IQ. The mysterious Blood Shadow roared. So it's seizing my body. Frenzy nodded in realization. He couldn't be blamed for being stupid, it was because all of this happened too quickly and he was still in a state of confusion. Wait. Seizing my body. Frenzy's eyes trembled as he finally woke up completely. He actually wanted to seize his body? Courting death. We are the same person. Even if I seize your body, you won't die. Because I won't erase your consciousness. I will fuse your consciousness with mine. This way, you and I can coexist in this world. The mysterious Blood Shadow said. Chapter 2691. Who lives with you in this world? Let me tell you, don't provoke this daddy. If this daddy gets angry, even this daddy is afraid of myself. Also, hurry up and remove this illusion for this daddy. If anything happens to Qin Feiyang, this daddy will tear down your nest. Madman snorted coldly. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang said, even if it was a friendly call, it might not be a good thing. Qin Feiyang, Blood Shadow looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, you care about him a lot? Nonsense. He's this daddy's friend. Madman said. Friend, Blood Shadow murmured and nodded, it's indeed a good thing to have a few close friends. I told you to remove the illusion, not to say such nonsense. Madman said angrily. The mysterious Blood Shadow said, I can remove the illusion, but you have to hand over your body to me. In your dreams. Madman's eyes turned cold. You probably don't know how terrifying this illusion is. This illusion, no matter how strong the other party is, they can't break it. Only I can remove it. So, if you don't listen to me, they will all die. The mysterious Blood Shadow said. So powerful? Madman frowned and asked, then what's the meaning of you attacking us in the valley? Of course it's to kill them. Because with them helping you, my possession of your body will definitely not go smoothly. But I never expected that this Qin Feiyang is so strong that I have no choice but to activate this illusion. Do you know? To activate this illusion, I will have to pay a huge price. The mysterious Blood Shadow said. What price? Madman was suspicious. The mysterious Blood Shadow said, it will consume 2/3 of my divine soul. Then the price is indeed quite high. Madman nodded. So, if you don't hand over your body, I won't remove the illusion. The mysterious Blood Shadow said. This daddy doesn't believe that your illusion is really so powerful. Madman turned around and ran to Qin Feiyang's side, shouting into Qin Feiyang's ear, wake up for this daddy. But Qin Feiyang was still indifferent. Bastard. Hasn't your willpower always been very strong? Why can't I even break a mere illusion? Have you forgotten that Qin Badian and the others are still waiting for you? Have you forgotten that the dragons are still alive? There is more. Have you forgotten? If you die here, the mermaid princess, Huo Yan, and the others in the castle will be trapped here forever. You, wake up. Madman roared anxiously. Meanwhile, inside the illusion, Qin Feiyang, Wang Ming and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with the giant hand. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Even the young man was in a miserable state. But no matter what they did, they couldn't defeat the giant hand. Boom! But suddenly, a vague voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. This voice, Qin Feiyang was stunned. It sounded like the voice of a lunatic, but it was very vague and weak. He had no idea what the lunatic was talking about. But that wasn't right. Didn't the lunatic enter the blood pagoda? Why was the voice still ringing in his mind? He glanced at the stone door of the blood pagoda and calmed down, trying hard to capture the lunatic's voice. Gradually, the lunatic's voice became clearer and clearer. He heard the lunatic talking about Cheen Batian, Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, and Wake Up, Illusion. What did this mean? In the end, he simply retreated to the side and closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Come and help me. The Beast Emperor shouted. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him and focused on capturing the lunatic's voice. Suddenly, he heard one sentence clearly. Wake up. Wake up. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why would the lunatic say this? Wake up, suddenly. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, then at the giant hand. Could it be that everything here was an illusion? Outside, the lunatic kept roaring in Qin Feiyang's ears. I already told you, it's useless. Give up early. The mysterious blood shadow looked at the lunatic mockingly. Don't look down on Qin Feiyang. His willpower is not something you can imagine. Those who dared to look down on him have already gone to hell. The lunatic snorted coldly. Is that so? The mysterious blood shadow smiled. Of course. But you keep talking nonsense and haven't taken over my body. Do you have any concerns? If you have any concerns, just say it. I will help you think of a solution. The lunatic sneered. You still dare to provoke me? Brat, you have guts. I will fulfill your wish now. The blood shadow smiled sinisterly and turned into a stream of light, heading for the top of the lunatic's head. The lunatic slapped with his palm, but the blood shadow easily dodged and directly entered the top of the lunatic's head. Ah, the lunatic immediately hugged his head and howled miserably. Bang! At the same time, the motionless Qin Feiyang suddenly released a terrifying aura. You're awake? The lunatic raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in pain. Qin Feiyang nodded and scanned the surroundings. It was indeed an illusion. He then looked at the lunatic and said, What's wrong with you? That blood shadow drilled into my sea of consciousness and wants to take over my body. The lunatic said. What? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The lunatic continued, This illusion was also set up by him. Bastard. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Waves of divine sense swept out from the top of his head and said, Let's kill him together. After saying that, his divine sense poured into the lunatic's sea of consciousness. Qin Feiyang immediately saw that the blood shadow was crazily eroding the lunatic's divine sense. He really broke the illusion. When the blood shadow saw Qin Feiyang's divine sense appear, he was also extremely shocked. You even dare to take over the lunatic's body, you really don't know life from death. Qin Feiyang roared. His divine sense immediately turned into a torrent that pounced at the blood shadow. At the same time, the lunatic's divine sense also emerged and blasted towards the blood shadow. The two of them attacked from the inside and outside. Two mere ants in the 9th heaven stage want to fight me? The blood shadow laughed sinisterly and turned into two blood mists that pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the lunatic's divine sense. Puff! Outside, Qin Feiyang and the lunatic immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Their divine sense was actually completely swallowed by the blood shadow in an instant. Hee, although forcefully taking over my body and the fusion won't be perfect, it doesn't matter now. The blood shadow smiled sinisterly and pounced towards the lunatic's divine sense again. The lunatic was in despair. Qin Feiyang was also burning with anxiety. Wait! Don't I have the soul-anchoring divine pearl? The soul-anchoring divine pearl should be able to protect the lunatic's divine sense. Qin Feiyang suddenly had an idea. He took out the soul-anchoring divine pearl and erased the blood contract inside. He handed it to the lunatic and shouted, "Quickly recognize it as your master." The lunatic naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. After all, their relationship was right there. He grabbed the soul-anchoring divine pearl. After his blood merged with the soul-anchoring divine pearl, the soul-anchoring divine pearl immediately drilled into the lunatic's divine sense and merged with his divine sense. Wang! Immediately, divine light appeared and blocked the blood shadow outside, protecting the lunatic's divine sense. What is this? The blood shadow was shocked. As expected of the soul-anchoring divine pearl. Let's see how you're going to take over my body now. The lunatic laughed and the pain also dissipated. Damn it! The blood shadow roared. He didn't expect that these people would have such a divine item in their hands. A divine item like the soul-anchoring divine pearl that protected the divine soul could be said to be comparable to a heaven-defying divine item. Moreover, it was extremely rare in the world. Since I can't take over your body, I'll settle for the next best thing. I'll take over Qin Feiyang's body. The blood shadow sneered and shot out of the lunatic's divine sense. It instantly entered Qin Feiyang's head again. Qin Feiyang, the lunatic's expression changed immediately. Although you can't absorb the evil power, your talent and abilities aren't bad. With your body, I can still return to the peak of this world. The blood shadow smiled viciously and lunged toward Qin Feiyang's divine sense. Qin Feiyang immediately felt a sense of fatal danger. Upon seeing this, the lunatic did not hesitate to retrieve the soul-anchoring divine pearl and return it to Qin Feiyang. Clang! However, at the same time, the nine-leaf fire lotus hovering in Qin Feiyang's body suddenly charged out of his sea of qi and entered his divine sense. 9 fire lotus leaves fell and hovered around Qin Feiyang's divine sense. Soon after, a terrifying aura surged toward the blood shadow. What's that? The blood shadow shrieked and hastily fled from Qin Feiyang's divine sense. He glared at Qin Feiyang and roared, "What kind of monster are you?" Whoosh! Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the blood shadow and said, "You're irrational." That's right. We've always been arrogant in front of others. No one dares to be arrogant in front of us. The lunatic sneered and blocked the blood shadow's path. As for the soul-anchoring divine pearl, he kept it to protect his divine sense. Cough. Cough. Can you not talk about being arrogant? Those who don't know might think we're good-for-nothing rich kids. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Don't worry about these details. The lunatic grinned. Boom. At this moment, the young man broke free from the illusion as well. He stepped to the left of the blood shadow and said, "You're bold. You even dared to scheme against me." There was a cold glint in his eyes. This was the first time Qin Feiyang saw the young man angry. Boom. Soon after, Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, and Wang Ming also broke free from the illusion one after another and went forward to surround the blood shadow. How could this be? The blood shadow was in disbelief. When I found out that it was an illusion, I told them. And each of them is an overlord of the ancient world. With their strength and willpower, it's only a matter of time before they break the illusion. Qin Feiyang said. Damn it, damn it. The blood shadow roared. It's you who deserves to die. The young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He waved his hand in the air and a bright divine light emerged. It instantly turned into a barrier and trapped the blood shadow inside. Want to trap me? Dream on. The blood shadow roared and blasted toward the barrier. However, the barrier showed no signs of breaking. The young man's face was full of contempt. The blood shadow was instantly dumbfounded. At first, I thought that you were more sensible. Although you tried to kill Qin Feiyang and the others, at least you didn't come to find trouble with me. But I didn't expect you to use an illusion to kill me. It seems that I overestimated your IQ. Do you know what will happen to you if you anger me? The young man raised his arm and clenched his 5 fingers like an eagle's claw. The barrier that trapped the blood shadow immediately began to shrink. An aura of death also drowned the blood shadow. Chapter 2692. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice could be heard. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. This was because the voice came from Qin Feiyang's body. Senior King Yu? Qin Feiyang was also stunned. The owner of the voice was King Yu. Brother Qin, let me out. King Yu seemed to be in a hurry. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he didn't know what was going on, he couldn't reject King Yu's request. As for the evil force, there was no need to worry about lunatic. Qin Feiyang made a mental move and the ancient city of King Yu flew out of his vital energy reserve. This is the ancient city of King Yu. The Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong's pupils constricted. The relationship between Qin Feiyang and King Yu was already this good? He even dared to leave the ancient city of King Yu to Qin Feiyang? This is the ancient city of King Yu. At the same time, the Crimson Shadow exclaimed. Qin Feiyang looked at the Crimson Shadow in a daze. It wasn't surprising that Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor knew the ancient city of King Yu. After all, they had fought with King Yu more than once. However, this Crimson Shadow actually knew the ancient city of King Yu too. Brother Qin, hurry. King Yu's urging voice rang out once more. Okay. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses. With a thought, King Yu's huge body appeared beside Qin Feiyang. King Yu. Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor's pupils constricted and they were on their guard. At the same time, the Crimson Shadow also became silent. Senior King Yu, Qin Feiyang was about to ask, but when he saw King Yu's expression, his eyes lit up. King Yu stared at the Crimson Shadow. There were bewilderment, joy, and nervousness in his eyes. In short, it was very complicated. Senior King Yu, what's going on? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lunatic and asked through voice transmission. Lunatic shook his head and looked suspicious. For a moment, no one spoke here, and the place fell into a deathly silence. The young man also retracted his arm and looked curiously at the Ghost King and Blood Shadow. A long time passed. King Yu suddenly lost control of his emotions and exclaimed, Lord Father, is that you? What? Father? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. This Blood Shadow was King Yu's father? When Blood Shadow heard this, his body seemed to tremble as he mumbled, Child, is that you? It's really you. Father, the Ghost King instantly cried tears of joy as he threw a punch at the barrier trapping Blood Shadow. Boom! However, the barrier did not shatter. Instead, it was the Ghost King who was pushed back by the barrier. Whoosh! The Ghost King abruptly turned around and glared at the young man, his eyes flashing coldly. Senior Ghost King, don't be rash. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly stood between King Yu and the young man. What a joke. The young man's strength was so frightening. If the Ghost King were to make a move to infuriate him, even the Ghost King would suffer a great loss. Who? The Ghost King took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the young man. Human, please let my Lord Father off. The young man was silent. The Ghost King could not help but frown. He was so polite completely on account of Qin Feiyang. If not for Qin Feiyang, he would have already made a move. As for the young man's strength, he did not know much about it but he was not afraid. Well, Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man and coughed dryly. He looked at the Ghost King and said, Senior Ghost King, I think we should clarify this matter first. What if he is not your father? No. He is, the Ghost King said. The Ghost King said. You haven't even seen his face. How do you know that he is? We'll talk about it later. Looking at him, I feel that he is more like a human. Qin Feiyang said. This was because this Blood Shadow, be it in terms of height or body shape, was very similar to a human. If he was really the Ghost King's father, his body would not be so small. No. He is my father. The Ghost King shook his head and looked at the blood shadow. Lord Father, show your true appearance and let them see. The blood shadow was silent for a long time. With a sigh, his entire body began to condense. A nose, eyes, and mouth gradually appeared. In a short while, an old man in blood-red clothes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The old man was only about 1.8 meters tall and had long blood-red hair. Even the beard on his chin was blood-red. His eyes were even more bloodshot. Its father, the Ghost King, clenched his fists tightly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you see that? He is my father. Qin Feiyang sized up the old man. This was not a blood demon. He was simply a human. This is not father's physical body. It is father's divine soul. The Ghost King said. Divine soul? Qin Feiyang and the rest looked at each other. It turned out that it was a divine soul. If it was a divine soul, that would explain it. Because the blood demons were large in size, their divine souls were naturally extraordinary. However, such a large divine soul was really rare. Just like dragons. The divine souls of dragons were only a meter long. The divine souls of humans were even smaller. Although the divine souls of humans could transform into their own appearance, which was the same height as them, the true size of the divine soul was only the size of a baby's palm. In other words, it was a pocket-sized person. The Beast Emperor looked at the blood-red clothed old man and frowned at the Ghost King. Is he really your father? The Ghost King nodded. That's not right. Do you remember that when we fought once, you personally said that your father had already fallen? The Beast Emperor raised his eyebrows. This old man also remembers you saying that. Yi Zhong nodded. Yes. In this king's memories, father has indeed fallen. This king is also very puzzled now. Why is father's divine soul in this fallen valley? Father, can you tell me what's going on? The Ghost King looked at the blood-red clothed old man and said. The blood-red clothed old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Let's not talk so much first. Hurry up and call our clansmen to take down that lunatic. Take down the lunatic? The Ghost King's body stiffened. He turned to look at the lunatic, then at the blood-red clothed old man and asked, why? The blood-red clothed old man hesitated and shouted, don't ask so many questions. Just take him down. In any case, he is very important to me. No. The Ghost King shook his head. What? The blood-red clothed old man looked at the Ghost King in shock. It was obvious that he did not expect the Ghost King to disobey his orders. The lunatic and Qin Feiyang are both friends of the blood demon tribe. The fact that I handed the ancient city to Qin Feiyang means that we trust each other. You asked me to attack a friend. I can't do that. The Ghost King shook his head. Friend? The blood-red clothed old man looked at the Ghost King in a daze. He did not expect his own son to be friends with his opponent. This was really heaven's will. Father, if there's anything, we can sit down and talk slowly. There's no need to fight to the death. The Ghost King persuaded. Are you stupid? Is the grudge between the blood demon tribe and the dragons not deep enough? You still want to be friends with them? You've really disappointed me. The blood-red clothed old man roared. They are not dragons, the Ghost King said. The Ghost King said. What's the difference between humans and dragons? Look at Yi Zhong. He's helping the dragons do evil. All these years, many of our blood demon tribe members have died in his hands. This is what humans are like. They are more terrifying than the dragons. The blood-red clothed old man roared. No. Qin Feiyang and the lunatic are different from other humans. You have to believe me. I won't be wrong about them. The Ghost King quickly explained. The blood-red clothed old man was so angry that his body kept trembling. How could he have such a foolish son? How could he trust such hypocritical creatures like humans? Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I've always treated the Ghost King as a friend. No. To be exact, I treat him as my senior. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood-red clothed old man and said. Humph, stop with your flowery words. The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and turned to the young man with a smile. Brother, can you give me some face? Brother, the corners of the young man's mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head. Don't call me brother. In terms of seniority, I'm your junior. What? Junior? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Zhong, Beast Emperor, Wang Ming, and the madman were all stupefied. Weren't they unrelated? Why was he Qin Feiyang's junior now? Besides, the young man's strength was so strong, so in terms of seniority, Qin Feiyang should be the young man's junior. What was the relationship between these two? Looking at everyone's reaction, the young man didn't explain further. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, since you've personally spoken, I'll spare him this time. The young man waved his hand and the barrier that trapped the blood-red clothed old man immediately dissipated. You? The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Why was it getting more and more ridiculous? Qin Feiyang only took it as a joke. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, thank you. Thank you. The Ghost King also smiled gratefully at the young man. Humph. However, the blood-red clothed old man wasn't grateful at all. His eyes were filled with disgust. But it wasn't just the young man alone that he hated, but also Qin Feiyang, Yi Zhong, and the others. It seemed that he really hated humans and dragons to the bone. The Ghost King sighed. Father, believe me. Qin Feiyang is really different from the lunatic. Different, the blood-red clothed old man sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang and the lunatic. Do you dare enter the blood tower with me? Enter the blood tower? Qin Feiyang and the lunatic immediately looked at the stone door. Wasn't entering the blood tower what they wanted? But now, they really were a little hesitant. Seeing their concerns, the Ghost King said with a smile, don't worry, I'm here. All right. Qin Feiyang and the lunatic nodded. Although the blood-red clothed old man couldn't be trusted, the Ghost King was absolutely trustworthy. Then come with me. With that, the blood-red clothed old man waved his hand and disappeared into the blood tower with the Ghost King. Qin Feiyang and the lunatic looked at each other, then resolutely stepped into the blood tower. Yang Li, let's follow them. Wang Ming shouted. Yang Li nodded. The two of them immediately rushed toward the stone door. Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, and the young man also walked toward the stone door with a trace of curiosity. But before they could reach the stone door slammed shut with a bang. The five of them stood outside the stone door in a daze. The next moment, Beast Emperor was furious and shouted, what is the meaning of this? Why did you let Qin Feiyang and the lunatic in, but not us? Wang Ming and the others were also very unhappy. But the stone door didn't open again, and the blood-red clothed old man ignored them. Chapter 2693. The first floor of the Blood Tower. This was a very large space. It was about 100 feet tall. 4 stone pillars stood at the 4 corners. The pillars were also engraved with the Blood Demon race's pattern. But other than these 4 stone pillars, they couldn't find anything else. It could be described with the words 4 bare walls in the house. Qin Feiyang and Madman stood in the middle and looked around curiously. Father, this seems to be the Blood Demon Tower? King Yu asked. That's right. This is the Blood Demon Tower. The blood-red robed old man nodded. Blood Demon Tower? Qin Feiyang and Madman were slightly stunned and looked at King Yu suspiciously. The Blood Demon Tower is the sacred artifact of my race. I remember seeing it once when I was very young. After that, the Blood Demon Tower disappeared with my father. But I didn't expect that both of them would be imprisoned in Fallen Valley. King Yu sighed. Madman nodded and asked, since it's the sacred artifact of your blood demon race, then this blood demon tower must be extraordinary. Of course. This blood demon tower itself is a heaven-defying divine artifact. King Yu nodded. What? Qin Feiyang and Madman were shocked. It was actually a heaven-defying divine artifact. No wonder they couldn't break open the stone door. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and frowned. Isn't there a rule in the Nether King Hell that prohibits the use of heaven-defying divine artifacts? King Yu was silent for a while and sighed. The Nether King Hell in the past didn't have such a rule. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. The Nether King Hell in the past, other than the evil power, was actually no different from the outside world. Everyone could break through to the imperishable realm and use any heaven-defying divine artifacts. King Yu whispered. There was a yearning for the past in his expression, and there was also a trace of anger. This, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Madman asked, is it because of the dragon god? That's right. The one who changed everything was the dragon god. Although in the past, we have never left the underworld king's hell and didn't know that there was an outside world, let alone the existence of you humans, but, we are very happy. Hell is also very peaceful. Everyone is worry-free. But one day, the dragon god appeared and broke the peace, speaking of which. King Yu could not help but clench his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong remained silent, waiting for the rest of the story. At that time, the underworld king's hell was flourishing and prosperous. There are billions of blood demons alone. If we include the ferocious beasts, there are at least tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. You could say that we were at the peak of the infernal king hell. But, on the day the dragon god descended, all the clansmen above war god level, as well as the ferocious beasts, were all killed by the dragon god. Yu Wang said in a deep voice. All the beasts and clansmen above the war god level were killed? What is the reason? Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo were bewildered. There is no reason. King Yu shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo's bodies trembled. If there is no reason, isn't that the same as killing the innocent? Yes. There is no reason. At this time. The blood-red clothed old man shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo looked at the blood-red clothed old man. At that time, this old man was the strongest person in the infernal king's hell. My cultivation had already stepped into the perfect undead realm, the blood-red clothed old man said. Perfect undead realm. Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo were shocked. Isn't this stronger than Yi Zhong and ancestral Gregon? As the strongest person in the infernal king's hell and the current leader of the blood demons, this old man naturally could not watch the dragon god slaughter the creatures of the infernal king's hell. At that time, this old man was the first to attack the 10 commanders of the blood demons. Each of these 10 commanders had a cultivation base of the great success undead realm. Moreover, we had a heaven-defying artifact and the power of law. Originally, we all thought that with our strength, we would definitely be able to kill the dragon god and return peace to the infernal king's hell. But when we fought, we realized how strong the dragon god was. An existence like him is not something we can defeat. In the end, the 10 commanders all died in battle, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. This old man was also seriously injured by the dragon god. My physical body was shattered, and my soul was destroyed. Only a wisp of my soul was left. And I will be trapped here forever. The blood-red clothed old man sighed. Fortunately, this king was still young and had not broken through to the war god realm. Otherwise, I would definitely have died in the dragon god's hands. Ghost King said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo nodded in realization. They felt even more disgusted with the ice dragon. This bastard was still as unreasonable as ever. It was the same for the blood demons and them. What right did it have to kill others for no reason? What right did you have? Just because you are stronger than others, you can dictate the life and death of others? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the blood-red clothed old man, and asked, "The statue on the top floor of the Blood Demon Tower, is it you?" "No." The blood-red clothed old man shook his head. "It's not you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought the blood-red clothed old man was the owner of the Blood Demon Tower. The statue on the top floor should be the blood-red clothed old man, but he didn't expect it to not be him. He is the ancestor of our Blood Demon clan. He is a very impressive figure. The Blood Demon Tower was left behind by our ancestor. The blood-red clothed old man said. Ancestor. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Do you know? Although this old man is not dead, whenever I think of my dead clansmen, this old man feels more pain than death. This blood feud is as deep as the sea. This old man is unwilling, so this old man must take revenge. And you are the key. The blood-red clothed old man suddenly turned his head and stared at Madman. I am the key. Madman was stunned. What did he mean? Qin Feiyang and King Yu also looked at the blood-red clothed old man suspiciously. This was Madman's first time entering the Nether King's hell. How could he be the key to taking revenge? Father, are you mistaken? King Yu asked. He always thought that Qin Feiyang was the hope of the Blood Demon clan, but why did he become Madman in his father's eyes? This old man must possess your body. As long as I succeed, this old man will be able to leave Fallen Valley and find the dragon god to take revenge. So, when the blood-red clothed old man said this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. His entire body turned into a bloody mist and rushed toward Madman's head again. Father, King Yu exclaimed. Qin Feiyang and Madman's expression changed. No one can stop this old man. The blood-red clothed old man laughed sinisterly. He attacked Madman's sea of consciousness and crazily hit the soul-calming divine pearl. With every hit, Madman's divine soul would feel a sharp pain. Senior King Yu, Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu anxiously. King Yu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and roared, Father, if you dare to possess him, I'll self-destruct in front of you. This represented his determination. Fool. Do you know how important he is to our Blood Demon clan? You want to self-destruct? Then self-destruct. I'll take it that I don't have a son like you. The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly. His tone was ruthless and cold. Old fart, don't go too far. Madman roared. If you don't stop, then don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Feiyang's expression was also grim. This has nothing to do with you. You entered the Nether King's hell to seek wealth. As long as you don't interfere, this old man will give you a few heaven-defying divine artifacts. The blood-red clothed old man shouted. Heaven-defying divine artifacts, Qin Feiyang muttered and shook his head. If it were anyone else, they might be tempted, but it's useless against me. 9-leaf fire lotus. At that moment, Qin Feiyang activated his battle soul. But soon after, his expression froze as he exclaimed, What's going on? Because the 9-leaf fire lotus did not appear. You don't know, do you? This Blood Demon Tower has a terrifying ability. As long as you're in the Blood Demon Tower, you won't be able to activate your divine art or battle soul. The blood-red clothed old man laughed loudly. What? There's such an ability? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. He turned to look at King Yu and asked, Is that true? Yes. King Yu nodded. Damn it. Qin Feiyang was furious. He tried to activate his red sword soul again, but it still could not be activated. It's useless. No one can break this ability of the Blood Demon Tower. King Yu shook his head. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. As it turned out, it was a trap for him and Madman to enter the Blood Demon Tower. Father, please, let him go. He's our friend. When I was young, didn't you always teach me to treat my friends with sincerity? King Yu roared. Friends also depend on who they are. If there are clansmen, naturally, we have to treat them well. But the dragons and humans, they're foreigners. They're our enemies, we have to be cruel to our enemies. The blood-clad old man smiled viciously. They're different. Can I kneel and beg you? King Yu's huge body fell to his knees with a loud thud. However, the blood-clad old man was indifferent. King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with self-blame. Senior King Yu, this isn't your fault. Qin Feiyang shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Boom! At this moment, waves of divine consciousness shot out from the top of his head and surged toward Madman's sea of consciousness. I'll help you. Qin Feiyang bellowed, and his divine sense frantically rushed towards the blood mist formed by the blood-red-clothed old man. Madman laughed loudly. He also activated his divine consciousness and pounced toward the blood-clad old man. Like moths flying into a flame, his divine consciousness shattered one after another. But the two did not give up. Even if their divine consciousness was exhausted, they still had to fight the blood-clad old man to the end. The blood-clad old man shouted at King Yu, who was kneeling outside, "What are you still doing? Quickly take this opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang." King Yu lowered his head, struggling in his heart. On one side was his father. On the other side was his friend. How should he choose? Idiot, idiot. The blood-clad old man roared at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Let's see how much divine consciousness you have. Let's see how long this artifact can protect you. An invisible battle unfolded in Madman's sea of consciousness.